Chapter 33:22. Yan Nanshan's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. On the other side, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang felt their scalps go numb. It seemed that even Yan Nantian might not be able to subdue the other party. The two of them had better run away quickly. Therefore, the two of them turned around and fled. Where could they run to? Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear, drawing an eternal black crack that directly swallowed the two of them. Then he reached out his demonic hand and grabbed the nomological laws on the two of them. With a forceful tug, all 5 nomological laws were removed from their bodies. Miserable screams were heard. The two of them were in excruciating pain. At this moment, the black hand slapped down again, shattering their bodies. It's over. Are the two of them going to die here? Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang's faces were filled with despair and regret. However, at this moment, Yan Nantian made his move. A red feather appeared in his hand. He waved it gently, and the terrifying flames exploded again. This time, the power was even stronger than before. It directly melted the black hand and separated everything. How dare you stop me? Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Yan Nantian with a cold expression. Not only will I stop you, but I'll also kill you. Yan Nantian was also angry. The other party's domineering attitude and powerful strength made him very unhappy and a little uneasy. Such a person had to be dealt with quickly to avoid endless trouble. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape with the blood mist wrapped around them. Lin Xian ignored them. Although the two of them were powerful and invincible in the eyes of outsiders, they were no different from ants in his eyes. They posed no threat to him at all. However, Yan Nantian in front of him was not necessarily the same. The other party was the successor of a great emperor and had many tricks up his sleeve. It would not be easy to completely kill him. However, this time was also a good time to find out how strong Yan Nantian had become. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Lin Xian snorted coldly and fixed the great destruction spear in the void. With a boom, the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered rapidly. It could not withstand this attack at all. No one can stop me. Yan Nantian was also extremely confident. The fiery red feather in his hand bloomed with incomparable brilliance. The vermilion bird divine feather? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could see that the feather was very mysterious and had terrifying Dao runes on it. It should be one of the vermilion bird's treasures. Who would have thought that it would end up in Yan Nanshan's hands? Looks like the Vermilion Bird Palace truly valued Yan Nantian to the extreme. The Vermilion Bird divine feather waved, and suddenly the entire world trembled. Flames danced about, turning into an enormous vermilion bird. It soared into the sky, spreading its wings and covering heaven and earth. This scene was simply too terrifying. Everyone in the Valley of Devil Cultivation saw this. They raised their heads and looked at the sky, feeling incomparably terrified. Who was it? Was it Yan Nantian? The gigantic vermilion bird also had the law of fire. It instantly enveloped Lin Xian. That unparalleled power could suppress everything. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The black flames on his body also burned fiercely. At this moment, he fully released his 9-yang divine body. Like a black god of war, the great destruction spear in his hand danced wildly. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of thunderclaps rang out. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the sky. The great destruction spear carried with it a terrifying law of fire. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an enormous black dragon and collided with the vermilion bird's phantom. The two behemoths were crazily fighting. That power spread throughout the land. Even the people outside the Valley of Devil Cultivation were stunned. They naturally felt the terrifying aura. Who was fighting? Was it Yen Nantian and the Cloud Sky Saint? No, why do I feel a monstrous demonic aura? Could it be a demonic creature that originally existed in the valley? They were all stunned. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace also had grave expressions because they felt the aura of the Vermilion Bird divine feather. It was obvious that one of them was Yen Nantian. But who was the other person? They didn't know. The battle was extremely intense. The two exchanged more than 100 blows. The Vermilion Bird Phantom was torn apart, and Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. He charged over with the Great Destruction Spear. He was too powerful. With one strike, the void around Yen Nantian quickly shattered. Yen Nantian had no choice but to form a hand seal and enlarge the Vermilion Bird divine feather in his hand. It was like a wall of fire blocking in front of him. With a clang, the Great Destruction Spear collided with the Vermilion Bird divine feather, making a shocking sound. That sound wave was simply too terrifying. Everything in the surroundings was quickly reduced to ashes by the sound wave. Even Yen Nantian's body trembled violently. Many cracks appeared on his body. He roared angrily. The phantoms of the four divine beasts on his body instantly enveloped him. The cracks on his body quickly healed. He raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Damn it, the other party seemed to be fine. Under such a powerful sound wave, the other party's body didn't crack? What kind of physique was that? A supreme demonic physique? How could it be so strong? Although he didn't have a bloodline physique, he had a great inheritance. After the inheritance, he cultivated the Great Emperor physique, which was also incomparably powerful. However, at that moment, in front of the sound wave, his physique had cracked, but the other party was unharmed. There were only two possibilities. First, the other party's physique far surpassed his of the same level. Second, the other party's physique surpassed his in terms of cultivation level. That was the physique of a sage. Could it be that the other party was really a sage? Was there another hidden sage other than the Cloud Sky Sage? Yen Nantian's expression was a little ugly. However, he soon snorted coldly. So, what if the other party was a sage? This was a world of its own. He had 7 nomological laws. Even if the other party was a sage, he could still kill them. Sun and moon splitting the sky. Yen Nantian roared angrily. The power on his body suddenly transformed into the sun and moon. They kept spinning above his head. The two powers seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The sun and moon splitting the sky was a kind of great mystical power that caused the world to fantasize. Yen Nantian used this mystical power to attack Lin Xian. Chaotic Demon Fist. Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in one hand and kept waving his other fist, throwing out countless fist shadows. Each of them was like a black sun that collided with the sun and moon. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine physique was definitely not inferior to a sage's physique. His power was terrifying. Coupled with the black phantoms that he deliberately created, it was really terrifying to the extreme. For a moment, the two were in a stalemate. Lin Xian was surprised, as expected of the great emperor's successor. Interesting. One had to know that Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang couldn't resist his punch at all. However, the other party was actually able to block it. Moreover, it looked like he was handling it with ease. One had to admit that the great emperor's mystical power was indeed terrifying. Chapter 33:23. But thinking about it, a great emperor was a powerful existence that could suppress the universe. Every great emperor was the most powerful and terrifying expert in the world. How could his inheritance be weak? Yen Nantian was also shocked. The inheritance of a great emperor was so terrifying that he had never failed. Especially in recent years, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an unbelievable level. He was confident that he could kill even a saint. But now he couldn't do anything to the other party. What kind of power did the other party have? A world-destroying strike. At this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he used the Great Spear of Destruction. The demonic qi on it surged into the sky, transforming into a millstone of destruction. This was also a great demon's ability. When Lin Xian had used it previously, he had beaten Long Zhaotian and Yan Nantian until they screamed in pain. But now, he had used the power of the Great Spear of Destruction to evolve it. Its power was definitely more terrifying than before. Sure enough, the Great Spear of Destruction fell with the phantom of the world-destroying demonic millstone. With a boom, it sent the sun and moon splitting open, the heavens flying. The two of them fought earth-shattering, but there were three figures hiding in the dark, secretly observing. These three Taoists were not together. Instead, they stood in three different directions and were wary of each other. The auras of the three of them were incomparably hazy, but they were also very powerful. They didn't care about the energy storm at all. The laws on their bodies flickered with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. Yan Nantian was indeed the successor of a great emperor. He was actually so powerful. But who was the person holding the Great Spear of Destruction? A saint's body. Could it be that he was the same as us and had his saint's clone forcefully taken away? The last person only narrowed his eyes and stared at Yan Nantian, sun and moon splitting open the heavens. So he had obtained the inheritance of great Emperor Hongwu. If this guy grew up, he would be incredible. The three figures were like ghosts hiding in the void, silently watching. The battle between Lin Xian and Yan Nantian was getting more and more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 moves. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. Yan Nantian enlarged the vermilion bird divine feather and turned it into a flaming divine sword to fight back. In the end, Yan Nantian used the great emperor's secret technique to reach Lin Xian's side. With a slash of his sword, he slashed apart the demonic qi on Lin Xian's body. It landed on Lin Xian's body. With a clang, the long sword pierced into his flesh. However, Lin Xian used his powerful strength to clamp it down. He did not let the vermilion bird divine feather sink into it again. Are you finally going to fight me? But do you think you can run away after injuring me? Lin Xian smiled. Even though he was injured, so what? The Great Spear of Destruction in his hand pierced through Yan Nantian's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Both of them were injured. However, Yan Nantian was clearly more seriously injured. His body had been pierced through. Lin Xian only suffered a small cut. Wang! Lin Xian snorted coldly as the illusions of the four divine beasts pulled him away from the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, he withdrew the vermilion bird divine feather. After retreating far away, the wound on Yan Nantian's body began to heal. Countless laws shrouded the wound. Lin Xian's body shook as well. The laws of wood, the art of longevity, and the power of the 9 yang divine body quickly healed his wound. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, I didn't use my full strength just now. After Yan Nantian's wound healed, his expression turned cold. 9 ancient runes appeared on his body. The runes shone brightly and completely enveloped his body, increasing his defensive power once again. The 9 Emperor runes could not only defend, but also attack. They had endless magical uses. Even a true sage would have to be careful when facing them. Is that so? Do you think I've used my full strength? Lin Xian smiled. Inside his body, the great dragon sword's soul roared again. His combat power increased again. The Great Destruction Spear charged forward. This time, its power was doubled. Yan Nantian also waved the 9 runes and charged forward. Clang! The sound of the collision was even more terrifying than before. At this moment, even the expressions of the three figures hiding in the void changed, and they quickly retreated. Damn it, what's going on? These two people didn't use their full strength before. Their strength was so terrifying that the three of them were extremely shocked. At the same time, another figure came and watched silently. His aura was even more terrifying because he was the Cloud Sky Saint. The Cloud Sky Saint's gaze was firmly fixed on the two figures below. He had no intention of attacking. After hundreds of moves, Yan Nanshan's expression turned ugly. He had used the 9 Emperor runes, but they were still evenly matched. Damn it, how was this possible? The Dharma treasure in his opponent's hand was also so terrifying. What kind of secret technique did the other party use to be able to be mentioned in the same breath as it? Emperor runes? Not bad indeed. Lin Xian sneered. The great dragon sword Soul roared again and attacked 81 times in a row. The terrifying black light turned into a torrent and blasted the 9 Emperor runes. Intense collisions sounded. In the end, something shocking happened. A crack appeared on one of the Emperor runes. Damn it, how was this possible? Yan Nanshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were Emperor runes. Although he couldn't use all of his power in his current realm, just the power he used was enough to contend with a sage. The other party had actually broken it. How did he do it? Damn it. 81 attacks, all hitting the same place. This guy's control was quite precise. Yan Nantian hurriedly waved his hand, and the 9 Emperor runes revolved. Crack, crack, crack. Thunder appeared between the 9 Emperor runes and connected with each other, completely enveloping Yan Nanshan's body. At this moment, Yan Nantian seemed to have turned into a Thunder God's body. Thunder God transformation. This was naturally a very terrifying divine power in the Great Emperor's inheritance. It was even more terrifying than the sun and moon splitting the sky. Although Yan Nanshan's Thunder God's body was created by a divine power, he was confident that it wouldn't lose to any body constitution. Whether it was a supreme demon body or a sacred body, he was confident that he could contend against them. This was the means of a great emperor. Buzz. After turning into a Thunder God's body, Yan Nanshan's speed reached the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. In an instant, he attacked 10,000 times. Terrifying thunder, combined with the vermilion bird divine feather, crazily attacked. Boom, boom. Lin Xian didn't show any weakness. The great destruction spear danced, destroying everything. So, what if his opponent had turned into a real Thunder God's body? His 9 Yang divine body wasn't afraid of anyone. The vermilion bird divine feather and the great destruction spear kept colliding. Their bodies were also constantly clashing. Every attack could turn a half-sage into ashes. After thousands of collisions, the two retreated. Lin Xian's body was still filled with demonic aura. On the other side, several cracks had appeared on Yan Nanshan's body. Chapter 33:24. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian laughed and brandished the great destruction spear again. Furthermore, he flicked his finger. For an instant, the great destruction spear rushed out, carrying with it the power to annihilate everything in the blink of an eye. Yan Nantian snorted and charged over. He was still using the lightning god's physique and the vermilion bird divine feather. However, the power of the flick of his fingers spread out and shrouded Yan Nantian. Not good. Yan Nanshan's face changed. He found that there were more cracks on his body. Not only that, the lightning on his body dissipated quickly, as if it was flowing in reverse. In the end, all the lightning disappeared. Yan Nanshan's lightning god's physique was broken. Buzz. Another flick of the finger. Yan Nantian was injured again. Many cracks appeared on his body, as if he was about to be destroyed. Damn it! Yan Nantian roared, and the lightning god's physique was formed again. At the same time, the sun and the moon danced wildly and charged forward. In addition, he used an extremely terrifying divine ability from the great emperor's inheritance, sky-destroying finger. Yen Nantian stretched out a finger. 7 laws danced on it and intertwined to form a terrifying Tao pattern. A terrifying aura spread out between heaven and earth and gathered on the finger. It seemed that the finger could pierce the sky and destroy everything. At this moment, the other martial artists in the Demon Cultivation Valley were trembling in fear. Although they didn't know what had happened, the aura was too terrifying. Damn it, it's the sky-destroying finger. This Yen Nantian, he even learned this move? Among the 3 figures, one of them exclaimed, this was an extremely powerful great mystic power. Back then, when the great Emperor Hongwu used the heaven-destroying finger, he could destroy hundreds of starry worlds across the endless void of the universe. It could be said that its power was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian naturally sensed the danger as well. His opponent's finger posed a great threat to him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his divine ability. On the great destruction spear, flames danced and formed a black lotus, fire lotus of destruction. Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear and smashed the black lotus away. At the same time, his opponent also attacked with the sky-destroying finger. One was a great emperor's divine ability, and the other was a divine ability. The collision of the two was too terrifying. At this moment, the 3 people watching in the dark and the cloud skies Saint all retreated. A huge black hole appeared in the Demon Cultivation Valley. The people outside the Demon Cultivation Valley were stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? What divine ability is this? Heaven? Could it be that 2 sages are fighting? The 2 great divine abilities clashed in the air with incomparable radiance. Lin and Yen Nantian Lin Xian were fiercely. Block it! The 9 monarch marks on Yen Nantian's body spun continuously, connecting him with lightning. Divine body. On the other hand, Lin Xian was also pushing his 9 yang divine body to its limits. Boundless energy crashed into his body, producing clanging sounds. After the first strike, the 2 of them charged forward again. It was the extermination fiery lotus against the heaven extermination finger. The 2 clashed 3 times. Their bodies were injured, and cracks were everywhere. In the blink of an eye, sun and moon under the heavens. The sun and moon rose in the sky. Another 2 divine abilities appeared. Lin Xian divine ability was still a divine ability. Yen Nantian relied on the divine body of the lightning god to attack with the sun and moon. The combination of the 2 was also a terrifying divine ability. The 2 attacked without any regard for their lives. Everywhere they passed, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone hid. In the Demon Cultivation Valley, those who were weaker were directly knocked unconscious. Some were even affected by the energy. Their bodies were torn into a bloody mist. I surrendered. Screams rang out one after another. They were thrown away by a huge force. The weaker ones all left. There was nothing they could do about it. Although they were unwilling, they didn't want to be annihilated by this energy. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already escaped to a safe place. At this moment, they were looking into the distance at the apocalyptic scene and the terrifying power. Their bodies were all trembling. It was too terrifying. These 2 people were really terrifying. In their opinion, they were both top half saints. They even thought that they could compete with Yen Nantian. They could even trample on the other party. But now, they found that they were wrong. Yen Nantian might not have been as good as them a few years ago, but now he had surpassed them. This was definitely the combat strength of a saint. This time, it was impossible for them to win the championship. It would be good enough if they could guarantee to be in the top 5. In front of them, countless destructive cracks spread quickly. Lin Xian and Yan Nanshan's figures appeared. Both of their bodies were damaged. Countless bloody holes appeared on Yan Nanshan's body. His entire body was riddled with holes. Lin Xian's body also had a few large cracks. One of the slashes had almost cut him in half at the waist. The successor of the great emperor? He was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian found that Yan Nantian was indeed very strong. He was not weaker than the great demon at all, as expected of the successor of the great emperor. On the other side, Yan Nantian was also shocked. Damn it, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. Perhaps even an ordinary saint could not do it. Who was this person? Could it be that he was also a successor of the great emperor? Damn it, I admit that you are very strong. But unfortunately, I still won this battle. Speaking of this, Yan Nanshan's eyes shone brightly. The 9 runes around him suddenly changed. They turned into 9 light vortexes and began to madly absorb the power of heaven and earth around them. Then they poured into his body and repaired his injuries. I have the great emperor's magical power. No matter if it is attack, defense, or recovery, they are all unparalleled in the world. Although your strength is comparable to mine, what about recovery? I can recover in an instant. What about you? Can you compete with me? Seeing the bloody holes on Yan Nanshan's body healing quickly, Lin Xian smiled. You're too confident. You're looking down on everyone in the world. Today, I'll let you experience my divine ability. Nirvana rebirth. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing light. He formed a seal with his fingers. Suddenly, the black flames around him jumped. They turned into a monstrous fire and enveloped him. A mysterious and terrifying power burst out. Lin Xian seemed to have been reborn from the fire. The cracks on his body were also healing quickly. Moreover, he was not slower than Yan Nantian. In fact, he was even faster. There were still 3 holes on Yan Nanshan's body that had not healed. On the other side, Lin Xian took a step forward. The great destruction spear in his hand rushed out again. This time, Lin Xian mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and integrated it into the great destruction spear. Suddenly, the great destruction spear seemed to have been given a soul. It came alive and trembled nonstop. It turned into a giant dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed over. Chapter 33:25. Boom, 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 boom. The valley of demon cultivation shook violently as if it was about to break apart. The terrifying energy caused the people outside of the devil cultivation valley to tremble. Not good. Yan Nantian was in danger. They could feel the demonic aura below them, and Yan Nanshan's aura seemed to have weakened. The faces of the Vermilion Bird Palace elders changed. Boom, boom, boom. The violent energy in the Valley of Demon Cultivation lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Yan Nantian had been smashed into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. More than half of his head had been shattered. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He had almost been killed. It was over. Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear again and rushed over. The remaining half of Yan Nanshan's head screamed, "Damn it! Just you wait. I won't let you go." A beam of light shot out from between his brows. It shattered the void and then drilled into it, disappearing without a trace. He had escaped. The people who were secretly watching the battle were stunned. Yan Nantian, the successor of Adarch, had been beaten half to death. Had he escaped? This scene was simply too dreamy. Lin Xian took a deep breath and kept the great destruction spear. He then rushed into the sky. He disappeared into the void. "Let's go," Yan Ryu said to the Northern Devil in the distance. The Northern Devil nodded. He knew that Yan Ryu had brought him to meet that person. He was just curious. Who was that person? He had an answer in his heart, but he couldn't believe it. Lin Xian landed on a mountain. Yen Ryu had brought the Northern Devil over. Looks like you succeeded. Yen Ryu smiled. Lin Xian shook his head. He had used up one Dharch regeneration talisman this time. However, he didn't know how many Dharch regeneration talismans he had. Lin Xian had seen the Dharch regeneration talisman before. Back in Skyfire City, Yen Nantian had tried to forcefully take the Great Destruction Divine Furnace. In the end, he had almost been killed by the furnace. Yen Nantian had used the Dharch regeneration talisman once. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. If he allowed the other party to exhaust him once more, the other party would most likely not be able to escape when the final ranking was decided. If he was lucky, he might be able to kill the other party. Oh, right. Who are you? Yen Ryu told me that we knew each other. Who are you? The North Demon asked. Lin Xian smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned and pulled out the Spear of Annihilation, stabbing it into the void behind him. With a loud boom, a huge black hole was pierced through the void behind him. A silhouette quickly left, leaving behind a trail of blood. Within the blood, there were traces of the power of laws. It was extremely terrifying. Someone was there. Seeing this scene, the northern monster was shocked, and Yen Ryu's expression was grave. Lin Xian repelled that person. Then, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked in two other directions. Why aren't you retreating? Do you really want me to attack? It was quiet all around. Not a single sound could be heard. It was as if there was no one around. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Through his heavenly secret god eyes, he could see that there were two more figures hiding in the surroundings, and they were hidden really well. Even he could only see a blurry figure. But that was enough. He would use the Spear of Annihilation to strike out two more times, causing endless black holes to appear in those two directions. Only then would the two of them leave. After the three of them left, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The auras of the three of them were not ordinary. They had already surpassed Zhao Wuliang and Long Zhaotian. They were probably not too far off from Yen Nantian. After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. What's going on? Why are there such terrifying experts again? Yen Ryu said. They should be the three fellas who had their saint's clone sent down. Their powers are really weird, and they can even use some special mystic skills. Don't let them sneak up on you. Don't worry, if it's a one-on-one fight, they won't be a match for me. I have my ways too. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Were these people here for him? Or for the Spear of Annihilation in his hand? In this battle, the Spear of Annihilation was too dazzling. It could easily defeat a half-saint like Long Zhaotian. Even Yen Nantian had escaped. He could imagine that everyone's eyes would be on the Spear of Annihilation in his hand. Even saints would be jealous of such a peerless weapon. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the North Demon again. You should have guessed who I am. That's right. Your guess is the answer. Lin Xian did not remove the black flames on his body because he was afraid that someone would peep at him. The answer was very obvious. Is it really you? After the North Demon heard this, he took a deep breath. He was really shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to not only not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. He even obtained the treasure of the great demon, the Spear of Annihilation. It was really unbelievable. The North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder. I knew it. You won't die so easily. You won't die so easily. Are you sure? At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Following that, the surrounding void shattered, and the ground cracked open. A figure descended forcefully. The North Demon's pupils constricted. Yen Ryu's expression also changed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Endless black flames rose from his body and turned into a black canopy that blocked the attack. The figure faced the canopy. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Cloud Sky Saint, Yen Ryu exclaimed. He did not expect the other party to attack so quickly. I can hold him back for a while. Hurry up and leave. It's not easy to fight now. Yenryu stepped forward. The North Demon said, I can hold on for a while. He also stepped forward. In their opinion, Lin Xian had just experienced a life-and-death battle with Yan Nantian. He was probably much weaker. If he fought with a saint now, he would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Xian said, there's no need. I'm fine. Moreover, my combat strength has returned to its peak. Previously, he had been seriously injured. However, he had used the law of divine ability and the Nirvana rebirth technique to recover his body. Moreover, after the battle, he had used another law of divine ability to recuperate. Therefore, he had basically recovered to his peak. Even if he faced a saint, he would not be at a disadvantage. Above, Cloud Sky's saint showed a disdainful expression when he saw the three of them fighting to attack him. Ignorant ants. I'm not someone that trash can compare to. I'm a true saint. The divine chains of order on his body rattled. It was very terrifying. He stared at Lin Xian. Although I don't know who you are, you're very suspicious. You might be the murderer of the Yun family's genius. Chapter 33:26. Not good. The other party is also here for the Great Destruction Spear. Yenryu and the North Devil's hearts sank. They knew that this treasure would definitely make the sages go crazy. If you want the Great Destruction Spear, let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian instantly attacked. The Great Destruction Spear turned into a ray of black light that shot into the sky. At the same time, he said, You two back off. I can handle this. Yenryu and the North Devil retreated once again because they knew that this battle would not be any weaker than the previous one. Cloud Sky Sage did not take the attack head-on. Instead, he disappeared like a cloud in a painting and dodged the attack. In the next moment, countless clouds of mist condensed in the distance, and his figure appeared. Useless brat, I let you escape last time. This time, I will not let you escape again. He waved his hand and activated his saint domain. It enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying light surrounded the area, shocking everyone. The people in the demonic cultivation valley heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that the battle was over, and they would be safe. However, they cried out in alarm once again. Another wave of energy that was the same as before exploded out, sweeping through the 9 heavens, causing them to almost go crazy. Heavens, who's fighting who this time? The people outside the demonic cultivation valley were also stunned. What's going on? Why is there another battle? Could it be that Yan Nantian has returned? In the Saint domain, Cloud Sky Sage became a dominating existence and began to surround Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was extremely terrifying. He actually pierced through the Saint domain and flew in a certain direction. You can't escape. Cloud Sky Sage chased after him. The two of them turned into streaks of light. Wherever they passed, a terrifying wave of energy swept over, causing everyone to run away. In front, Lin Xian sneered as he flew. Run? What a joke! He was not running away. Instead, he thought of a way to suppress Cloud Sky Sage. Previously, when Lin Xian had used the Great Spear of Destruction to summon the demonic Qi, he had sensed that something had changed in the Valley of Devil Cultivation. The demonic cultivation valley. From the name, one could tell that it was related to demons. Lin Xian's use of the Great Destruction Spear might have alarmed some unexpected changes in the mountain valley. Now, he was using this change to deal with Cloud Sky Saint. Holding the Great Destruction Spear, Lin Xian carefully sensed his surroundings. At the same time, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and scanned his surroundings. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had completely left the surroundings and flew towards the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind. He did not care. In his opinion, there was nothing that could threaten him. Found it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was currently in the depths of the Devil Cultivation Valley, where there was a devilish pond. On both sides of the demonic pond, there were two ancient palaces. It was similar to the palace they had cultivated in before, but it was even more majestic and ancient. Lin Xian arrived in front of the ancient palace and turned around. Cloud Sky Saint followed closely behind and also landed. He looked at the two palaces in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked, "Is this the grave you chose for yourself? It's not bad to have two palaces with you. However, since you dared to run so far, I'll destroy your body and soul." Terrifying laws rose from Cloud Sky Saint's body. His sacred region descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Lin Xian. Once again, Lin Xian sneered and retreated. Cloud Sky Saint chased after him. When he retreated to the middle of the two palaces, Lin Xian stabbed the Great Destruction Spear into the demonic pond below. Boom! A terrifying tremor spread out. It seemed like the Great Destruction Spear had awakened something. Buzz! A black aura instantly rushed out and completely enveloped Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint. Then it pulled them into the demonic pond below. Break! Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul instantly merged with the Great Destruction Spear, piercing through the sky and escaping. He was always prepared, so his reaction was extremely fast. Cloud Sky Saint was one step too late. He had never expected that there would be a trap here that could threaten him. By the time he reacted and wanted to retaliate, it was already too late. He was pulled into the demonic pond. Gurgle, gurgle. The demonic pond splashed and then became extremely calm. Lin Xian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He turned around and left. Who knew what was inside? But it could definitely threaten a saint. This way, he should have gotten rid of this guy, right? Lin Xian returned. On the other side, Yan Ruyu and the North Demon were extremely anxious. They did not expect that Lin Xian and Cloud Sky Saint would leave after exchanging a few blows. Did Lin Xian lose? They did not know, so they chased after him to take a look. But halfway through, they realized that Lin Xian had returned. "Are you okay?" Yan Ryu asked with concern. Lin Xian said, "I'm fine." The North Demon asked if the battle had ended. He did not sense any powerful aura. Where was Cloud Sky Saint? Him? I don't think he will come out again. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Yan Ryu and the Northern Devil both sucked in a breath of cold air. Won't come out again? What did that mean? Could it be that Cloud Sky Saint was dead? A saint had fallen just like that? He was easily killed by Lin Xian? The two of them did not dare to believe it. Lin Xian was powerful, but Cloud Sky Saint was not bad either. He was even more powerful than Yan Nantian. Lin Xian saw their confusion and said, "I didn't do it. I lured that guy into the depths of the Demon Cultivation Valley. There seemed to be a terrifying existence there that swallowed both of us. I used the Great Spear of Destruction to escape. That guy probably didn't manage to escape. It turned out to be like this." The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, they were puzzled. There was actually an existence that could threaten a saint. It was really frightening. Let's not wander around. Basically, no one is my match now. The others have also been cleaned up. We just need to wait a few days for the first stage to end. Yan Ruyu said in a deep voice. Okay. Lin Xian and the North Demon did not refute. The three of them worked together and settled down in a place. The three of them were comprehending. Once they left the Demon Cultivation Valley, the laws they comprehended would disappear. And now was the best time for them to comprehend these laws. The remaining few days were extremely quiet. Even if there were battles, they would not be so intense. Because even someone like Yan Nantian was injured, the others probably did not dare to make a move. Finally, the Demon Cultivation Valley opened again. Everyone left in a frenzy. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that everything was over. Not only would they survive, but they would also be able to participate in the second stage. Buzz. The first to rush out was Yenantian. The 4 divine beasts circled around his body. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he rushed out and met up with the Vermilion Bird Palace elders. Chapter 33:27. Seeing that Yenantian was fine, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, Yenantian's expression was very cold. There was a person below with demonic energy, and the great destruction spear in his hand. He had to find him, kill him, and snatch the great destruction spear. After hearing this, the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock and surprise. Wasn't the great destruction spear something that belonged to the great demon? Why would it appear here? Don't ask. Capture that guy first. Yenantian transmitted his voice and used his soul to transmit the other party's image into the Vermilion Bird Palace elders' minds. These elders saw a man whose entire body was pitch black like a devil. In his hand was the great destruction spear. I know, I'll inform the palace lord and have him send experts to suppress him. Yenantian said, there was no need for half-saints to come. Saints should directly attack. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to escape. All right. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders quietly hid themselves. They probably went back to call the saints to capture him. The others didn't know, but the elders and seniors of the various sects all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the warriors on their side come out. Great, they knew that they could enter the second stage. Where was that kid? The dark rainbow divine dragon looked down, but it didn't see Lin Xian's trace. The devil cultivation valley opened. Lin Xian and the other 2 opened their eyes. They could finally leave. They heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was really dangerous. What about you? Yenantian probably wouldn't let this go. Yenryu was a bit worried. Lin Xian said, it's fine. I can change my appearance and aura. Then we'll separate. He won't be able to find us. All right, you leave first. We'll leave later. And Lin Xian nodded. Then the demonic energy on his body disappeared, and he became ordinary. His appearance also changed. Some beard even grew on his face. He seemed to have turned into a 2,000 to 3,000-year-old middle-aged man. Yenryu was still worried. She even observed for a while. She really couldn't find the other party unless she used some trump cards. However, this trump card was very precious. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders might not be able to find it. Even saints won't be able to find you like this, unless there's a special saint artifact. All right then, I'll be leaving first. See you in the third stage, Lin Xian said. Then he flew out in a flash and left with the crowd. Outside, the Vermilion Bird Palace acted very quickly. When the elder spread the news, the Vermilion Bird Palace master arrived. Accompanying them were 2 other figures. Of course, these 2 figures were hidden in the void. They didn't release any aura, but their cold eyes were mercilessly looking down on the entire Devil Cultivation Valley. Sages, 2 sages. The Vermilion Bird Palace was truly generous. Although they didn't see anyone, the surrounding people did feel an indescribable pressure. There seemed to be some kind of colossus beside them. Many of the older generation's expressions changed. Perhaps there really were some powerful cultivators from the Vermilion Bird Palace here. It should be at the level of a saint. They quickly quieted down and discussed in low voices. Some people wanted to leave, but they were stopped by the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Everyone, please wait a moment. Our Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master is going to announce the second stage. When these words came out, the crowd couldn't leave. They stayed there, uneasy. Long Zhao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others gritted their teeth and looked down. Why hasn't that guy come out yet? They found it hard to believe. Could it be that guy is hiding inside, and not coming out. Next to them, there were screams. No, damn it, how is that possible? They found that their family's prodigies had been killed. The Nine-Headed Lion King clan, the Black Shark clan, the Dark Shadow clan. In short, the majority of the geniuses that everyone was familiar with had been killed. This made many people feel that the end of the world was coming. Heavens, there were so many people at the top of the Abyss leaderboard. Were they all dead? Who was the one who did it? They didn't dare to believe it. At the same time, Lin Xian also flew up with the remaining people. When he came up, he narrowed his eyes. He felt two gazes from the void shrouding him. He didn't open his Tianji divine eye, nor did he show any abnormalities. Instead, he concealed his aura. At the same time, he snorted coldly in his heart. There were two sages here. That damned Yan Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace sent out two sages to capture him. Fortunately, he was prepared in advance, so he was very calm now. Following the gazes of the sages, Lin Xian flew out, safe and sound. Next, after waiting for a while, the North Demon and Yen Ruyu also came out. When the two of them came out, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang became nervous. Yan Nantian emitted a biting cold light, and the phantoms of the four divine beasts soared into the sky with a terrifying howl. They're here. His expression was solemn. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's eyes lit up. The two great sages' subordinates also secretly opened their saint domains and shrouded the area. Even a saint would not be able to escape their pursuit. However, they were soon stunned because they found that other than the North Demon and Yen Ruyu, there was no one else. What was going on? Where was that person? Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were stunned. Lu Mu also frowned, and Yan Nanshan's expression darkened. He didn't come out. What was going on? Could it be that he guessed that they would send experts to hunt him down, so he hid in the valley and didn't come out? Humph! Thinking of that, he sneered. It was unknown what he said to the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master through voice transmission. One of the sages moved out. He entered the valley below and probed in all directions with his soul spirit. However, he found no trace of anyone else. Everyone had come out. What was going on? They were stunned. Even the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down and searched frantically. The others looked at each other. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace still looking for someone? They didn't know. However, those who had participated in the first round were very puzzled. They found that one person was missing, a person with a monstrous demonic aura. That shouldn't be. Who was fighting with Yan Nantian. That person? At the same time, another scream was heard. Where was the patriarch? The people of the Yun family went crazy. Everyone came out. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went down to search, but their Cloud Sky saint didn't come out. What was going on? The others naturally noticed it and immediately began to discuss. No way, Cloud Sky saint didn't come out. Could it be that the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were looking for Cloud Sky's saint, a dignified sage, who was even more powerful than Yan Nantian? How could there be a problem? Could it be that some treasure had been found below? Yan Nantian frowned. That's right. Why didn't Cloud Sky's saint come out? However, they weren't looking for Cloud Sky's saint. Not long after, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace came out. The sage also came out. His powerful sage aura suppressed heaven and earth. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They thought that Cloud Sky's saint had returned, but it wasn't. It was an unfamiliar sage. However, it seemed that he was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Chapter 33:28. No, the Vermilion Bird Palace's saint frowned. What is going on? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace looked at Yan Nantian. Yan Nanshan's expression changed. Impossible, he couldn't have disappeared. Damn it, he is hiding? He must know that we are looking for him. He is hiding among these people." Yan Nantian looked around. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He scanned these people, but he couldn't figure out who they were. Although many people were eliminated in the first trial, there were still more than 500 people left. He couldn't eliminate them one by one, because that would anger them. After all, too many geniuses died in the first trial. At this moment, all the large families and sects were very angry, especially now that the Cloud Firmament Saint had mysteriously disappeared. If they dared to use force, these people would go berserk. Although they didn't fear anyone on planet Suzaku, these people weren't from planet Suzaku. They were from other worlds. Some of them were even very terrifying. If they were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to handle them. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. He will definitely reveal himself in the second and third trials. Once he appears, we will lock on to him. At that time, we will slowly deal with him. Yan Nanshan's voice was cold. The others nodded. It looked like that was the only way. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master stood up and said, "There are a total of 505 people who passed the first trial. Next up is the second trial. The second trial is very simple. It is to ascend the Vermilion Bird platform. You have half a day. Those who successfully ascend the Vermilion Bird platform within half a day will advance to the next trial. Those who fail will be eliminated." What? The Vermilion Bird platform? The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed, especially the 500 people who passed the first trial. Their expressions became ugly. The Vermilion Bird platform, the place where the Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. That place wasn't that easy to ascend. The Vermilion Bird platform had 99 floors. It was a very famous building on planet Suzaku because it was where a very terrifying Vermilion Bird Saint comprehended Tao. The Vermilion Bird platform was filled with the aura of a saint, so it was very terrifying. King Realm cultivators couldn't even get close. Only half-saints could. However, reaching the top was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 99 levels of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. Most people would be exhausted after a dozen or so levels. They would not be able to withstand that terrifying aura. Perhaps only a true saint or an extremely terrifying half-saint could reach the 99th floor now. Either that, or they had special magical treasures or bloodlines that could counteract that terrifying aura. It seemed that not many people could pass the second stage. The 500 contestants all had serious expressions on their faces. Lin Xian didn't care. "Now, follow me to the Vermilion Bird Terrace," the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master said coldly. He waved his hand and took the lead to soar into the air. The others could only follow. The two saints did not leave either. Instead, they firmly locked onto the crowd to prevent anyone from escaping. At the same time, they also sent experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace to guard this place to see if the other party was really hiding here. In the beginning, everyone was flying very quickly, but planet Suzaku was very big. Later on, one of the saints activated his domain and covered everyone. Their speed reached an extreme. After flying for about half a day, the group finally came to a stop. The saint domain retracted, and everyone looked around. On the brown ground, there was a tall platform that reached into the clouds. There were mottled patterns on it. From afar, it looked like vermilion birds that had been reborn from fire. This was the legendary Vermilion Bird Terrace. As soon as they arrived, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure from above. Immediately, those people's hearts sank even more. "Now, I'll give you 4 hours to recover. After 4 hours, the second stage will begin." What? Such a short time? The expressions of the 500 contestants all changed, and they quickly sat down. The elders around them also took out pills with special effects and fed them to them. Lin Xian also sat there without showing anything. It seemed that as long as he entered the platform, everything would be fine. This way, There was no need for him to be too conspicuous. He would wait until the third stage to reveal his identity and kill Yen Nantian. At that time, with so many people watching, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace would not dare to be too arrogant. After making up his mind, Lin Xian calmed down. He did not have anything to say, but he still put on an act and swallowed 2 pills. The dark red dragon also followed in the crowd and did not meet up with Lin Xian. He had already received Lin Xian's voice transmission and mixed in with the crowd. He watched silently and was ready to provide support at any time. For hours quickly passed. Everyone stood up and arrived in front of the Vermilion Bird Terrace. The Vermilion Bird Palace. Lord waved his hand. With a whoosh, everyone rushed forward. Yen Nantian took the lead. His speed was too fast to the extreme. The pressure on the Vermilion Bird Terrace was nothing to him. In an instant, he passed through the 30th floor. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 50th floor. Then his speed slowed down. However, in the eyes of the crowd, it was still extremely terrifying. That was the successor of the great emperor, Yen Nantian. He was really too strong. However, at the same time, they were even more curious. Who was the person fighting with Yen Nantian? Was he hiding among the 500 or so people? After Yen Nantian, there were a few people who were also very fast. Among them, Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had already recovered. Long Zhaotian roared angrily. His body was powerful, and the dragon shadow that surrounded him tore everything apart. Zhao Wuliang was like a peerless divine blade. Both of them were very fast and very eye-catching. After all, both of them were hot favorites to win the championship. Of course, there were also some hot favorites to win the championship, but they were nowhere to be found. They knew who had fallen in the first round. Thinking of this, countless people shook their heads and sighed. It was too tragic. They did not expect to lose so many geniuses and powerhouses in the first round. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Yen Nantian, Yen Ryu and the Northern Demon also attracted everyone's attention. That was because the two of them were very strong. Apart from that, Lu Mu and the others were also very eye-catching. However, there were still 3 figures that exceeded everyone's expectations. That was because those 3 figures were very fast, even faster than Long Zhaotian. And the others, they were closely following Yen Nantian. Who were those 3 people? They exclaimed in disbelief. That was because those 3 people were very unfamiliar. They were not people on the Abyss leaderboard, nor were they the top geniuses of the various great worlds. However, the strength of those 3 people was extremely shocking. In the void, the 2 great sage people stared at the 3 people with bright eyes. Then they revealed a trace of surprise. They actually felt the same aura. It seemed that those 3 people were not simple. Chapter 33:29. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very calm. It should be the clone of a saint. It was not a threat to Yen Nantian. She thought that the only threat was the Cloud Sky Saint, but now he had disappeared. Instead, a person with the Great Destruction Spear had appeared. As long as she found that person and got rid of him, no one would be able to threaten Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian was the first to reach the 99th step. He stood there like a god, looking down. After him, it was not Long Zhaotian or Zhao Wuliang. Instead, it was 3 unfamiliar faces. The 3 of them arrived at the high platform with cold smiles on their faces. This scene surprised Yen Nantian. He stared at the 3 of them as if he wanted to confirm if the person he was looking for was among them. However, he couldn't be sure at all. Moreover, the appearance of 3 experts was something he hadn't expected. After them were Long Zhaotian, Yen Ryu, Zhao Wuliang, Northern Demon, Lu Mu, and the others. In the end, only 12 people reached the 99th step of the Vermilion Bird platform. The others all stopped. These people sighed incomparably, but they had no choice. They could not go up at all. When the surrounding martialists saw this scene, they shook their heads and sighed. Out of 50 people, only 12 would be able to successfully enter the third stage. It had to be said that it was really too cruel. Yen Nantian scanned his surroundings. Apart from the 3 people he didn't recognize, he knew the rest of the people. However, he also frowned when he saw the last 3 people. One of them was a bearded man. Of the other 2, one was a beautiful woman. She was from the Sky Qin Palace. The other was dressed in a black robe. His aura was very cold, and he would laugh sinisterly from time to time. It was hair-raising. This strange scene made Yen Nantian frown. He seemed to want to see through this. However, he still did not find anything strange. He laughed coldly. The third stage had begun. Let's see how you can hide. Next, the 12 people had a day to rest and recover before the final ranking battle. The rest of the people waited patiently as spectators. The final battle was at a place called the Ancient Battlefield. This place was left behind by ancient experts. It was very hard, and even saints could not break it. Therefore, it was very suitable for this battle. As the person they were looking for had yet to be found, the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace saints decided to travel together. They used their saint domains to envelop everyone and bring them to the Vermilion Bird archaic battlefield. The supreme ancient immortal realms was filled with killing intent. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. When the crowd arrived, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The onlookers were far away. The 12 people participating in the battle came to the front. There were 12 stone platforms in front of them. Everyone jumped up and stood on one. The 12 of them looked at each other from afar. Their eyes glowed brightly, and their auras clashed continuously. The palace lord of the Vermilion Bird Palace said coldly as he floated in the air and looked down. The final battle was the ranking competition. The initial ranking was based on the order of the second stage of the Vermilion Bird Pavilion. If anyone was unconvinced, they could issue a challenge. This time, there were no restrictions. They could use any weapons, means, and secret techniques. They could also kill people. This is a battle of honor. The person who obtains the final ranking will obtain a generous reward from my Vermilion Bird Palace. Furthermore, your strength will also be witnessed by the powerhouses of the myriad worlds. Therefore, I hope that you won't hold back in this battle. Show me what you've got. After saying that, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master no longer said anything. An elder walked up as the referee. Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a stone platform. He looked around. This time, there were simply too many people around him, experts from many worlds, as well as the representatives of various major forces, were all present. They were the center of attention because after this battle, the people around them might extend an olive branch to them and invite them to join the different factions. As expected, some people's eyes flashed. They wanted to prove themselves, but Lin Xian did not care. He did not care what faction he joined. All he wanted was the reward for first place, the Earth Dao Stone. There were 2 sages and Yen Nantian around. Although it was dangerous with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's methods, it wasn't impossible for them to leave this place. He had already secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon, telling it to start laying down array formations around them. So, when the time came, he could still leave if he wanted to. Thinking of this, he did not hold back. After the 12 people participating in the battle heard the rules, they also took a deep breath and emitted a biting cold light. Their auras spread out. In the final battle, they naturally would not hold back. Among them, many people looked at Yen Nantian, because Yen Nantian was first in the initial rankings. If no one defeated him, then the final ranking would probably be Yen Nantian's. Among them, the 3 people who had the sage's clones looked at Yen Nantian and sneered. Long Xiaotian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were a little ugly. They were full of confidence before. However, after being injured by the mysterious person, their confidence had been damaged, so they did not dare to act rashly. As for the others, the North Demon looked at Yen Nantion with flickering eyes and sighed. He was no match for Yen Nantion now. Yen Ruyu was very calm. She probably did not care too much about the final ranking. At this moment, a man in a black robe said coldly, "In that case, let's clean up the trash first." He stood up and an unparalleled power burst out of his body. The black aura was like a dark cloud that covered the 9 heavens. Long Zhaoqian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Could it be that person? Yen Nanshan's eyes also burst out with a cold light. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace stared at the other party. Was he the person who had the great spear of destruction? They had finally found their target. The black-robed man stood up, and a blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Who should he eliminate first? He stared at a middle-aged man with a long beard. Then he would eliminate him first. He was currently ranked 10th, and the person he was targeting was ranked 12th. Normally, in a challenge like the final round, one would challenge someone who was ranked higher than them. However, this person was challenging someone weaker than them. This scene caused an uproar among the people around them. What was this person doing? Damn it, did he come specifically to bully the weak? He was a madman. It would not be good to be targeted by him. It's over. The bearded man in the last place is probably going to suffer. The 12 people participating in the battle were also stunned, but they soon understood what the other party meant. He was cleaning up the battlefield and getting rid of those who were not qualified to be ranked. However, ordinary people did not need to do that because ants were not worthy of their attention. However, the black-robed man did not seem to care about that. Chapter 3330. The bearded man was none other than Lin Xian. After changing his appearance, he was ranked 12th, just like everyone else. Kid, don't pretend to be mysterious. Don't scare me with those words. I can sense that your aura isn't strong. That's why I'm eliminating you first, because you don't have the right to be ranked on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. I didn't want to attack you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. How dare you threaten me? I'll make you wish you were dead later. The black-robed man's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. There were 12 stone platforms around the battlefield, but in the middle was a vast land that was enough for everyone to fight. The black-robed man instantly arrived on the ground. He stepped on the red ground and raised his head to look ahead. The aura on his body turned into demonic clouds that covered the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and came to the front of the battlefield. After he arrived, his appearance quickly changed. He no longer had a beard, but a monstrous demonic aura. The demonic aura on his body was even more terrifying than the aura of the black-robed man. With a boom, he pulled out the great spear of destruction and stabbed it into the ground. The entire ground shook nonstop. It was as if an ancient demonic beast had awakened. What a terrifying demonic aura. The spectators from afar were stunned. The prodigies on the 12 stone platforms were also stunned. Yen Nanshan's pupils constricted as he stood up abruptly. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's really here. He's hiding among us. The Vermilion Bird Palace master's eyes lit up. The 2 sages also snorted coldly. Has he appeared? They stared at the other party. It was indeed the great spear of destruction. A hint of greed appeared in their eyes. This kind of weapon was incomparably precious to them. Kid, you've really appeared. Yen Nantion shouted coldly. The aura on his body burned. It seemed that he also wanted to make a move. Lin Xian looked at him. Don't be anxious. According to the rules, you can't fight now. But don't worry, you'll die after I deal with this person. Everyone was shocked. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. This person dares to talk back to Yen Nantian. Isn't he afraid of being killed? Ooh. However, the people participating in the battle were terrified. They remembered the nightmare of the first stage. What's going on? Why are you trembling? The others didn't know what was going on, but they quickly understood. It was very likely that this person was the one who had fought fiercely with Yen Nantian and successfully injured him. And the weapon in his hand was very likely the legendary Great Destruction Spear. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction. Could it be that the great demon had been revived? These people were incomparably excited. As for the black-robed man, he was so scared that he peed his pants. His body began to tremble, and his face turned pale. Wait, I don't want to fight you anymore. I admit defeat. To be honest, he even had the heart to die. He originally thought that the 12th place was a piece of trash that he could easily eliminate. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case at all. This was a demon king. This was a giant that could even injure Yen Nantian. How could he dare to fight with such a person? He hurriedly begged for mercy. Lin Xian said, "Begging for mercy is impossible. I gave you a chance just now, but since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Your great spear of annihilation will pierce through everything." No, damn it. The black-robed man was scared, out of his wits. He quickly dodged and used a powerful divine ability to tear through the void, wanting to escape. The great spear of destruction pierced through his body. With a forceful shake, the black-robed man was torn into pieces. Even his soul had been destroyed. A peerless expert who had successfully reached the 3rd stage couldn't even block a single attack from the opponent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. What a powerful strength. Who is this person? After Lin Xian killed his opponent with a single spear, he looked around. Who else dares to challenge me? A cold voice sounded, and the surrounding people all fell silent. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang trembled, their faces filled with despair. They didn't even have the courage to challenge him now. Yen Ryu's lips curled into a smile. The northern demons were extremely shocked. The Sky Qin Palace's genius, Lu Mu, and the others also had serious expressions. They even lowered their heads under Lin Xian's gaze. The scene was silent. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at Yen Nantian. "Now, let's start." Before he could finish his sentence, a man sneered. "Wait, let me fight you. Why is there someone else?" Everyone thought that after Lin Xian used the Great Spear of Destruction, he would be able to suppress everything. Yen Nantian was probably the only one who could fight him. However, they didn't expect another person to appear halfway. They hurriedly looked over. That person stood up. It was an unfamiliar person. Originally, Yen Nantian was already impatient. It wasn't easy for him to fight, but he was suddenly stopped. He was very unhappy. He wanted to see who was so bold. However, when he saw that person, he was stunned. "It's him." Yen Nantian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the person who stood up was one of the 3 unfamiliar faces. The others were also very puzzled and exclaimed, "It's that person. He's so unfamiliar. Yes, I don't know who he is, but I remember that in the 2nd stage, he was second only to Yen Nantian, and even faster than Long Zhaotian. In that case, he's also an expert." "That's right. However, I don't know if he can contend against that demon." Everyone discussed. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the other party. "Oh, you want to fight? Do you know the consequences of fighting me?" "Humph, kid, others are afraid of you, but I'm not." Buzz. As he spoke, that person came to the front. It was a cold and gloomy youth. His face was pale and a little sick, but his gaze was sharp. After he arrived on the field, he smiled. "After hiding for so long, it's time to show my true strength." Buzz. The aura on his body exploded and swept through the 9 heavens. An incomparably terrifying power spread out. The laws in the sky danced, and it was abnormally terrifying. "What?" A saint! It's actually a saint! The people in the distance all screamed. Even Long Zhao Tian, and the others were stunned. There was a saint hidden among them. They really found it hard to believe. One had to know that Cloud Sky's saint had already made them feel pressured. Now that Cloud Sky's saint had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. However, they didn't expect that there were other saints besides Cloud Sky's saint. Hee hee, kid, do you still dare to be arrogant in front of me now? The pale-faced man sneered. Chapter 33-31. What? A saint's clone? So he wasn't a real saint, but that was still very terrifying. He had already surpassed Long Zhao Tian, and was second only to a real saint. Is not equal to how would he compare to Yan Nantian, but he was definitely terrifying. Could that demon king really beat him? Everyone was discussing. The sickly man sneered after hearing that. I didn't expect you to have some eyesight and recognize my origin. However, this isn't an ordinary clone. The strength of this body can unleash about 70% of my strength. You definitely won't be able to block it. The pale man's lips curled into a cold smile. Cut the crap. We'll know in a battle. Lin Xian held the great destruction spear in his hand. His voice was sonorous, and the demonic qi on his body was unparalleled. Reckless brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The pale man sneered. Then he waved his finger, and a sky full of purple laws formed and danced in the air. Divine chains of laws intertwined, forming a purple gourd. The purple gourd bloomed with incomparable light. The flame aura on it was very terrifying. It was even misty. Purple cloud law. This was a very terrifying law. It had the power of both the cloud and fire laws. Now that it was used, it was really terrifying. Buzz. The purple gourd grew bigger, and the laws on it quickly revolved, forming a purple vortex. It could burn everything, and it seemed to want to suck Lin Xian in. Lin Xian roared and waved the great destruction spear. It carried the metal and annihilation laws. Boom. The metal law was incomparably sharp, and the annihilation law could melt everything. With this attack, it soared into the sky. The attack landed on the purple gourd. The purple gourd kept shaking. The metal law and the power of the great destruction spear caused the gourd's light to dim. The annihilation law caused the flames to disappear quickly. After the attack, the purple gourd was sent flying. You're only Ezo. Lin Xian sneered. The pale man opposite him changed his expression. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? It must be because of the great destruction spear. I want this thing. He reached out a large hand and attacked. At the same time, the purple gourd floated above his head, spewing out purple flames. In front of them was a sea of fire, and the mist was hazy, making it hard for them to see clearly. They could only use their great gods to forcefully see. However, the more they watched, the more shocked they became. Lin Xian was really too powerful. The great spear of destruction struck out, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to buzz and tremble. Countless cracks spread out, and in the end, the purple gourd shattered and pierced through the man's body. The pale-faced man screamed crazily, trying to break free. However, the great destruction spear was an extremely terrifying weapon. How could he possibly break free? The purple cloud law quickly revolved around his body. His body was like a cloud, becoming faintly discernible and dim. Only then did he escape from the great spear of destruction. His body permeated the sky, as if he had turned into a world of his own. A cold voice rang out. Brat, I want you dead. However, in the next moment, he screamed. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul surged out from his body. It had the power to destroy everything, together with the great destruction spear. It directly pierced through the purple clouds. Immediately, Fresh blood flowed out. A miserable cry rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The pale-faced young man's body appeared from time to time. Sometimes it would condense, and sometimes it would turn into clouds. It was very strange. How is this possible? You actually broke my laws. He was too shocked. Zhao Wuliang and the others were terrified. That was a great divine power of a saint. It could transform one's body into a world of its own. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. Those below the saint level could not do anything about it. However, the other party had done it. The other two saint clones also frowned. Their eyes emitted a biting cold light as they stared at Lin Xian. Yan Nantian also sneered. The others were stunned. The two saints of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. I've said it before. I don't care about mere clones. Even if your true body comes, I can still kill it, let alone you. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he attacked again. He was too strong. He carried a sky full of demonic qi as he charged over again. The pale-faced man was so angry that he roared crazily. As expected, he had never been treated like this before. He was the clone of a saint. No one below the saint level was his match. The saint domain flew out, and the entire world turned purple. Terrifying energy roared. He wanted to use his powerful strength to suppress Lin Xian. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. Gray flames danced on his body. The great destruction spear pierced through the saint domain. In the end, the pale-faced man was pierced again and nailed to the ground. The great destruction spear's tail shook, shattering the world. His miserable cry made one's scalp go numb. If we fight again, I'll destroy your body and soul. I admit defeat. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. There was no other way. He was no match for the other party. Perhaps it was, as the other party said. Perhaps only his true body could do this. Hearing the other party admit defeat, Lin Xian withdrew the great destruction spear and stood in the void. The man absorbed the power of heaven and earth and returned to the stone platform. His expression was extremely ugly. Who else? Lin Xian asked in a clear voice. I'll do it. The other clone of the saint stood up. Although he knew that the other party was powerful, he had to try it himself. Otherwise, he would be even more unwilling. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said in a deep voice. He looked at the two clones of the saints. Damn brat. You dare to look down on us? The two clones of the saints were instantly enraged. Join forces to attack others? They disdained to do so. The others also felt their scalps go numb. What is this guy doing? Isn't he too arrogant? That's right. A clone might not be as strong as a real saint, but if two clones join forces, their power is definitely not weaker than a real saint. Does this guy really think that he can fight against them? Everyone was discussing. They all thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Being young and arrogant is probably not a good thing. Lin Xian said, if the two of you join forces, you still have a chance to fight against me. Otherwise, you won't be a match for me in a one-on-one fight. You don't deserve to fight with me. Good boy. Since you're courting death, don't blame us. The two clones of the saints stood out. The two of them were very strange. One of them looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, while the other looked like a young man in his teens. Although their appearances were different, they were undoubtedly two old monsters. At this moment, they were the clones of the saints. Chapter 33-32. Everything was law. The young man in his teens shouted angrily, and a ghostly aura suddenly emerged from his body. His face became incomparably ferocious, and a ghostly domain flew out from his body, dancing nonstop. This person had actually comprehended the ghostly Tao laws. Many people exclaimed, feeling their hair stand on end. Everything was law, and everything in the world could be comprehended into law. It was just a matter of whether you could comprehend it. However, most of the 5 elements were the easiest to comprehend, and they were also the most basic laws. Of course, they were also the most difficult to cultivate to the top. Apart from that, there were the evolved laws of the 5 elements, such as wind, thunder, and ice. These laws were also very common. Of course, if a sage was powerful, it was very likely that they would comprehend rare laws, such as the ghostly Tao laws, or laws that were similar to synthesis. Once cultivated, the power would be extremely terrifying. At this moment, the ghostly Tao laws were truly terrifying. The entire world seemed to have turned into a ghostly Tao world. 10,000 ghosts ate the heart. The young man became the ruler of the ghostly Tao world. With a command, countless evil ghosts appeared around Lin Xian, wanting to tear his body apart and steal his heart. "You overestimate yourself," Lin Xian sneered, and an ocean instantly appeared around him, swallowing the evil ghosts. One after another, blue vortexes revolved around him. The ghostly Tao and the water Tao laws collided, producing a sonorous sound. "Tao laws fragments. Looks like you're still a half-sage. You can't do anything to me. 100 Ghosts Parade, kill me," the young man sneered. And suddenly, a terrifying black shadow appeared in his ghostly Tao world. The black shadow wore ancient black armor and held a black spear. It looked like this was the land of 100 ghosts. Behind him, there were 99 extremely terrifying evil ghosts. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were the size of mountains. Each of them was incomparably ferocious. When the ghosts attacked, they could bite everything to pieces. Even a sage would probably feel numb. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. On the stone platform, the 12 prodigies were even more on guard. However, this was not the end. This time, the 2 sages joined forces. The other sage, who looked like a middle-aged man, also attacked. This person comprehended the Ice Tao laws. His 4 domains also enveloped Lin Xian. Their domains overlapped. The monstrous frost explosion froze the demon qi around Lin Xian. The 2 vortexes of the law of water also froze into ice sculptures. Lin Xian's body was frozen. "Great white ghoul, kill them all." The other sage's avatar laughed sinisterly. When the 2 sages' avatars joined forces, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Not good. That person is in danger. Yes, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the saint's clone. If it was just one attack, he might be able to block it easily. However, if 2 were added together, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. It would definitely be beyond his imagination. This person was probably going to be killed. An expert in the distance spoke. A cold smile appeared on Yan Nanshan's face. That was good too. It saved him the trouble of making a move. The northern monster became nervous. Yan Ryu frowned. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the 2 sanctuary realm in front. "Is that all you've got? What a disappointment." Boom, boom, boom. Following his voice, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. The 2 sanctuary realm even shook. An extremely terrifying and low voice sounded. Then, boundless flames burned fiercely. Lin Xian's body shone with a boundless light. Then, the 2 sages' avatars were sent flying. Their sanctuary realm was broken. White Ghoul's night parade and World of Ice were both shattered. The 2 of them fell to the ground and vomited blood. Their faces were filled with fear. How was this possible? How could the other party be so powerful? As for the others, their expressions all changed. What was that? Oh heavens! Why was there a golden light? Wasn't that demon qi? They were all stunned. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. Could it be him? He stared straight ahead. His eyes were like divine blades that could cut through everything. The sanctuary realm in front of them was broken. A figure soared into the sky. The demon chi on his body disappeared. The golden light was like the sun. It scattered down, shining so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. I've said it before. A mere sage's avatar is not enough. You are not my match at all. Lin Xian's sonorous voice sounded. The two sages' avatars trembled in anger, but there was nothing they could do. However, Yan Nanshan's expression changed drastically. He screamed, "It's you? Damn it, you're not dead." He looked as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, he was too shocked. If the person in front of him was really the great demon, he would not be too shocked. After all, the great demon was too terrifying. But now it was not the great demon, but the great demon's sworn enemy, the successor of the 9 sons. How could he not be dead? If the great demon was dead, how did he survive? That's right, it's me, Yen Nantian. Are you disappointed? Are you surprised? Do you think that if the great demon is dead, I will die with him? You dare to kill with a borrowed knife? You will definitely die today. Lin Xian's voice resounded through the world. At this moment, the experts on the 12 stone platforms, as well as the surrounding spectators, were all stunned. Heavens, who is this person? Soon, they learned from Vermilion Bird Palace, the successor of the 9 sons. It's him. What? The successor of the 9 sons? Didn't he die with him? Heavens, he did not die, and even obtained the great demon's weapon. He had fought with the great demon before, so it was probably not difficult for him to transform into the great demon's appearance. Everyone understood why the demonic aura was so overwhelming. Why did he have the great spear of destruction? Why did he have to kill Yan Nantian? It turned out that the other party was not the great demon, but the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, the great demon seemed to be in cahoots with Yan Nantian. That was why the successor of the 9 sons wanted to kill Yan Nantian. Damn it, kill him! We have to kill him later. Vermilion Bird Palace's palace lord sent a voice transmission. The 2 sages' eyes were cold, but they did not immediately take action. If they took action now and the news spread, they would probably be under a lot of pressure. After all, the successor of the 9 sons could not be alone. There was a faction behind him. However, if Yan Nantian killed him, then even if the faction behind the successor of the 9 sons found out, there was nothing they could do. It was normal for geniuses to die in a battle. I'm really surprised that you're still alive. But so what? Since the great demon can't kill you, then I'll kill you myself. Yan Nantian rose to his feet. The illusions of the 4 godly beasts carried him and floated forward. At this moment, the geniuses on the 20 stone platforms also retreated frantically. They had completely left the battlefield and were near the spectators. This was because they knew that an earth-shattering battle of life and death was about to happen. It was actually him. Chapter 33:33. Damn it. Successor of the 9 sons. The 3 sage clones gritted their teeth. It seemed that after this battle, they had to send out their true bodies. After all, everyone wanted the great spear of destruction. Kill. An angry roar pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Xian's body shone with a golden light, as if he was a golden god of war. The great spear of destruction in his hand was pitch black. As he danced, he charged forward. This scene was extremely shocking. It was as if an Emperor Golden Immortal King was fighting with a black dragon. This scene was something that these people would never forget for the rest of their lives. Boom. On the other side, Yan Nantian also made his move. The 4 divine beasts became more and more corporeal. It was as if the divine beasts had been revived and were circling around him. A terrifying aura swept through heaven and earth. That power caused everyone to tremble. Boom. The great spear of destruction transformed into a black dragon and rushed over, shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, Lin Xian's strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, this was the primordial battlefield. Otherwise, they would have fallen long ago. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The people in the distance retreated again and completely left the battlefield. They still had lingering fear. The 3 sage clones also had ugly expressions. They did not expect that the other party had not used his full strength when fighting with them. Now, the other party's aura was even stronger than before. Was this the successor of the 9 sons? It was too terrifying. They felt that the successor of the 9 sons in front of them had surpassed the past. Indeed, the sage of the Vermilion Bird Palace also frowned. The others were also discussing intensely. Although the successor of the 9 sons was strong and had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, it was not the strongest. There were many who could compete with the successor of the 9 sons. For example, his old enemy, the Great Demon. In many previous battles, the Great Demon had suppressed the 9 sons' bloodline. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, the successor of the 9 sons was not an invincible existence. If they wanted to kill him, the Great Demon clan could do it. But now, the successor of the 9 sons in front of them had shocked everyone. He had killed the Great Demon and obtained the Great Demon's weapon. His current combat strength was even more shocking. He had even defeated the successor of a great emperor. He was too strong. He was so strong that they found it unbelievable. Boom, boom. Up ahead, the 4 divine beasts attacked, trying to surround the great spear of destruction. The great spear of destruction danced crazily, bringing with it an incomparable, murderous aura. Blood spurted out from the spear. There were even all kinds of illusions. Those were the corpses of saints. Rumor had it that the spear of great destruction was stained with the blood of saints. This illusion really made one's scalp tingle. Puff! The azure dragon and vermilion bird phantoms were pierced through, and the white tiger phantoms were forced back. Only the black tortoise phantoms were able to withstand the attack with its powerful defense. The 4 illusions retreated. Yan Nanshan's expression changed. His opponent's aura was even stronger than it had been in the valley. The 4 divine beast phantoms were no match for him at all. Yan Nantian, show me your true strength. This time, I won't let you off. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the golden glow on his body became even more piercingly cold. 9 sun sword technique. Lin Xian used the spear as a substitute for a sword. Waves of 9 suns sword chi rushed out from the great spear of destruction. The 9 sun sword technique was a sword technique of extreme yang. It destroyed everything. The entire ancient battlefield was enveloped by the golden sword chi. This aura made everyone feel despair. Even the 2 vermilion bird saints had grave expressions on their faces. True strength? Fine, I'll let you see it, Yan Nantian roared. In addition to the 4 divine beast phantoms, 9 more emperor runes appeared beside him. Each of them was incomparably terrifying and connected to the heavens and earth. The runes of the earth appeared. The people in the distance exclaimed. The 3 great sages' clones had a hint of passion in their eyes. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace's saints' eyes flickered. Sure stared at the runes, wanting to see through their mysteries. The 2 clashed like 2 immortal kings. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions on the ancient battlefield. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. It was as if they had returned to the ancient era. The 2 geniuses in front of them had transformed into god fiends of the ancient era. Such an intense battle was like a dream. Perhaps even the powerhouses of the ancient era were no match for them. Boom, boom, boom. After more than 1,000,000 collisions, Yan Nanshan's body trembled. His expression was gloomy, and the blood in his body kept churning, as if it wanted to rush out. He was about to go crazy. He was being suppressed by his opponent. How was this possible? The spear of annihilation. It must be the spear of annihilation. Do you think I don't have anything to subdue you? Saint Chariot. With an angry roar, a Saint Chariot rushed out of his body. It was a true sacred artifact. As soon as it appeared, it brought with it a powerful divine might that suppressed the surroundings. Kill him after using the sacred artifact. Yan Nanshan's strength also increased exponentially. He once again collided with the spear of annihilation. The two of them fought until the heavens and earth collapsed. Not long after, Yan Nanshan's expression turned ugly again. Damn it, he still couldn't beat his opponent. Now, the enhancement of the weapon had been canceled out. Could it be that his opponent was really stronger than him? How was that possible? He was the successor of a great emperor. No matter how strong his opponent was, so what? No successor of the 9 sons had ever become a great emperor. At his strongest, he was only the great sage. How could that inheritance be compared to a true great emperor's inheritance? Was he weaker than his opponent? How was that possible? Yan Nantian was so powerful, and his talent was terrifying. He believed that he was definitely not weaker than his opponent. What was that? The great dragon sword soul? Only then did he remember that his opponent was not only the successor of the 9 sons, but also the successor of the great dragon. The successor of the great dragon was a precedent for becoming a great emperor. That was because the first successor of the great dragon, Sheman the Great, was very powerful. However, after Sheman the Great, the other successors of the great dragon were unable to become great emperors, not to mention this generation. He did not believe that the great dragon sword soul contained any great emperor's inheritance because there had never been such a legend. Damn it! I'm the successor of a great emperor. I'm destined to become a great emperor in the future. I'm invincible. I won't fail. Go to hell. Yan Nantian roared like a madman. Thunder God's physique. 9 suns and countless lightning interweaved, causing Yan Nantian to transform into the Thunder God's physique. The powerful lightning physique pierced through the 9 heavens. Those who were watching from afar were extremely envious. Oh heavens, the Thunder God's physique was not weaker than the 9 suns' divine physique. It was forcefully evolved from a divine ability. Probably only a great emperor's divine ability could do that. It was really a creation of heaven and earth, sun and moon splitting the sky. After displaying the Thunder God's physique, Yan Nantian raised his hands high. Immediately, runes soared into the sky, blooming with incomparable light. They turned into 9 suns and moons, rotating in the sky. Coupled with the great emperor's divine ability, it was extremely powerful at this moment. It was much more powerful than the power in the valley previously. Chapter 33-34. Lin Xian retreated, but he didn't stop attacking. He unleashed his nomological mystique, the destructive fiery lotus. A huge lotus flower flew forward. With a destructive aura, the two collided. The sun and moon split open the sky, and the 9 suns quickly faded, and then collapsed. The destructive fire lotus also dissipated in this energy. After the collision, the two retreated. Damn it, I don't believe it. Yan Nantian roared like a madman, but Lin Xian sneered. If I can kill you once, I can kill you again. Let's see how many Emperor regeneration talismans you have. He held the great spear of destruction and quickly rushed out. The dragon sword soul roared and rushed out of Lin Xian's body, fusing with the spear of destruction. Instantly, the power of the murderous weapon increased to an unparalleled level. At this moment, even the saint's expressions changed. Not good. Yan Nantian is in danger. A Vermilion Bird Palace saint frowned, and the Vermilion Bird Palace elders also had ugly expressions. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. He naturally felt the threat. Last time, he was almost killed by the other party. If not for the Emperor regeneration talisman, he would still be seriously injured. Now that he was facing the same situation again, could he withstand it? Yan Nantian snorted coldly. Kid, I was careless when you ambushed me last time and didn't use my full strength. Don't even think about hurting me this time. He pushed the saint chariot to the extreme. The chariot became huge and completely enveloped him. This was a saint artifact, and it could definitely protect him. With a wave of his hand, the 9 Emperor runes reappeared beside him. Sky-destroying finger. Endless laws turned into divine chains, circling around Yan Nanshan's finger, forming a finger that reached the sky and fell from the sky. When the finger fell, the bodies of the surrounding people were about to split open. Not good. Retreat quickly. Those people screamed like crazy. This move was too terrifying. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders' bodies also split open, and blood gushed out. Even the Vermilion Bird Palace master's expression changed. However, at this moment, the 2 saints of Vermilion Bird Palace opened their saint domains, blocking the terrifying energy waves. Only then did the people of Vermilion Bird Palace calm down. The surrounding people all hid behind the sacred domain. This Yan Nantian was too powerful. The 3 saint avatars had solemn expressions on their faces. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang had ugly expressions on their faces. They were no match for him at all. 9 suns opened the sky. Lin Xian brandished the Great Destruction Spear and unleashed a world-shaking sword technique. Yin Yang Locket! The heaven-destroying finger was pierced through by the Great Spear of Destruction. Yan Nantian once again unleashed a powerful divine ability. At this time, Lin Xian had just finished using his ultimate move. His body was completely exhausted, and the energy he had gathered was unable to completely surge out. Therefore, Yan Nantian seized the opportunity. Between heaven and earth, the nomological fragments danced, forming 2 black and white divine ropes that instantly enveloped Lin Xian. With a crack that sounded like a clap of thunder, the black-white divine locked Lin Xian in the air. In an instant, it was as if he had been fixed in place, unable to move at all. The power in his body had been completely sealed. What was going on? Everyone exclaimed. Yen Ryu also frowned. She felt that this divine ability was too terrifying. Some of the older generation figures screamed. The Yin Yang Lock. Oh heavens! Isn't this the legendary divine ability? Rumor had it that once the Yin Yang Lock was used, it could seal all things in the world. Even a saint could not escape. That kid was unlucky. What? So powerful! Many people gasped when they heard that. There were also experts who were like living fossils whose eyes flickered. I finally know which great emperor's inheritance Yan Nantian obtained. The heaven-destroying finger, the Yin Yang Lock. These were the inheritances of Great Emperor Hongwu. Great Emperor Hongwu. The Great Emperor who pacified the 8 desolates? Everyone screamed. Great Emperor Hongwu was a very famous great emperor. When he became a great emperor, the myriad worlds were ruled by the dark, demonic beasts. Back then, he rose to power and defeated the dark, demonic beasts, regaining control of the myriad worlds. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. Who would have thought that his inheritance would be obtained by Yan Nantian? The successor of the 9 sons was really in danger. He definitely could not escape from the Yin Yang Lock. That's right, not to mention that he was only a half-sage. Even a true saint would not be able to escape from the Yin Yang Lock. Sighs could be heard. Everyone fell silent. Yen Ryu frowned. The northern demon was also very nervous. Should we make a move? He asked. Yen Ryu shook his head and looked again. In the crowd, the dark red divine dragon was also anxious. He gritted his teeth. That damn kid should be fine, right? He was not too sure because the yin yang lock was too famous. The yin yang lock? Lin Xian was sealed in midair. He looked at the black-white divine lock on his body that was like a battle armor that firmly enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the power in his body was sealed. He felt that he could not use any power at all. Lin Xian's body shook, trying to break the yin-yang lock. However, after trying for a long time, the yin-yang lock did not budge at all. It's useless. Stop struggling. Even if you're a saint, you can't break free. I'll get rid of you now. Yen Nantian drove the saint chariot over quickly. Boom. In an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying. Boom. Boom. The ground trembled. Lin Xian was knocked down. Blood splattering everywhere. It was a saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian vomited blood, and cracks appeared on his body. Those people were stunned. After being knocked down like that, a half-saint would definitely turn into ashes. Even a saint would probably be smashed into pieces. However, this kid's body only had cracks. Not good. Yen Ryu screamed. The dark red divine dragon almost touched the array, but they held back. Lin Xian stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Break for me. He tried to use the nine-yang body again, but he still could not break it. The yin-yang lock was indeed a Thearka's ultimate skill. It was really amazing. It suppressed all of Lin Xian's power. Even Lin Xian felt that the power of the great dragon sword soul was also suppressed. Damn it, he was too careless. He did not expect Yen Nantian to have such an ultimate skill. If he knew about the yin-yang lock, he would have saved some energy to keep an eye on him, to prevent him from using it. However, he did not know that at all. Therefore, after shattering the heaven-destroying finger, he was bound by the yin-yang lock. It's useless. I said stop struggling. Yen Nantian drove the saint chariot over again. The saint chariot was absolutely terrifying. With a single strike, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared on the ancient battlefield. Lin Xian was smashed into a deep pit. Buzz. Yen Nantian rode the saint chariot. His body was surrounded by 9 arch runes and the phantoms of 4 divine beasts. He rushed over like a celestial arch. He arrived in front of Lin Xian. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the great destruction spear. Then he forcefully snatched it. Lin Xian was now bound by the yin-yang lock and had no power at all. Therefore, he was directly taken away. Chapter 33-35. Ha 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 ha. Is the successor of the 9 sons very powerful? What can you use to fight me now? Yen Nantian held the great spear of destruction in his hand, and his aura exploded endlessly. Everyone trembled. He was too powerful. This was the successor of a great emperor, far surpassing the successor of the 9 sons. Suppressing the 8 desolates, even a true saint would not be able to survive in his hands. Is that so? I haven't lost yet. Lin Xian stood up, his voice sonorous. Haven't lost? Go to hell. Yen Nantian stopped laughing and flew out. The great spear of destruction instantly transformed into a poisonous dragon and stabbed towards Lin Xian. With a puchi, he pierced through Lin Xian's body. Then he raised Lin Xian high into the air. Lin Xian's blood flowed wildly. Golden blood dripped into the void, shattering everything. It turned into a golden sea of blood. Now, do you still dare to say that you haven't lost? You're already in the air. If I want to kill you, I can do it at any time. But don't worry, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. I want to find out your secrets. Yen Nantian revealed a demonic smile. He naturally knew that Lin Xian had many secrets. Moreover, he was extremely tempted. If he could find out, he would be cultivating. By then, no one in the universe would be his match. Oh no! Yen Ruyu's expression changed when the northern demon approached. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. He could not help but want to attack. The snow-white monkey was also so angry that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He even moved his little claws and was about to transform. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's voice floated out and resounded in everyone's ears. "I told you, I haven't lost yet." Hearing that, Yen Nantian sneered. The people of Vermilion Bird Palace were also disdainful. "You haven't lost yet? Who are you kidding?" However, they were soon stunned. The reason for that was because they discovered a mysterious aura from Lin Xian's body. Immediately after, the world changed drastically. In the sky, endless thunderclouds directly enveloped the primordial battlefield. That aura made even the saint's hair stand on end. Needless to say, the others were so scared that their bodies trembled, and some were about to faint. Lightning tribulation. Was he going to transcend the tribulation? Could it be that he was about to break through? No, it wasn't Yen Nantian. It was the successor of the 9 sons. What? Those experts screamed. This was a sage tribulation. Was he going to break through and become a sage? Damn it, you want to break through? You want to break through to become a saint, to turn defeat into victory. Yen Nantian's expression also changed. This was truly a difficult enemy to deal with. The slightest carelessness would cause the other party to turn the tables. But you won't have the chance. I'll seal you away completely. The 9 monarch patterns around him floated out and hovered around Lin Xian, connecting with each other. Countless bolts of lightning interweaved, forming a starry diagram. Yin-Yang heaven sealing formation, with the Yin-Yang locket as the center and the 9 monarch inscriptions as support. They could form a peerless formation. Rumor had it that the Hanwu Great Emperor had used the Yin-Yang heaven sealing array to seal off the endless void, sealing countless experts in the universe. It could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. Although Yen Nantian was only a half-saint with his means and the Yin-Yang heaven sealing array, it would not be a problem for him to seal a sage, let alone Lin Xian. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Lin Xian had been through hundreds of battles and narrowly escaped death. His experience was extremely rich, so he detonated the heavenly tribulation very quickly. Yen Nantian's Yin-Yang heaven sealing array had just been formed when the sage tribulation had already descended. It directly struck Lin Xian's body, causing Lin Xian to grimace in pain. That was a sage tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, even a sage would die. Moreover, Lin Xian's sage tribulation was not an ordinary one. It varied according to one's strength. Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon. He even had the mysterious heavenly secret divine eyes. How could his sage tribulation be weak? It was definitely strong. Therefore, in this round, he did not use any divine abilities to resist. He could only rely on the strength of his physical body. For a moment, the 9 sons' divine body was charred black. Yen Nantian was also affected. The 4 divine beast phantoms on his body rotated, and a crack appeared on them. Damn it! Why was this lightning tribulation so terrifying? Yen Nantian frowned, and the surrounding people were even more frightened. The terrifying scene of divine lightning filling the sky made people tremble. They had never seen such a terrifying arena. Even the 3 sage clones and the 2 Vermilion Bird Palace sages were stunned. However, in this situation, they did not dare to act rashly. The 2 sages hesitated. If they attracted fire and the lightning tribulation struck them, it would probably be a disaster for them. Because if they attacked during the tribulation with their strength and aura, they would probably attract an even more terrifying heavenly tribulation. At that time, they would definitely be reduced to ashes. For a moment, everyone left the primordial battlefield. Yen Nantian also wanted to leave. He did not want to be struck by lightning for no reason. Moreover, it was a special kind of lightning tribulation. However, he could no longer leave because he was too close to Lin Xian. At this moment, he was holding the Great Destruction Spear in one hand, and Lin Xian's blood had already dripped onto his hand. Therefore, in an instant, he was also enveloped by the lightning tribulation. Damn it! Yen Nantian instantly stopped and pulled back the Great Destruction Spear. However, the Great Destruction Spear was caught by Lin Xian's body. He had no choice but to give up and leave first. After the lightning tribulation, he would come back to snatch the Great Destruction Spear and Lin Xian's corpse. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can leave? Although everything about Lin Xian was sealed, even though his god body was sealed, the pure power of his body was already intimidating. Yen Nantian had just moved when Lin Xian caught up to him. At this moment, the sage tribulation had already completely descended. Endless lightning turned into a sea of lightning, and each bolt was as big as a mountain. They carried an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. The sage tribulation exploded. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Golden blood splattered in all directions. At the same time, Yen Nantian's crazy roar could be heard. Damn it, get out of my way! It was obvious that he had also suffered a violent impact. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. It was too terrifying. The successor of the 9 sons was undergoing the tribulation at this time. This was not good. If he could survive the sage tribulation and become a sage, the situation would be reversed. Everyone was discussing. The Vermilion Bird Palace elders, palace masters, and sages all had extremely ugly expressions. However, they could only wait now. Yen Ruyu and the North Demon heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed powerful enough to be able to turn the tables under the yin-yang locket. The dark red divine dragon had a worried look on his face. Damn, is this kid really going to break through? Don't play too big. He did not believe that Lin Xian would break through to become a sage at this time. He knew that Lin Xian was extremely ambitious. He wanted to form the 5 elemental laws. Chapter 33-36. His guess was right. Lin Xian wasn't trying to break through. Instead, he wanted to use the power of the sage tribulation to break the yin-yang locket on him. The yin-yang locket was very powerful. The great emperor's mystique was extremely powerful. Most importantly, it sealed and suppressed everything, making Lin Xian powerless. With his own power sealed, he could only rely on external forces. The most powerful external force was the heavenly tribulation. It was the sage heavenly tribulation. When the endless lightning spread and enveloped him and Yen Nantian, Lin Xian smiled. The monstrous thunder was extremely terrifying. It directly penetrated his body. Not only him, but Yen Nantian's body was also riddled with holes. He screamed in pain. Golden blood flowed out of Lin Xian's body. It was an extremely shocking sight, but he was smiling because he felt the yin-yang locket on his body tremble. Some cracks had appeared on it. It wouldn't be long before it completely shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian's body was getting more and more damaged. He was basically unrecognizable. At this moment, there was a cracking sound. The yin-yang locket had completely shattered. Success. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The power in his body gushed out like a tsunami. In the next moment, he immediately stopped breaking through. He used the great dragon sword soul as an array to seal the power that wanted to break through. Then he used his mystique and nirvana rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning tribulation between heaven and earth seemed to have lost its target, so it gradually dissipated. In the distance, everyone was extremely frightened. At the same time, They were extremely puzzled. What was going on? Why did the lightning tribulation disappear? Could it be that he had already become a sage? That couldn't be right. The few sage clones and the 2 sages from the Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. They had all gone through the tribulations. It couldn't have happened in such a short time. Moreover, the lightning tribulation just now was so terrifying. It was much more terrifying than theirs. How could such a lightning tribulation disappear just like that? But soon, they realized that the lightning tribulation had really disappeared. However, there was a golden sea in front of them. Inside, there was a golden silhouette that was being reborn from the flames. It was the successor of the 9 sons. Yen Ruyu, the Crimson Divine Dragon, and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Not good, that guy actually didn't die, and his recovery ability was actually so strong. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Where was Yen Nantian? Before long, they were off in the distance. Yen Nanshan's imperial tattoos were still swirling around him as he absorbed the energy of heaven and earth. However, that speed was still slower than rising from the ashes. Therefore, Lin Xian recovered in an instant. The spear of great destruction was seized by him, and he charged forward. With a loud boom, Yen Nanshan's body, which had yet to fully recover, was pierced through and shattered into pieces. What? Had Yen Nantian been split open? These people were all crazy. Their minds were a little blank because the changes in the situation were too strange. Just a moment ago, Yen Nantian had picked on Lin Xian, making it impossible for Lin Xian to resist. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian displayed a domineering attitude. Rising from the ashes, he beat Yen Nantian into pieces. This scene was like a dream. It was hard to believe. After shattering Yen Nanshan's body, Lin Xian once again waved the Great Destruction Spear and used it. In an instant, the power of annihilation surged out. Under the support of the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was extremely powerful. Therefore, Yen Nanshan's shattered body began to dissipate quickly. Even his flesh and blood disappeared. What kind of power was this? It was so terrifying. When everyone saw the black light of the laws and the disappearing flesh and blood, they all gasped and felt cold all over. Yen Nantian also screamed in fright. It was this power again. Last time, he was almost destroyed by this power. He didn't expect to encounter the same situation again. Damn it, the yin-yang locket was broken by the other party. It was really hard to believe. Escape. Yen Nantian summoned the 9 imperial tattoos. They bloomed with light and enveloped him. He escaped into the void, trying to dodge this attack. Great emperors had endless methods and were incomparably mysterious. If it was a sage facing Yen Nantian, he might really be able to escape. However, Lin Xian wouldn't. Lin Xian merged the Great Dragon Sword Soul into the Great Destruction Spear. With a sword, he could split mountains and rivers. The power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul destroyed everything. The void was cut open and Yen Nantian was deeply shaken out. Like I said, you can't escape. A loud and clear dragon roar resounded in the world, resounding throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Kill. The terrifying dragon roar, mixed with the black light, swept forward. Yen Nantian was once again attacked. Damn it. Yen Nanshan's face was incomparably ugly. He was severely injured in the lightning tribulation and hadn't fully recovered. Then he was torn apart by the other party. Now he was being chased by the other party. He couldn't recover to his peak. Even though Lin Xian had been injured earlier, his aura was even more terrifying now that he was reborn. Sky-destroying finger, steel of sun and moon. Yen Nantian used the sky-destroying finger with his left hand and formed a seal with his right hand. Above it, the sun, moon, and stars revolved like a heavenly monument. The two peerless divine abilities rushed towards Lin Xian. Destruction, fiery lotus, 9 suns, opening sky. Lin Xian also used his ultimate divine ability. The terrifying sword technique swept across heaven and earth. The 4 divine abilities collided in the sky, erupting with dazzling light that swallowed everything. At this moment, Yan Nantian smiled. He formed another seal with his palm, and an incomparable aura burst out from his eyes. Yin-yang locket. Between heaven and earth, the yin and yang qi flickered and turned into 2 divine lockets that quickly enveloped Lin Xian. As long as the yin-yang locket succeeded, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to use any divine abilities no matter how powerful they were. Oh no, it's the yin-yang locket again. Yan Nantian was probably infected. Yes, could he attract another heavenly tribulation? Everyone exclaimed. Yan Ryu and the dark red divine dragon were extremely nervous. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. They knew that Yan Nantian wouldn't lose. The yin-yang locket was very strange. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Xian out of thin air, wanting to completely seal him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're too naive. Do you think I won't be prepared this time? Buzz. The fragments of the law of earth revolved around his body, forming 2 large stone palms. Each of them was like a huge mountain that pushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The intense collision shook the 9 heavens. The light that filled the sky made people tremble. It was like a demonic light that could destroy the world. The yin-yang locket was very terrifying. Ordinary law fragments couldn't break it at all. Therefore, the 2 stone beasts only lasted for a moment before being pierced by the yin-yang locket. However, this short period of time was enough for Lin Xian. Chapter 33-37. The great spear of destruction in his hand exploded with dazzling light, turning into a fire lotus that enveloped the yin-yang lock. Boom! The yin-yang locket was shattered by this destructive force. Had it been dodged? Countless exclamations sounded. The Vermilion Bird Palace people's expressions changed. Yan Nantian's heart also sank. Damn it, his opponent had dodged it. To be honest, although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't defeat his opponent if he couldn't lock his opponent's strength. The theurgies of the theurgies were extremely powerful. In the past, he could casually use any one of them to kill his opponent, whether it was the body of the thunder god, the sun and moon-splitting sky, or the finger of destruction. They could all easily kill his opponent. Even if he were to face a sage, 2 or 3 of them would be enough to deal with him. But now he had basically used all that he could. There were still some theurgies that he couldn't use because his cultivation wasn't enough. He was only going to cultivate them after breaking through to the sage realm. It seemed that he could only go all out. Hong Wu's splitting sky, hidden immortal returns. The aura on Yan Nantian's body exploded to an unbelievable level. The 9 theurgy runes revolved around his finger as he pointed forward. This point wasn't aimed at Lin Xian, but at the 9 heavens. Boom! A huge hole was instantly pierced in the sky. It was pitch black, as if it was connected to the outer universe. Everyone could see the faint twinkling starlight inside the pitch black hole. At that moment, the 9 great emperor runes were floating in the black hole. They were bobbing up and down like 9 stars. They were shining with dazzling light. Below, Yan Nantian kept forming hand seals. The 9 theurgy runes above him spun quickly, connecting to form a star atlas. It was extremely mysterious. The star atlas rolled and bloomed with light, outlining strange Tao runes. A terrifying and vast aura spread out from it. As soon as the aura came out, all living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled. Below, countless people were pressed to the ground, their bodies trembling. Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were the same. They resisted with all their might, but many cracks appeared on their bodies. The 3 sage clones screamed crazily and hurriedly opened their saint domains to resist. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were also heavily injured. Those elders couldn't hold on at all. The 2 great sage people's expressions changed drastically. He opened up his saint domain like a madman and said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." Everyone retreated madly. 10,000 li, 20,000 li, all the way until they were 50,000 li away. Only then did they stop. However, even with that being the case, that frightening aura still caused their bodies to turn ice cold. What's going on up ahead? This place was already a bit blurry, but the 2 great sage cultivators were very powerful. Using a formation, the scene in front of them was immediately projected. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw the star Atlas churning with a powerful force. Even Lin Xian felt as if he was facing a great enemy and quickly retreated. He placed the spear of great destruction in front of him, and the terrifying sword Qi formed a lotus flower that enveloped him. On the other side, Yan Nantian was not in a good state either. His body was also cracked, and he even spat out blood. Clearly, it was still too much for him to use this ability at the moment. Although it's a bit exhausting, you're dead for sure, kid. I don't believe you can survive this attack. Yan Nanshan's cold voice was heard, and he laughed. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the distance changed. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was because he saw something appear in the star Atlas above. It was the shadow of a pagoda. It was very blurry, and only the shape of the pagoda could be seen. However, the aura emitted from it was too frightening. Is it the desolate pagoda? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This feeling was as if he was facing the desolate pagoda of the Jade Lake sacred ground. However, the desolate pagoda was an extreme weapon. Damn it, could it be that Yan Nantian has an extreme weapon? Sure enough, the 3 sage avatars in the distance screamed crazily. This aura surpassed a sage weapon. It's an extreme weapon. Damn it, does Yan Nantian have Emperor Weapon of Emperor Hongwu? What? Emperor Hongwu's extreme weapon. It was rumored that Emperor Hongwu had a terrifying extreme weapon, the Hidden Immortal Pagoda. Could that pagoda be the Hidden Immortal Pagoda? The moment this was said, everyone was stunned. An extreme weapon was the strongest weapon in the universe. It was the exclusive weapon of a great emperor. Even if a great emperor died, an extreme weapon would not disappear. Some extreme sage truths had extreme weapons, but they did not expect it to be in Yan Nanshan's hands. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Some even wanted to run away. Once an extreme weapon was used, it could definitely pierce through this world. If it was stronger, it could destroy the entire Suzaku planet and turn everything on it into ashes. No one doubted it. Damn it. Do we really have to let that guy turn the tables? The dark red dragon clenched his teeth in anger. Although he had been comprehending the heaven puzzle and had set up a peerless formation around him, it was impossible to use such a formation to resist an extreme weapon. However, one person only frowned and then sneered. An extreme weapon? However, it was not a real extreme weapon. It was just an illusion formed by a wisp of aura that was summoned from the universe. The one who spoke was Yen Ruyu. At this moment, her body was emitting a mysterious green light. There seemed to be a terrifying force in her body that was about to explode. However, it was controlled by Yen Ruyu. As soon as she said that, everyone around her was stunned, especially the 2 sages and the 3 sages' clones. They all cried out in surprise. It was not a real extreme weapon, but an illusion that was summoned. They carefully sensed it and then screamed. It was indeed the case. This news caused a huge commotion. It seemed that the Hidden Immortal Pagoda was not in Yan Nanshan's hands, but in a corner of the universe. At this moment, Yen Nantian had used Emperor Hongwu's peerless spell to summon an illusion from the extreme weapon in the corner of the universe. However, even though it was only an illusion, it was still extremely terrifying. That was because the 3 sage clones and the 2 sages present all acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Even if they faced it, they would not be able to stop it. They could only run away like crazy. An illusion? Golden light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He naturally saw that the blurry pagoda was not a real weapon. Kid, don't be arrogant. Even if it's the illusion of an extreme weapon, it's not something you can stop. So, you can die now. Yen Nanshan's hands suddenly moved downward. More cracks appeared on his body, but he did not care. He revealed a hideous smile. Chapter 33-38. This attack was too terrifying. The entire ancient battlefield trembled violently, and many large cracks appeared on it. One could imagine how terrifying the surrounding forces were. Lin Xian's sword Qi Lotus instantly shattered. Lin Xian also kept retreating. He felt great danger. The 9 suns' divine fire on his body was suppressed, and even cracks appeared on his body. Golden blood once again floated out. So terrifying. This should be your final trump card. Lin Xian saw Yen Nantian spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. He knew that Yen Nantian must have used a peerless divine ability by force. Thinking about it, this should be the strongest divine ability that Yen Nantian could use at the moment. Thinking of this, he let out a roar. So, what if it was an illusion of an extreme weapon? He had fought against a true extreme weapon before. Hidden immortal pagoda? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Then, the dragon sword spirit flew out from the great destruction spear and quickly condensed in front of him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar as he sucked in all of the formless energies from all directions into his mouth and infused them into the great dragon sword soul. The dragon sword spirit's light became even more terrifying. It was incomparable. A loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. At this moment, the dragon sword spirit's appearance was also changing. It also turned into the shape of a pagoda. It was incomparably exquisite, and there was even rust on it. However, the aura it emitted was also extremely terrifying. What is this? After the dragon sword spirit transformed into a pagoda, the aura immediately swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The martial artists who were watching from afar changed their expressions again. They felt as if their hearts were about to be crushed. Impossible. Could it be that this guy also has an extreme weapon illusion? They were all stunned. However, the northern monster, Yen Ruyu, and the others all cried out in alarm. The reason for that was because they recognized what Lin Xian had transformed into, the ancient Desolation Pagoda. This was the extreme weapon of the Jade Lake sacred ground, the ancient Desolation Pagoda. As expected, Yen Nantian also recognized it. The ancient Desolation Pagoda? You think you can transform into the ancient Desolation Pagoda? Can it be compared to my hidden immortal pagoda? You're overestimating yourself. Let me tell you how terrifying an extreme weapon is, Yen Nantian roared. Everyone heard it. What the successor of the 9 suns had conjured was also an extreme weapon. Before they could figure it out, a shocking collision occurred in front of them. The hidden immortal pagoda and the desolate pagoda. The 2 illusions collided. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were collapsing. The immemorial battlefield immediately cracked open. Lin Xian and Yen Nantian were also sent flying backwards, engulfed by the torrent of energy. Retreat quickly. After retreating 50 million miles away, the crowd retreated again until they were 80 million miles away. Only then did he look ahead. They waited for about a day, but the energy in front of them still hadn't dissipated. It was still chaotic. No one dared to approach him. Even the saints could not see through him. It was only at this moment that they began to wonder why the successor of the 9 sons was able to conjure the ancient, desolate pagoda. Furthermore, that power was so terrifying. Could it be that the divine dragon behind the successor of the 9 sons also had a powerful weapon? Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had extremely ugly expressions. After waiting for another 3 days, the violent energy in front of them slowly dissipated. In front of them, there were already sounds of intense fighting. Lin Xian and Yan Nantian were fighting again. From the looks of it, the hidden immortal pagoda that Yan Nantian summoned had been destroyed. Impossible! Damn it! How could this be? Yan Nantian was going crazy. What he summoned was a real phantom of an extreme weapon. It was not an illusion. However, the aura of an extreme grade weapon was enough to kill everything. Even if a saint came, he would still die here. However, it was blocked by the other party. Damn it! Was the ancient desolate pagoda that the other party had conjured really comparable to an extreme weapon? How could this be? The people in the distance were also stunned. They also couldn't understand why the phantom that Lin Xian summoned could be compared to the hidden immortal. These people flew forward again, wanting to observe more carefully. They even wanted to see through Lin Xian's secret. To be honest, Yan Nantian was now very seriously injured. His body had already been damaged by the impact of the energy just now. If he hadn't mastered her secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to recover. However, Lin Xian recovered faster than him. Yan Nantian even wanted to use the Emperor Regeneration Talisman to quickly revive and kill the other party. However, he resisted in the end. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman was a life-saving technique. It was extremely precious. Even he didn't have many left. He wouldn't use it again unless it was a last resort. In front of them, the battle was still extremely tragic. Lin Xian was too strong, and he had an indomitable aura. Yan Nantian was also very strong. However, it seemed that this battle and the previous situation where he was almost killed had made him flustered and exasperated. Now, the hidden immortal pagoda couldn't kill the other party. This made his confidence drop. In terms of aura, he was naturally weakened. Therefore, how could he be a match for Lin Xian? In the end, his heart cracked. The spear of destruction arrived in front of the other party. Yan Nantian used the sage chariot to block it, but he couldn't stop the dragon sword soul in the spear of destruction. The dragon sword soul turned into a flying sword and instantly cut open his head. Even his soul was injured. Yan Nantian screamed like a madman. He instantly used the Emperor Regeneration Talisman and fled into the distance. The peerless sword light of the dragon sword soul had yet to disappear, but Yan Nantian was already fleeing. An ancient emperor talisman, the size of a palm, wrapped around him and flew away quickly. The emperor talisman emitted an unparalleled light, causing Yan Nantian's aura to recover quickly. As for Lin Xian, he held the spear of destruction and chased after him. "No, stop him!" Yan Nantian screamed. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman also needed some time to recover. If he was caught during this time, he would be finished. That's not right. The Emperor Regeneration Talisman should be able to recover instantly. Why does this guy still need time? Below, the dark red mystical dragon was surprised. Yen Ryu's eyes were also shining as she stared at the fleeing light. Soon, they all smiled. This was because they realized that the Emperor Regeneration Talisman wasn't as good as it was before. There were broken corners on it. It seemed like it wasn't a complete Emperor Regeneration Talisman. No wonder it needed some time to recover. Seeing this, The two vermilion bird sages moved. One of their saint domains enveloped Yen Nantian. They protected him. The other slashed forward like a heavenly blade. In an instant they cut off Lin Xian's path and charged towards Lin Xian. With a clang, they collided with the spear of destruction. Lin Xian was knocked back and stopped his pursuit. The other people in the surroundings all rushed over. Chapter 33-39. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Flames filled the sky, and his killing intent was extremely powerful. What? Is the Vermilion Bird Palace trying to break the rules? You want to interfere in the final battle? That's where everyone's attention is. Lin Xian sneered. The others were also in an uproar. That's right. This is the battle of the final rankings of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. The battle between the two will determine who is first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. But now, a sage is interfering. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace cheating? Humph! The Vermilion Bird sage snorted. A battle is a battle. Who allowed you to kill? You can't kill? What a joke! Lin Xian sneered and waved his finger. Suddenly, the illusion of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master speaking appeared in the sky. That was the rule that the Vermilion Bird Palace Master had mentioned. In this battle, any means could be used, and killing was allowed, regardless of life or death. The appearance of the illusion was obviously a slap to the sage's face. The sage's face darkened, and his body trembled in anger. Suddenly, two divine consciousnesses flew out of the sacred realm and turned into divine light that pierced forward. However, Lin Xian used the great spear of destruction to cut them in half. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows as he looked into the distance. He knew that it was impossible to kill Yen Nantian this time. Moreover, he did not plan to kill him so easily. Therefore, he said loudly that he wanted someone to interfere. This meant that Yen Nantian had lost. I've won this battle. Now, who else dares to fight me? Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. Instead, he looked at the participants below. When these cultivators felt Lin Xian's gaze, their scalps went numb, and they all shook their heads. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. All right, the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard is mine. He waved the great spear of destruction and shattered the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's aura rose to the extreme, and no one dared to look him in the eye. Even the sage standing opposite him frowned. Behind him, Yen Nantian's figure appeared in the sacred realm. At this moment, he had completely recovered, but his face was still extremely cold. He stared straight ahead. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he laughed coldly. What's wrong? A coward who only dares to stand behind a saint? Do you dare to come over and fight to the death? Absolute your sister. Yen Nantian almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted nothing more than for the 2 Vermilion Bird sages to attack and kill the other party. However, even the Vermilion Bird Palace wouldn't have the face to do such a thing in front of so many people, right? If this were to spread to all the swords in the heavens, they would be utterly humiliated. Therefore, he could only snort coldly and refuse to reply. At this moment, the dark red dragon below sneered. What was going on? Was the Vermilion Bird Palace a sore loser? Now that victory and defeat had been decided, could it be that he still wanted to renege on his debt? That's right. If I knew this was going to be a competition like this, I wouldn't have come either. Northern Demon also shouted coldly. Immediately, the surrounding people began to discuss. Many people were already hostile towards the Vermilion Bird Palace because their disciples had been thrown out by the Vermilion Bird Palace. He had long been dissatisfied. Now, all kinds of talk are going on. Palace Lord, what should we do? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly asked. They didn't know what to do about the situation either. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master's face was terrifyingly dark, but there was nothing he could do. he said that the successor of the 9 sons had won this round. When he said that, everyone was in an uproar. Northern Demon and the Dark Red Dragon, however, laughed. Yenryu also revealed a beautiful smile. However, Yen Nanshan's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He didn't say a word. The other participating prodigies also sighed and shook their heads. It seemed that they hadn't expected this result. The final winner wasn't Yen Nantian, but the successor of the 9 sons. Who else is not convinced and wants to challenge me? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as he looked at the remaining participants. The remaining participants all shook their heads. Even Yen Nantian wasn't a match for him, let alone them. Since you don't want to challenge me, I'll be the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. No one had any objections. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace. Could they announce the final result now? Nonsense. You're the only one on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. What's the big deal? The rankings of the others haven't been announced yet. Oh, is that so? All right, let them do it then. Lin Xian looked at these people. However, Northern Demon and Yenryu shook their heads. I've decided to withdraw. I'm not interested in participating either. Other than the 2 of them, the rest of the participants also gave up. To be honest, after watching the battle between Lin Xian and Yen Nantian, they felt very frustrated. So, what if they were in second place now? They knew that they were still no match for the 2 of them. They were left far behind. This despair made them lose the mood to fight. It seemed that they didn't want to fight, so it was better to announce the results. Lin Xian looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace again. The elders were so angry that they vomited blood. The Vermilion Bird Palace master was also gritting his teeth. He swore in his heart that he would find a chance to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Yen Nantian spoke. How arrogant, as expected of the successor of the 9 sons. Furthermore, he's the successor of the Great Dragon, right? Don't you think so, Lin Wuti? Yen Nanshan's words surprised everyone. However, his words were even more shocking. The news was like a thunderclap that resounded in all directions. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? The successor of the 9 sons, or the successor of the Great Dragon? What did he call that person? The successor of the 9 sons was called Lin Wuti. Heavens! Wasn't Lin Wuti ranked first on the Abyss leaderboard, on par with Di Ling? So, he was the successor of the 9 sons. Exclamations and discussions sounded. If Yen Nantian was right, then this matter was too serious. They finally knew why Lin Wuti was so terrifying. It turned out that he was the successor of the 9 sons. However, some people screamed because they felt that another piece of news was even more shocking, and that was the successor of the Great Dragon. The successor of the Great Dragon. The successor of the Great Dragon Sword. Heavens! That was an inheritance that was even more terrifying than the 9 sons' inheritance. They didn't expect him to obtain it too. No wonder he could defeat Yen Nantian. Some people were at a loss at first. What was the successor of the Great Dragon? However, when some of the older generation figures and living fossils spoke, they were extremely shocked. The Great Dragon Sword, one of the 5 swords of the world, had actually appeared? These people went crazy. They stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was a legendary offensive Saint Art. Didn't they see that he used the Great Dragon Sword to defeat the successor of a great emperor? If they could obtain it, their battle strength would probably increase greatly. Not good. The expressions of the Northern Yao, Yenryu, and the dark red Divine Dragon changed. Damn it, this guy actually leaked Lin Xian's secret. In fact, this wasn't considered a secret. Almost everyone in the true spirit world knew that Lin Xian was the successor of the 9 sons and the successor of the great dragon. However, Lin Xian was the palace master of the Immortal Palace back then, and there was a level saint behind the Immortal Palace. Lin Xian even had a good relationship with the Jade Lake, sacred ground, and the Yi family, at that time, who dared to touch him. But now it was completely different. Lin Xian left the true spirit world and stepped on the ancient starry sky path. Chapter 3340. There were countless powerful cultivators on the ancient star path, and the large sects and families were as numerous as the stars in the sky. If these people wanted to make a move, it would be really dangerous. Moreover, it would be even more dangerous if they alerted some terrifying great sage or saint-level sage in the myriad of worlds. It's over. The situation is getting difficult. Unless this kid joins a faction and seeks protection, such as Yen Nantian joining the Vermilion Bird Palace. Apart from providing more resources, the Vermilion Bird Palace could also provide protection and deterrence. After all, if a sage attacked, Yen Nantian would probably not be able to escape. However, joining a faction would be enough to deter others. As expected, the 3 sages' avatars' eyes were burning. It seemed that their true bodies had to come immediately. The 2 Vermilion Bird sages also had the same idea. In an instant, everyone was eyeing Lin Xian covetously. Lin Xian also frowned. That damned Yen Nantian really knew how to cause trouble for him. However, since he dared to fight Yen Nantian, he had already thought of this and had the dark red dragon set up a peerless array around him. Therefore, he remained calm. The next moment, he said in a low voice, "Since you've decided that I'm the champion, then give me the champion's reward." The reward is not urgent. Young Master Lin is the champion of the Vermilion Bird list, so if you want to come with me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will treat you well. The other contestants also went together. The Vermilion Bird Palace, Lord said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression changed. The Crimson Dragon also panicked. Damn it, this won't do. If Lin Xian were to enter the Vermilion Bird Palace, he would definitely be trapped. If he wanted to come out again, he would probably die. Therefore, he definitely could not enter. Yan Ruyu and the others also became nervous. Lin Xian's expression also changed. Damn it, to be honest, he did not want to go either. However, what if the Vermilion Bird Palace really did not give him a reward? He came this time for the Tao of Earthstone. If they did not give him a reward, everything he had done before would be wasted. Could it be that he really had to go in? However, the price of going in was simply too high. Who knew how many sages were waiting for him in the Vermilion Bird Palace? Fuck Vermilion Bird Palace. Yen Nantian, I'll remember this. One day I'll tear you to shreds. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Just as he was in a dilemma, a voice rang out. There's no need to go to your Vermilion Bird Palace. Lin Wuti came with me this time. After he obtains the reward, I still have to send him back. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. Was someone going to stand up for Lin Wuti at this time? They wanted to see who was behind Lin Wuti. In an instant, everyone turned their heads to look. Even the people from Vermilion Bird Palace frowned. In the next moment, they saw a figure rise into the air. This was a middle-aged man. He wore a starry robe and looked very dazzling. He came to the void, and countless starry arrays flashed under his feet. What a mysterious aura! The surrounding people were all shocked. However, the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master cried out in surprise. Lengya Palace, you're from the Lengya Star. Yes, I am. The man in the star robes nodded his head calmly. The people around him started to cause a ruckus. Someone from the Lengya Star? The Lengya Star was actually behind Lin Wuti. Everyone was very shocked by the Lengya Star. They were not unfamiliar with it because the Lengya Star's reputation on the ancient path of stars was much greater than that a vermilion bird palace. Countless people wanted to go to the Langistar to seek answers to their questions. Lin Xian was also stunned. He had not expected the Langistar to appear at this time. It seemed that the Langistar had been silently following him in order to test his strength. The person in front of him must have seen everything in the previous battle. Now that he had confirmed his strength, he had come to save him. After all, he still had to go to the void ocean for the Langistar in the future. Therefore, he nodded at the person from the Langistar. So it's a fellow cultivator from the Langistar. You've come all the way here. Why don't you stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace for a few days? The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master spoke again. However, the man in the star robes shook his head and said, "There's no need. Hurry up and give us the reward. We still have things to do." Then he changed the topic. Is the Vermilion Bird Palace going back on their word? Or do you want to be blacklisted by the Langistar? The moment he said this, the expressions of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace changed. Both sides were great factions, but the other side did not need to deal with them. However, they might not. Perhaps they would need to use the Langistar in the future. Therefore, it would not be good for them to have a direct conflict now. They had no choice but to take out the reward in the future. The Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master took out a storage ring and said that all the rewards were inside. There was also a token, which was proof of identity to enter the Void Ocean. When the time came, Sir Lin could go to the Void Ocean. The man in the star robes did not move. Lin Xian took the storage ring and scanned it with his soul. Indeed, there was a Dao stone in it. The Earth Dao stone. Lin Xian smiled. He didn't care about anything else, but he definitely had to get his hands on the Earth Dao stone. He immediately took the Earth Dao stone out of the storage ring and placed it in the black earth. Then Lin Xian descended and summoned the dark red dragon to his side. Then he said to the North Demon, "And Yen Ruyu, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. I'll contact you when the time comes." They exchanged sound transmission arrays. Then Lin Xian and the dark red dragon rose into the sky again. Next, the Langistar powerhouse in the star robes left with Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Everyone was in an uproar when they saw the news. They were extremely excited. The faces of the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were terrifyingly dark. Damn it! They had not expected that the battle they had carefully planned to build up Yan Nanshan's popularity would be intercepted by someone else. More importantly, the person they had wanted to capture had been forcefully taken away by the people from the Langistar. The Vermilion Bird Palace had never suffered such a setback. It really made them gnash their teeth in anger. "Don't worry, that kid won't be able to escape." Yan Nanshan's face was cold. "I'm about to break through to the Sage Realm. When I break through to the Sage Realm, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. I can finally use some mystiques. When the time comes, I'll kill him like a dog." Yan Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing light. Indeed, the Sage Realm was a watershed. Stepping into the Sage Realm was truly breaking free from the heavens and earth, and one could control the laws of all things. It would be different if some of the greater mystiques were used. "Let's go." The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace quickly left. Although Yan Nantian had been defeated this time, they still had absolute confidence in him. He was a genius with a boundless future. He would definitely become a great emperor in the future. After the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace left, the others were discussing spiritedly. This battle was really too exciting. They believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the ancient path of the stars. They probably had to hurry up and prepare. Chapter 3341. Yen Ruyu told the North Demon to leave quickly. The North Demon also left. Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang's expressions were ugly. So he was Lin Wuti. They had looked down on him before, but he was too powerful. But who would have thought that the other party was really too powerful? Even when the two of them joined hands, they were still not a match for the other party. Sage. I must become a sage. Their eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Right now, the only way to become invincible in the forest was to break through and become a saint. These people all left. Some made up their minds to not come out until they became sages, while others went to spread the news like crazy. Some only sighed, and their faces were filled with despair. That was because their geniuses had already been killed in the first round. In fact, they didn't even know who the culprit was. The most oppressed people were the Yun family. Their Yun family's ancestor, a sage, had mysteriously disappeared here. They were terrified and had to quickly return to discuss countermeasures. After everyone left, planet Suzaku seemed to have returned to normal. However, at this moment, a heaven-shaking roar came from the Valley of Devil Cultivation. Damn brat, I won't let you go. This voice pierced through the 9 heavens and soared into the sky. He had turned into the appearance of a sage and was filled with killing intent. It was Cloud Sky Sage. At this moment, Cloud Sky Sage was still covered in mud. His eyes were as red as blood. Monstrous killing intent filled the 9 heavens as he broke free from the demonic pond. After coming out, he looked around and caught a person. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" That person was from the Suzaku Palace. He was originally retreating from the Valley of Devil Cultivation, but he was caught and scared out of his wits. Cloud Sky Sage didn't hold back and forcibly collected the information he wanted to know. Soon, he withdrew his hand, but his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He had actually defeated Yen Nantian and became the champion of the Suzaku ranking. Moreover, not only was he the successor of the 9 sons, but he was also the successor of the Great Dragon. Cloud Sky Sage was simply too shocked. He realized that the person he had trapped was actually the successor of 2 top inheritances. Moreover, this person had the Great Destruction Spear. If he could catch this person, not only would he be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear, but he would also be able to obtain the Great Destruction Spear and the Great Dragon Inheritance. Thinking of this, he was so excited that he began to tremble. Lin Wuti, you can't run away. Cloud Sky Saint's eyes glinted coldly. He was searching, but he couldn't find him. Lin Wuti had been taken away by the people of the Langia Star. The Langia Star? Cloud Sky Saint's eyes flickered, but he did not care. He knew that it was impossible for her to spend the rest of her life with the Saint of the Langia Star. As long as they were separated, he would find an opportunity to strike. He would capture the other party, and then go into seclusion for a few hundred years. He would only come out after his strength had greatly increased. At that time, with 2 great inheritances in his hands and a peerless weapon in his hands, who could be his opponent? At the thought of this, he impatiently tore open the void and flew toward the outer realm. He was not the only one who had such thoughts. Others also had such thoughts. Among them, the most powerful ones were the 3 clones of the saints. After they found out about Lin Xian's true identity, they immediately communicated with their original bodies. At this moment, the true bodies of the 3 great sage were rushing over. The 3 of them were not in the same group, but their goal was the same. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon followed the powerful cultivators of the Langia Star and left the Vermilion Star. They were returning to the Langia Star. They had already left for a few days. Lin Xian also understood this powerful cultivator of the Langia Star. He was indeed a saint of the Langia Star. The other party's name was Mu Bai. He was very powerful and had specially come to check on Lin Xian. This little guy is very powerful. His future is definitely limitless. This was Mu Bai's evaluation. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, you are too kind. I wonder what you are going to do in the Void Sea. He was very puzzled by the Langistar's request. This is not the place to discuss matters. I will tell you everything when we return to the Langistar. Lin Xian nodded. Next, he began to cultivate in seclusion. After all, as a genius, his strength did not come for free. He had cultivated it bit by bit. Therefore, Lin Xian would not give up on cultivating whenever he had time. The Dark God Dragon also began to study the chess game. This heaven-crippled chess game was mysterious and unpredictable. There were many changes in it. This made the Dark God Dragon very happy. After traveling for another 2 days, Saint Mu Bai suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon also woke up from their cultivation. Senior, someone is following us, Lin Xian said. Saint Mu Bai nodded. Ignore him. I will change the direction. The two of you can continue to cultivate. After saying that, he steered the spirit boat and changed its direction. The array on the spirit boat flashed, and it directly jumped through space. In an instant, it disappeared into the cold void. The next moment, the space crack disappeared. At the same time, 3 powerful souls swept over. They left. These were the souls of the 3 saints. It was obvious that the 3 saints had made a move. Moreover, they were almost locked onto. Let's go and chase. They chased along the way. They did not know that the Cloud Sky Saint was behind them. The 4 great sage people began to chase. However, Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon were very calm. They were not worried about being caught at all. This was because Lin Xian was very strong. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint. Although the Dark God Dragon was also a half-saint, it was also not a problem for them to trap a saint together. In the end, it was not a problem for Saint Mu Bai to fight someone of the same level. They did not take the 3 saints seriously at all. However, it seemed that Saint Mu Bai did not want to fight with them. Instead, he changed his path from time to time. The spirit boat's array was very powerful. Therefore, the time they took to reach the Langistar was greatly reduced. After about half a month, they actually arrived near the Langistar's star field. In a flash, they directly entered the Langistar. Behind them, the 3 saints saw this scene and all stopped their pursuit. They had no choice. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to attack the Langistar. Therefore, they could only stop nearby. After the Cloud Sky Saint rushed over, he also saw this scene and frowned again. However, the 4 of them did not leave. I don't believe that you can hide in the Langistar forever. They revealed a cold smile. The 4 saints hid near the Langistar. They were completely dormant, waiting for the opportunity to hunt. On the other hand, Mu Bai led Lin Xian and the Dark God Dragon down to the first zone. At this moment, the Langi Palace Lord and a group of elders were waiting for Lin Xian. What a large scale! After the Dark God Dragon entered, he also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the reception this time to be so grand. After greeting the seniors, Lin Xian did not act arrogantly after entering. Instead, he cupped his fists and looked around. Young Master Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. The Langi Palace Lord smiled and walked down personally. Chapter 3342. The Palace Master of the Langi Palace looked like a young man in his 30s. He was handsome and his eyes were as deep as the stars. He didn't look like a leader but a top young genius. The surrounding elders were also wearing robes and emitting a mysterious aura. Young Master Lin is a young genius and powerful. He won first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard and defeated Yan Nantian. He was just lucky. Lin Xian smiled. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace smiled. This battle can't be explained by luck. We know that young Master Lin is powerful. Perhaps he can really help us complete this mission. Oh, right, what mission is it? Lin Xian asked curiously. The palace master of the Langus Star smiled. This matter is not urgent. We promised young master before that when young master becomes the champion of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, we will give young master a big gift. This is the Metal Dao stone. The palace master of Langia Palace flipped his hand, and a golden stone appeared in his hand. The stone emitted a piercingly cold aura, like a divine sword, causing the void around them to shatter continuously. Metal Dao stone. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He took it without hesitation. He already had 4 pieces in his hand. He was very close to his goal. According to the agreement, we will also give young master, Lin, the whereabouts of the Water Dao stone. We will also give young master an additional message. These were all agreed upon before. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. That's right. I will also help you complete the mission according to the agreement. However, young Master Lin, is our relationship really just a mission? Does young master not want to go further? What do you mean? Lin Xian was surprised. The palace master of the Langia Palace smiled. I naturally want to invite young master to join our Langia Star. Young master should know about the relationship between Yen Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. Moreover, this is just a special case. There will be more and more peerless experts and geniuses joining the various top forces. I think young master will be no exception in the future. Why don't you join our Langia Palace? The Langia Star was relatively famous in this world. It was not inferior to the Vermilion Bird Palace. To be honest, Lin Xian was really tempted. It seemed that joining a large force was the trend. He couldn't resist. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage when competing with those people in the future. And joining a place like the Vermilion Bird Palace was probably too strict. Lin Xian didn't want to be restricted. Lin Xian was tempted by the Langia Star, which occupied a star world and focused on divination and deduction. Moreover, it had great resources. Moreover, the Langia Star had always had a good relationship with him and had even entrusted him with missions. Therefore, Lin Xian nodded. This was not impossible. Seeing that Lin Xian was tempted but hesitant, the Langia Palace's palace master added, I know what young master is worried about. Don't worry, we won't restrict the young master too much. A prodigy like the young master must be a powerhouse who can compete in the myriad worlds. We will provide you with resources, information, and necessary help. What we are betting on is young master's future. One day, when young master reaches the peak and becomes a great emperor, my Langia Star will naturally rise as well. I understand these principles, but isn't your Langia Star afraid that one day I will bring endless trouble to you? Lin Xian asked. He knew that he was being targeted by a mysterious force, and he might explode at any time. Since it was a gamble, then while enjoying the fruits of victory, he would definitely bear monstrous risks. We know this. Not only do we have to bear it, but everyone has to bear it. For example, the Vermilion Bird Palace was already so close to Yen Nantian. It was fine if Yen Nantian became a great emperor, but if he couldn't or died halfway, the other forces would definitely crazily suppress the Vermilion Bird Palace, and might even be wiped out. Lin Xian nodded. That was true. For example, he was already at odds with Yen Nantian and the Vermilion Bird Palace. If he killed Yen Nantian, he wouldn't let the Vermilion Bird Palace off either. All right, since that's the case, I'll join the Langia Star. Hearing this, the elders in the hall all laughed. The Langia Star's palace master also laughed. Good. The young master has been to the Langia Star several times, and has always been in the 8th palace. Why don't I appoint young master as the 8th palace master? Thank you, palace master. Lin Xian cupped his fists. The Langia Star was divided into many areas. For example, the things that Lin Xian asked before were all in the 8th palace. Therefore, after he became the palace master, everything in the 8th palace was under his control. This wasn't an empty title, but an elder with real power. It could be seen that the Langus star valued him very much. However, Lin Xian wasn't interested in things like management. Therefore, even if he became the 8th palace master, he would instruct others to do it. Since he had become a member of the Langus star, Lin Xian wouldn't be polite. He asked Palace Master, "What did you go to the void sea to retrieve?" The Langus Palace Master said, "It's a long story, and it's related to you. You fought with the great demon, and in the end, you summoned the first-generation demon Shadow, and used demon swallowing the world to seal the endless starry sky. The Langus star was also sealed in it. In the end, the Langus star's great array blocked it. However, there were still some places that were broken. One of the places was filled with demonic chi, and it hasn't disappeared yet. This isn't ordinary demonic chi. It's very difficult to erase. More importantly, there's a sleeping green demonic vine in our Langus star. If we remove the demonic chi and alarm the green demonic vine, or if the demonic chi and the green demonic vine fuse together, we'll be in trouble. I'm afraid that the entire Langus star will be in danger." Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression became solemn. Green demonic vine. He didn't expect to hear such a terrifying demonic thing here. It was a very terrifying thing. Once it grew up, it could destroy the entire star world. Ordinary saints would have to become nourishment for the other party. Back then, the green demonic vine exploded in the universe. Many star worlds were quickly shattered. In the end, a great emperor took action and forcefully erased it. Only then did the disaster stop. In the end, there were very few green demonic vines in the universe. He didn't expect that there would be one on the Langus star. In addition, there was one on the North Demon. So that's the case. What should I do? He asked again. The Langus star's palace master said, "After some time, the void sea will open. It's a place with endless treasures." We deduced that there's a statue of the great sage in the void sea. It cultivates the righteous chi of heaven and earth, which specializes in restraining demonic creatures. Take out that statue and use it to suppress the demonic chi on our Langus star. It can resolve this crisis. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. The water Daoist stone that you're looking for is also in the void sea. Moreover, it won't be long before the void sea opens. Many powerful forces and elites will enter. Firstly, this is a trial in the ancient star path. Secondly, it's a treasure hunt. There's an age restriction to enter the void sea. Only those under 1,000 years old can enter. Those over 1,000 years old can't enter. Of course, some special methods can be used, but there's a price to pay. Moreover, with young Master Lin's help, we're more at ease. Chapter 33:43. Half a year, there was still half a year left. The void sea would open, and he could enter then. Lin Xian thought for a moment, and then asked, "Oh, right, I still need information about the magnetic stones." As soon as he said this, the elders in the hall exclaimed in low voices and discussed animatedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian was surprised. How could it cause such a huge commotion? The Langus Palace Master said, "It seems that our guess is right. You want to cultivate the 5 elements into one. Only this kind of law would require a large number of Dao stones." "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. Since he had already joined the Langus star, he would not hide it. Hearing that, the people in the palace hall all sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The 5 elements into one was very rare. Perhaps only the young man in front of them dared to do so. The Langus Palace Master said, "I will help you deduce the matter of the magnetic mountain. We have previously deduced that it is not in the void sea. It should be somewhere else." All right, Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He would go to the Void Sea and obtain the Water Dao Stone first. The news of the Vermilion Bird Palace spread like a hurricane. Many people in the world knew about it. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace, which had spent so much effort to hold a Vermilion Bird list, would end up being a wedding dress for someone else's disciple. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably be angered to death, right? It turned out that Lin Wuti was the successor of the 9 sons. Moreover, he was the successor of the great dragon. He was too powerful. I reckon that it was very likely that he would become a great emperor. That's right, if nothing unexpected happened. However, I reckon that many people have their eyes on him now, right? Do you think he will go to the Void Sea in half a year's time? Who knows? But I'm definitely going. Everyone in the universe was talking about it. Lin Wuti's name once again resounded throughout the starry sky universe. Those young geniuses were all envious and looked up to him. The older generation figures also nodded repeatedly. Of course, some peerless powerhouses were also jealous and even prepared to take action. At the same time, the news of the Void Sea also spread. Many great forces in the universe were preparing to head to the Void Ocean. Some of the top geniuses even felt that this was a good opportunity to become a sage. After all, there were many treasures in the Void Ocean. If they could enter and obtain it, the time they needed to become saints would be greatly reduced. In this way, they might not necessarily be unable to compete with Lin Wuti. All of a sudden, everyone began to move. Those who were a little further away had already set sail. The Void Sea was a sea in the void of the universe. It was very strange. The seawater here was unusual. It could swallow people, and even half-saints. Of course, if the void was still open, there would be a certain amount of time for people to enter. That was why everyone was waiting for this opportunity to open it. Some warriors who had arrived early were already wandering around the Void Sea. Those peerless experts and elders were staring at the Void Sea with sparkling eyes. Some of the youngsters felt their scalps go numb because they saw corpses and bones floating out of the waves of the Void Sea. These were the corpses and bones of those who had come to the Void Ocean in the past to search for treasures. The Void Sea had always been rumored to contain treasures. That was why many people had come to search for treasures since ancient times. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth trembled. The endless darkness turned fiery red. A vermilion bird spread its wings and soared into the sky like an ancient divine beast. The faces of those around the Void Sea changed. How terrifying! Could it be that the ancient divine beast had been resurrected? The youngsters exclaimed. The elders were also surprised. No, the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace had come. Indeed, the huge vermilion bird had arrived near the Void Sea and occupied a part of the starry sky. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. There were many figures standing on it. Each of them had prominent horns and powerful auras. Obviously, they were all geniuses. Standing at the front was an extremely handsome man. He was Yen Nantian, the successor of the great emperor Yen Nantian. There were also the elders and geniuses of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Exclamations of surprise were heard. Many people were secretly sizing up Yen Nantian. Because of his miraculous skills, he was said to be the most likely candidate to become the next great emperor. However, he had been defeated by Lin Wuti in the Vermilion Bird List battle. Therefore, they wanted to see what Yen Nantian was like. However, they soon started screaming miserably. Yen Nantian huffed coldly. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts circled around him. Those who tried to peek at him all bled from their eyes and fell from the sky. He was too powerful. Many people looked away. There was awe in their eyes. Even if the successor of the great emperor had been defeated, he was not someone ordinary people could provoke. The Vermilion Bird Palace had come aggressively this time. Apart from Yen Nantian, there were also many half-saints. Some of their auras were even very obscure. Could it be that the clones of the saints had been forced? Many people were solemn. Next, more and more forces and families arrived. They stood in a part of the starry sky. Fortunately, this was the universe, and there was endless space. However, the ones who occupied the most advantageous positions were still a few of the top world forces. The Vermilion Bird Palace was one of them. No one dared to get close to where they were. In addition, a few forces that were on par with the Vermilion Bird Palace had also come. For a moment, the atmosphere around the void ocean was very heavy. Unexpectedly, the opening of the void ocean had attracted so many people. In the universe, a spirit ship was flying quickly. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon stood inside, their eyes shining. Beside him was Saint Mu Bai and a few elders of the Langya Palace. There were not many people. The Langya Star did not even send those young genius disciples. Was it because those people were not good at fighting? Or did the Langya Star have other intentions? When they arrived near the void ocean, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon looked at the light screen in front of them. The surrounding formation had already reflected the images of the surroundings. Lin Xian saw that there were countless figures around the void ocean. Their auras were very strong. Some of them were young geniuses with great strength. There were also some older figures. They were all sitting cross-legged and staring at the sky. Lin Xian knew that apart from the young geniuses, only a small number of experts had entered, because there was an age limit. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that some people had used some methods to force their way in, but such people were definitely in the minority. Lin Xian did not take them seriously. While Lin Xian was sizing up the people outside, they were also alarmed by the aura of the spirit ship. They saw a beam of light rushing over, followed by an ancient spirit ship. Immediately, there were exclamations. Chapter 3344. The pattern of the Langya star was a starlight pattern. In the middle was an incomparably bright star, surrounded by many other stars, forming a star field. It was very strange. It was easy to recognize at a glance. At this moment, countless exclamations sounded. The spirit boat of the Langya star continued to move forward without stopping. Obviously, with the strength and status of the Langya star, it had to stop at a position closer to the front. As expected, the figures in the positions near the front of the void also turned their heads and exclaimed. Those on the huge vermilion bird turned their heads and looked over. In the next moment, many people's expressions changed. Damn it, it's the people of the Langya star. The spirit boat stopped in the void. Then, a few figures rushed out of it. The person in the lead was a young man in a red robe. He had a handsome face, and there was also a divine dragon following beside him. He looked extraordinarily mighty. Following closely behind were Saint Mu Bai and a few elders. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of many people. Damn it, it's you? A cold voice rang out. Above the 9 heavens, endless thunder and lightning descended. It pierced through all directions. Everyone below felt their hair stand on end. What a terrifying aura! Who dared to make a move at this time? Countless people looked around quickly. Soon, they found that the person who spoke was Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian's murderous aura surged and shot into the sky. That aura was so terrifying that even a half-saint would tremble. His eyes burned with a fiery red light as he stared straight ahead. He didn't expect to meet his sworn enemy in the void sea half a year later. Yen Nantian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying murderous aura surged, making people's scalps tingle. Lin Xian also glanced at Yen Nantian. Then he smiled and said, "Isn't this my defeated opponent? How dare you come out? Let me tell you, I'm going to the void, C2. So you'd better take your people and get lost." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes popped out. They didn't even dare to breathe. This was a fight between immortals. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Palace's people's expressions were extremely ugly. Quite a few people's eyes were emitting flames. The overflowing flames transformed into flaming tornadoes that engulfed the 9 heavens. That damned brat! How dare he look down on us? Many of the Vermilion Bird Palace's geniuses clenched their teeth. The Vermilion Bird Palace's elders also had unwavering expressions, as if they were about to attack. What's wrong? Do I have to make a move just because I want to be outside? I don't mind playing with you guys. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he stomped his foot. Suddenly, the surrounding void shattered and turned into a terrifying black crack. A terrifying pressure pressed down on the surrounding people, causing their faces to turn pale and their blood to almost freeze. The flames that filled the sky were instantly torn to shreds. Those from the Vermilion Bird Palace gulped. No one dared to make a move because they knew that the person in front of them was no ordinary person. He was the number 1 on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, someone who had suppressed Yan Nantian. However, a Vermilion Bird Palace prodigy still sent a voice transmission. "Elder, why don't we attack and kill him forcefully? We have a saint on our side anyway." However, when the Vermilion Bird Palace's elder heard that, he snorted coldly, "Shut up and don't mess around. We have a saint, but does he not have one? Try making a move here if you dare. If you want to kill him, you can go in. There will be plenty of opportunities, but not here." Hearing that prodigy stopped talking. Indeed, they had a saint on their side. How could the Langia Star not have one? Especially in such a situation, the elders around Lin Xian were probably here to protect him. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone was still waiting. Finally, a powerful aura surged over from afar, and dragon roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Everyone's bodies were about to split open. Their scalps were numb. Heavens, the experts of the dragons were here. Even the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace were on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. They all held their breaths. Only Yan Nantian snorted coldly, not caring at all. Lin Xian turned his head curiously. Are they from the dragons? There were indeed dragons in the myriad worlds. I wonder how they compare to the nest of 10,000 dragons. In the distance, a huge dragon flew over like a mountain range. There were many figures standing on the huge dragon. They were all in the form of dragons. Of course, there were also a few who didn't seem to be bothered to transform into their dragon forms. They appeared as dragons. Their horns were ferocious, and their auras were very powerful. Their strong physiques could shatter the void with a light shake. They were from the Dragon Valley. Many people exclaimed. Obviously, this was also a large faction, and it was the faction of the dragons. Dragon Valley? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. And on the huge dragon, the experts of the dragons stood there, ignoring everyone. Suddenly, one of them frowned. His huge eyes looked down and stared at where Lin Xian was. Instantly, the void there turned into a black hole. How terrifying. What's wrong with this person? Why did he attack Lin Wudi? The surrounding people were shocked. On the other hand, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace were delighted. Could it be that this kid also offended the Dragon Valley? If that's the case, there's going to be fun to watch. They all had gloating expressions on their faces. The faces of the people of Langistar changed. Even Sage Mubai was on guard. However, Lin Xian didn't care. Beside him, the dark red dragon roared. The dragon's roar reverberated through the 9 heavens, causing the bodies of those above to tremble slightly. What's going on? The people of Dragon Valley all stopped. Their expressions were unfriendly as they stared at the dark red dragon. The others were also stunned. Are there still dragons? Which world are you dragons from? On the huge dragon, the expert of Dragon Valley asked coldly. You people don't have the right to know. The dark red dragon snorted. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This guy probably doesn't even know which faction I'm from. Let's go. The people of Dragon Valley took a few glances and ignored him. They naturally knew that they weren't the only race with dragons. There were other worlds with dragons. However, if they really went to the Void Sea and fought for treasures, even if the other party was a dragon, they wouldn't show mercy. The people of the Dragon Valley had forcefully taken over a piece of land. After this, more powerful factions came. Dark Moon Temple, 8 Desolation Pavilion. The Seekong family was a major faction on par with Dragon Valley and Vermilion Bird Palace. The geniuses of the Seekong family were also very terrifying. And this time, there were leaders leading the way. Even when facing Yan Nantian, they didn't show any fear. One could imagine that they were very confident and powerful. That guy. Among the people of the Dragon Valley, there was a figure with a gloomy expression. It was Long Zhaotian. He was originally from the Dragon Tribe, so he had joined the Dragon Valley in the past half a year. He had become a member of the Dragon Valley and was valued. On the other side, there was also a pale-faced person from Dark Moon Temple. He stared at Lin Xian with a cold, killing intent in his eyes. He was Zhao Wuliang. He had joined Dark Moon Temple. In addition to these people who were hostile to Lin Xian, there were also some people who were greedy for the treasures on Lin Xian. Among them, there were 4 sages hiding in the dark. One of them was Cloud Sky Sage. However, they must have hidden in order to secretly enter the Void Sea. He couldn't find them for the time being. Chapter 33:45. Humph! He snorted coldly and did not care at all. As long as these people dared to come, he would definitely make them regret it. Brother Lin, the North Demon, walked over from afar and greeted him. Yen Ruyu was also here. The 3 of them attracted the attention of countless people. Yen Ruyu only brought 2 people with her this time. 2 of them were dressed in green robes. One of them was an old lady with a walking stick. The other was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. They stood there silently, as if they did not exist. The North Demon came with his sister. He had not joined any forces yet. Ever since the Vermilion Bird trial, he had gone into seclusion and only came out recently. Why don't you join the Langistar directly? Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Langistar sage and elder raised their eyebrows. These 2 people were top prodigies. Yen Ryu smiled and said, Even if I don't join, can you not help me? The North Demon nodded. Sure, but I have to bring my sister along. Hearing this, Lin Xian glanced at Sage Mubai. Sage Mubai smiled and said, No problem. He was too happy. The North Demon was also a top prodigy. At this moment, Lin Xian added, Elder Mubai, this brother of mine is not simple. He has a battle armor that is the Green Nocturne. If Brother North Demon grows up in the future, he might be able to control the Green Nocturne. Hearing this, Sage Mubai's eyes lit up. He looked at the North Demon with even more joy in his eyes. Someone who could control the Green Nocturne? To them, that person was like a savior. Of course, he also looked at Lin Xian gratefully. If it were not for Lin Xian, the North Demon would not have joined the Langistar. It seemed that betting on Lin Xian's future and fully supporting him was the right choice. The North Demon also heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and called for his sister. Then he said, You can follow me first. These seniors can wait outside. The void ocean is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to enter now. All right, brother, be careful. The North Demon nodded and started to fight with Lin Xian. They began to wait patiently. Boom. They waited for about 10 days before an earth-shattering sound came from the front. Waves rose from the void ocean. Each wave was 10,000 miles high. It was impossible to see them clearly in the darkness. However, the 8 waves spun rapidly, forming a gigantic vortex that seemed as though it was going to devour everything. However, the experts waiting here all revealed smiles as they looked at the vortex. Good. It's finally open. They can enter now. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. Was it finally going to open? Many people clenched their fists. This time, they had to come out alive and successfully bring out the treasure. Sage Mubai also looked at Lin Xian and the Northern Demon and said in a low voice, "Be careful." He looked at Lin Xian. "Especially you. I reckon that many people will make a move on you this time. I'm guessing that among them, there must be a saint who sneaked in." "Don't worry, I can handle it." Lin Xian smiled. Then he turned around and walked forward with the dark red dragon, the North Demon, and Yen Ruyu. The surrounding people all moved out and entered the black vortex, disappearing without a trace. However, at that moment, 2 muffled groans were heard. 2 figures were sent flying, and their blood dyed the void red. Then they turned into a sea of blood. It was the blood of a saint. Many people exclaimed in surprise. There were indeed saints among them. However, it seemed that the 2 saints were not strong enough. They were sent flying and were seriously injured. Damn it! The 2 saints cursed in a low voice. They were instantly covered in blood and flew into the distance. Sage Mubai looked at the scene and sneered. What a stupid guy. He came to the void ocean without asking around. How dare he barge in? Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Were the saints injured? It seemed that there were special restrictions. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate and quickly walked forward. Soon, they were swallowed by the darkness. The seawater washed their bodies, forcing them to defend themselves. However, it was too dark. It seemed that the abyss could devour all light. Therefore, they could not see clearly at all. The people were not worried. They just waited for them to enter completely. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Oh no! The voice was very sweet. After hearing it, Lin Xian asked coldly, "What's wrong?" That was Yen Ruyu's voice. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying by a huge force. Boom. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Someone is setting up a trap. Lin Xian instantly understood. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Although this attack landed on his body, it didn't pierce through it. The blood in his body was boiling. He forcefully suppressed it and shouted coldly, "Someone is setting up a trap. Don't make a sound." He was warning the dark red divine dragon, Yen Ryu, and the North Demon. However, his warning exposed his position again. Suddenly, there was a terrifying energy fluctuation in the void. However, there was no light at all. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian took the attack head-on and was forced to retreat. His blood was boiling. However, he did not act rashly because he could not find Yen Ryu and the others. If he hurt them, it would be troublesome. He had to survive this period of darkness first. All of this happened in an instant. Then, light appeared in front of them. Everyone was wrapped in seawater and rushed out. They had completely entered the void ocean. This was a scene at the bottom of the ocean. It was like an underwater dragon palace. There were all kinds of marine plants, sea creatures, and fish. Those were all demonic beasts. The water carried a heavy pressure. However, those who could enter were at least half saints. Some of them were clones of saints, and some were hidden saints. Therefore, the pressure of the seawater was not a threat to them. It only affected them a little. Lin Xian, are you okay? Yen Ryu and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the next moment, he nodded. He realized that it was really Yen Ryu this time. The North Demon and the dark red Divine Dragon saw that Lin Xian's robe was a little tattered and some parts were charred. They asked nervously, "What happened?" "Someone attacked me in the dark." "What?" The dark red Divine Dragon gritted his teeth. The North Demon and Yen Ryu were shocked. They looked around cautiously. There were some people in the surroundings. However, most of them left quickly after landing. The North Demon glanced at them and said, "Something's not right. There are much fewer people here than before. It seems that they have been randomly assigned." "Humph. You actually dared to come in." "You really don't know what's good for you. Just you wait. When the time comes, none of you will be able to leave." At that moment, a cold laugh came from behind them. The North Demon and the others turned around. In the next moment, they frowned. It was the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace. Not only was Yen Nantian not here, but it seemed that he had not been teleported here. He must have been teleported somewhere else. Chapter 3346. The North Demon said, "They have a lot of people, and we're here to find treasures. Let's not fight with them for now." Lin Xian frowned. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, as if he was confirming something. Soon he sneered. "So it was you? Since that's the case, go to hell." His aura burst out and engulfed the entire area. The surrounding seawater started to churn crazily, creating a vacuum zone. There were still some people around. When they saw this scene, they shrunk their necks in fear. Heavens! We just entered, and Lin Wuti is going to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. It's you. The North Demon and Yen Ryu wanted to say something, but Lin Xian suddenly attacked. The golden palm reached forward and instantly enveloped everyone from Vermilion Bird Palace. However, there was a golden sword aura in the palm that pierced towards one of them. Pooh! Ah, it was too fast. In just an instant, there was a scream. Then, one of the geniuses from Vermilion Bird Palace was split open. The corpse fell to the sides, and the soul escaped screaming. "Damn it! You really dared to attack." The people from Vermilion Bird Palace roared crazily. They were really angry. Although Lin Wuti defeated Yen Nantian, so what? Even a saint didn't dare to start a war with Vermilion Bird Palace. Vermilion Bird Palace was very powerful, but now the other party killed one of their geniuses without hesitation. The soul of the genius floated in the air and screamed crazily. "Damn it, you dare to attack me?" He was really mad. Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare to attack you? You attacked me first, right? You were the one who attacked me at the entrance. You think I can't sense you just because you hid your aura? Since you dared to attack me, you have to be prepared to die." Lin Xian's sword aura soared into the sky, and the soul was about to dim. "Damn it, how dare you attack Vermilion Bird Palace? Kill." Instantly, a person charged over. Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal and transformed into a huge vermilion bird which charged toward Lin Xian. At the same time, the other person pulled out a long saber. It was as red as fire and looked like the feathers of a vermilion bird. Although it was not as good as the feather in Yen Nantian's hand, it was still extremely terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was split apart. At the same time, the other person also made his move. The flames on his body overflowed into the sky, covering all the seawater. They formed two large flaming palms and grabbed Lin Xian's legs, preventing him from escaping. The three geniuses struck out at the same time, displaying their ultimate skills. It was truly ferocious. "Ha! Die for me." The vermilion bird seal rushed towards Lin Xian's head, while the vermilion bird feather longsword stabbed towards Lin Xian's heart. Both were fatal attacks. Boom, boom, An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Terrifying flames and violent energy engulfed Lin Xian. The dark red dragon and the others' auras exploded, tearing everything apart. Their eyes were cold, and the surrounding martial artists frantically retreated. They had just entered and encountered such a thing. Before they could react, some of them were sent flying by this force. Humph, I don't believe you can block it. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The seawater surged, and the surrounding sea demons were all blasted into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's figure appeared, stunning the people from Vermilion Bird Palace. Damn it, how could he not be injured? How could he not be injured? These people found it hard to believe. Although they had only seen Lin Xian's power, personally attacking and watching were two completely different things. 3 of you attacking me together? Very well, your Vermilion Bird Palace really has guts. You actually dare to attack me. Lin Xian's body emitted crackling sounds. Like thunder, golden light shone so brightly that everyone could not open their eyes. With a stomp of his foot, the 2 large flaming palms that bound him were instantly torn apart. Ah! The genius on the other side screamed and retracted his hand. There were countless cracks on his palm, and even his bones could be seen. His face was filled with shock. Too strong. His opponent only shook his body, and he could not withstand that force. Does your hand hurt? Don't worry. The pain you will suffer will be 10,000 times more painful than your hand. A cold voice sounded in front of him. The genius raised his head, scared, out of his wits. He did not know when the other party had appeared in front of him. A large palm reached out and slapped his face like a mountain. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the ground cracked. A large crack appeared on the seabed. The body of the Vermilion Bird Palace genius fell to the ground. His body was torn apart, and his face was smashed into pieces. Eye technique, soul stab. Lin Xian formed a hand seal and the heavenly secret divine. Eye exploded. A golden light pierced his opponent's soul. Instantly, his opponent's soul screamed miserably, as if he was in great danger. The sound was so terrifying that it made one's scalp tingle. You dare to stab my heart with a sword? Trash, let me tell you how to use a sword. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other person. A sword chi appeared on the tip of his finger, and it streaked across the sea. A sword mark appeared on the forehead of that person, and blood immediately flowed out. What a fast sword! That was the only thought he had. Bang! The corpse fell to the ground. The sword had directly killed the other person's body and soul. The soul of the first man, who had suffered great pain, also died. In the blink of an eye, 2 geniuses were completely destroyed. Lin Xian turned to the third person. The Vermilion Bird Seal? So weak. Let me tell you how to use the Vermilion Bird Seal. He formed a hand seal, and the golden flames on his body danced, turning into a golden vermilion bird. Along with his palm, he pushed out. This power was much stronger than before, as if the primordial vermilion bird had been revived. Boom, boom, boom. That person was blasted into pieces, and his soul escaped. However, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye on the soul that attacked before, and this soul, the terrifying light, made the 2 of them scream, and another 2 souls fell. In an instant, all 4 of them were killed. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace could not react. In the distance, the martial artists passing by were scared out of their wits. Linwoody was really too strong. If they were not a saint, they should not provoke him. They quickly fled. Damn it! How dare you attack us? I'm going to... Before a genius from the Vermilion Bird Palace could finish speaking, he was slapped to the ground by the leader. Shut up. All of you fucking leave. They turned into a stream of fiery light and fled in an instant. It was too terrifying. They did not have a saint's clone, nor did they have Yen Nantian. How could they fight against the other party? It was better to run first, wait until they met up with the main group, then discuss how to kill the other party. Kid, are you going to let them escape just like that? The dark red dragon looked at the other party and asked quickly. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. They will definitely find the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and come back. Chapter 3347. Now, we don't have time to chase after these clowns. Let's go and see what's so magical about the Sea of Void. The group quickly set off. Wherever they passed, no one dared to provoke them. That was because their lineup was too powerful. None of them were weak. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in front of them. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura came from it. Yenryu and the dark red dragon both took a deep breath. That was demonic aura. What a terrifying demonic aura. The North demons had the body of 10,000 demons. Although the dark red dragon was a dragon, it could be said to be the land of 10,000 demons. In addition, Yenryu had once joined the Demon King Palace, so she should be related to the demons. Therefore, they were the most sensitive to the demonic aura. Lin Xian's soul was strong, so he naturally felt it too. The aura was too terrifying. It even carried the aura of a saint. Could it be a demon saint? There was actually a demon saint here. Let's go. They sped up and rushed forward through the waves. Soon, they approached the huge shadow. However, they found that it was not a shadow, but a corpse that was as big as a mountain. The bones were blue like stars. They were very hard and could not be broken at all. Now that so much time had passed, the flesh and blood were gone, but the bones were perfectly preserved. That was the best material for refining weapons and armor. Why didn't anyone want it? Hee, I won't stand on ceremony. The dark red dragon stretched out its claw and grabbed forward. In front of them, the demon saint's corpse was as big as a mountain. However, so what if it was huge? The dark red dragon's claw contained a part of the world. It could take in any mountain. However, he soon found that something was wrong because he could not take it in at all. It was too strange. It was fixed there and could not be picked up at all. Damn it, it's so strange. The dark red dragon muttered and tried a few more times, but it was useless. Therefore, he could only give up. Yenryu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. He said, "This shouldn't be the first time the Sea of Void has opened, right? In the past, there must have been strong cultivators like us. The treasures that could be seen at a glance would have been taken away by our ancestors. It's not our turn at all." This was an explanation for the dark red dragon. The dark red divine dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. Damn it, this is infuriating. It kicked the huge corpse fiercely. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing everyone to frown. The dark red divine dragon also let out an awe-inspiring howl. Fuck, it hurts so much. What kind of broken thing is this? It's actually so hard. Lin Xian said, "All right, stop messing around. Let's go see what other treasures there are. Little White, it's up to you." Lin Xian gave Little White 2 spirit fruits. Little White hugged the spirit fruit and squeaked, "Let me see." Before he could finish his words, the surrounding water began to circulate, forming a water prison that completely enveloped them. Not good. Someone is attacking us again. The dark red divine dragon let out a strange cry. Could it be someone from the Vermilion Bird Palace? They found that it wasn't. Look at what it is. Northern Devil frowned. In the distance, many black figures swam over. Yenryu said, "Not good. Let's leave quickly." They bombarded the water prison and shattered it. However, the black figures still surrounded them. Finally, They saw clearly what those black figures were. They were terrifying fish, and they were all demon fish. The aura on their bodies was terrifying. Their teeth and scales were sharp enough to pierce through everything. If there were only one or two, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't care at all. However, there were tens of thousands of them. Who knew how many there were? Not good. These are ghost fiend fish. They're very terrifying. Their attacks are very powerful and crazy. Let's leave quickly. Break out of the encirclement. Don't fight them head on. Yan Ruyu said quickly. Lin Xian and the others nodded and struck out with their palms. It was like a school of fish. Instantly, the ghost fiend fish were sent flying. Lin Xian's fist was terrifyingly harmonious. The ghost fiend sharks in front of him were all turned into ashes. They turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood stimulated the ghost fiend sharks. Instantly, they charged out. Endless bubbles appeared, and their eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. They rushed over quickly, like blue divine arrows, and collided with Lin Xian's body, producing clanging sounds. Although Lin Xian's body was strong, he couldn't withstand the impact of so many fish. He could tell that if a saint was trapped here, he would probably die. Therefore, he stomped his foot. Like a coiling dragon, he split the world with his foot. With a boom, he created a vacuum in the sea of fish. Let's go. Lin Xian took the lead and unleashed a barrage of attacks in all directions. The dark red mystical dragon, Yan Ruyu, and Northern Devil followed closely behind. During this time, the dark red mystical dragon roared in all directions. It wanted to use the might of the dragons to suppress these demon fish. However, the ghost fiend sharks were not afraid. Lin Xian was shocked. Northern Devil was also surprised. What kind of demon beast was this? It could ignore the bloodline suppression. They ran all the way until they finally escaped the pursuit of the ghost fiend sharks. Then their expressions turned ugly. Damn it, this void sea is too strange. Yenryu said, these ghost fiend sharks were bloodthirsty. They probably ate the corpse of the demonic saint from before. That was why they became so terrifying. Moreover, that demonic saint was probably not ordinary. His flesh and blood contained a trace of the will of a saint, so these ghost fiend sharks were affected. You insulted the demonic saint just now and attracted these ghost fiend sharks. All right, ruffian dragon, be careful. Don't touch it again. Lin Xian said. The dark red, mystical dragon shrugged, helplessly. Damn, how would I know that this place is so strange? All right, I'll be more careful in the future. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. Then they asked Little White. Little White jumped into Yenryu's arms and ate a spirit fruit. Its big black eyes blinked in all directions. Then it pointed its furry paw in a direction. There, they quickly left. After walking for about a day, they had completely entered the void sea. Their surroundings were no longer the same as when they first entered. It was simply an underwater world. Moreover, it was an underwater forest. The seaweeds were hundreds of meters long and rooted at the bottom of the sea. They were connected like trees, making it impossible for people to see them clearly. Some of them had even cultivated into demons and could launch sneak attacks. The dark red mystical dragon and the others were attacked. They were instantly wrapped up by the seaweeds. If it weren't for their strength, they would have died there long ago. Sure enough, in the past few days, they heard screams from time to time. Blood dyed the sea red, and then it was washed away. Clearly, many of the people who entered had died in the mouths of the sea demons. This was definitely a very dangerous place. Boom, boom, boom. An abnormal current appeared in front of them. Northern Devil frowned. Something seemed to be coming. Chapter 33:48. Lin Xian and the others instantly hid in the seaweed and restrained their auras. Even their heartbeats were gone. They were like boulders, hiding themselves. The black shadows in front of them flew over quickly. They were blue demonic beasts that were as deep as the sea of stars. From afar, they looked like ferocious flood dragons or cheilants in the sea. However, they were not flood dragons or cheilants. They were seahorses. They were all demonic beasts that had cultivated into spirits. Each of them was hundreds of meters long, and one of them was even thousands of meters long. They were like the overlords of the sea. Wherever they passed, countless water demons prostrated themselves as if they were welcoming their king. Lin Xian and the others stared at the gigantic seahorse king in shock. There was actually such a terrifying sea demon. However, the seahorse king seemed to have sensed something. It turned its huge head, bringing with it a powerful wave. Its eyes swept over the area. Immediately, Lin Xian and the others became nervous. They realized that it was not an ordinary seahorse king, but a saint. It was the seahorse saint. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was no ordinary saint. He must have cultivated for many years. There were also countless half-saint seahorses around him. He was definitely an overlord in the void ocean. Lin Xian and the others did not want to provoke such an existence. Therefore, they lowered their auras to the minimum. The seahorse saint glanced at them and did not pay any more attention to them. Then he left. In his opinion, he had discovered them. With such weak auras, they were probably like insects. He would not care about them at all. After the seahorses had left for a long time, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief and quietly probed with their souls. When they found that there was nothing strange around them, they walked out of the seaweed. They walked for another 2 days and went deeper. Suddenly, the little white monkey cheered. Ah, there's something ahead. It's good. Hearing that, Yan Ruyu, Lin Xian, and the others' eyes lit up. They sped up. Soon, they arrived in front of them. Then, they were stunned. There was an underwater canyon in front of them. There were stalks of seaweed in the canyon that emitted dazzling light. They danced in the water like chains of laws. The aura emitted by the seaweed was too shocking. It was a spiritual herb that was about 10,000 years old. It was a real king medicine. There were more than 10 of them. The dark red dragon was drooling. Ruyu and the North Demon's eyes were also burning. Such a king of medicine was extremely tempting even to a saint. Attack! The dark red dragon and the others rushed forward to grab it and pull it hard. However, after tugging a few times, they realized that they could not pull it off. What's going on? How could there be such a hard king medicine? They were all top-notch experts. This was especially true for Lin Xian, who possessed boundless strength. But now he was actually unable to grab Lin Xian. This greatly surprised him. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claws a few times and hit the bottom of the canyon. Then it frowned. It was so hard. Why did it feel like it was similar to the corpse of the demon saint from before? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He activated his Tianji divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes looked down from the sky. The corpse was the corpse of the corpse. He did not know what kind of corpse it was. It was too long. The entire canyon was filled with its corpse. However, it seemed that its corpse had been split open. He did not know if it was split open by an outsider, or was it split open by the sea of void. The canyon was actually a corpse of a monster, and the king medicine grew on the monster's corpse. Yanruyu and the North Demon exclaimed when they heard that. The king medicine was at least 10,000 years old. In other words, the corpse had existed for at least 10,000 years. The Sea of Void was really terrifying. According to the corpse of the demon saint, its bones were very hard. It would not be easy to produce these king medicines. Let's hurry up and do it bit by bit. Ryu, Don't do anything. You stay outside and guard. We'll set up an array. If there's any danger, alert us." Yen Ryu nodded. Then, the dark red dragon set up an array that enveloped the surroundings. Otherwise, the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs would definitely attract the attention of other experts. It might even attract other sea demons. The dark red dragon was still puzzled. The sea demons should be able to find this place. Why was it preserved? Soon, they found out. The corpse of the sea demon below was too terrifying. Even though it had been dead for so many years, it was still emitting a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the other two stepped on it, a cold, murderous aura enveloped them, as if it was going to tear them to pieces. Lin Xian sighed. He knew that it would not be so easy to obtain the treasures. Usually there would be heaven and earth demonic beasts guarding them. There were more than 10,000-year-old spirit herbs here. Without the protection of a powerful sea demon, one could imagine that there was something wrong with the corpse. As expected, it was very strong. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand it. They roared and began to resist with all their might. They not only had to resist the terrifying aura of the demon saint corpse below, but they also had to try their best to obtain the 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. It could be said that it was very difficult. On the outside, Yen Ryu was scouting the surroundings. Although the array covered everything, she was still not at ease. After about half a day, Lin Xian had plucked 6 of them. There were still 5 floating there. Damn it, I'm exhausted. However, the harvest was not bad. Looking at the 10,000-year-old herb kings, the dark red divine dragon was very excited. However, at this moment, Yen Ryu shouted. Someone was coming. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other 2 frowned. However, Yen Ryu said, "You guys continue. I'll deal with it." She did not immediately take action. Instead, she stared ahead. A group of people walked over. There were a total of 5 people, and Yen Ryu knew one of them, Zhao Wuliang. It seemed that they should be from the Dark Moon Temple. If it was only Zhao Wuliang, Yen Ryu would not be worried. However, Zhao Wuliang was only one of the 5 people, and he was obviously not the leader. There was actually another person in front of Zhao Wuliang. It looked like a boy, but it was obvious that he was the leader. Yen Ryu frowned. It seemed that the other party was not a young genius, but a saint or an existence that had been sent down by a saint's clone. Zhao Wuliang and the others did not discover anything, but the boy saint in front of them stopped. There was a strange light in his eyes as he looked in all directions. Soon he sneered. There was actually an array here, and it was actually a concealment array. It seemed that the treasure should be here. He stretched out a large hand that covered the sky and earth. It was like a blood-colored cloud that slapped forward. "Oh, no, I've been discovered." Yen Ryu sighed. Saints are indeed powerful. She could only walk out of the array. Similarly, she slapped towards the sky with her jade-white hand. Boom, boom, boom. The jade-white hand and the blood-colored hand collided, producing an earth-shaking sound. The blood-colored hand was blocked, and Yen Ryu also took 2 steps back. Chapter 3349. Zhao Wuliang exclaimed. "Yen Ryu, it's you." "Oh, you know her?" The child saint turned to look at Zhao Wuliang. Zhao Wuliang nodded. "That's right, elder. This person is Yen Ryu. She's very strong and is ranked above me, second only to Long Zhaotian. So she's Yen Ryu." The child saint understood. It was clear that Yen Ryu's reputation had also resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Not bad. She's indeed a peerless beauty. The child saint didn't look old, but a fiery light appeared in his eyes. Seeing the child saint's fiery gaze, Zhao Wuliang's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Yan Ruyu was dead meat. The child beside him wasn't ordinary. He was also an elder in the Dark Moon Temple. His strength had already reached the Sage Realm, but in order to enter the Void Ocean, there were some restrictions. Even so, he had surpassed the half-sage realm. Moreover, the child saint liked beautiful women very much. He had never failed to capture anyone he set his eyes on. No matter how strong Yan Ruyu was, she was only slightly stronger than him. How could she be a match for an elder? Thinking of this, Zhao Wuliang said again, Yan Ruyu and Lin Wuti were very familiar. They might even be lovers. Since she was here, it meant that Lin Wuti should be nearby. Perhaps he was in the hidden array, snatching the treasures. Hearing this, the child saint's eyes lit up. Lin Wuti? He naturally knew that Lin Wuti was the successor of the 9 sons and the great dragon. He also had the great destruction spear. If he could capture him and get the treasures in his hands, his future would be limitless. He might even be able to advance further. At his age, he didn't dare to think about becoming a great emperor. However, he could still break through to the Great Sage Realm or Sage King Realm. Thinking of this, his eyes were burning. I'll capture this girl first, then break the array. The people and treasures inside are all mine. Damn Zhao Wuliang. He's obviously adding fuel to the fire. Yan Ruyu frowned. She glanced behind her. Right now, Lin Xian and the other 2 were trying their best to seize the 10,000-year-old spirit herb and could not be disturbed. Moreover, in case the news of the 10,000-year-old spirit herb leaked out, they would not be able to escape. It would definitely alarm these people. If these people came together, they would definitely have a sound transmission array. If the news got out, it would be really bad for them. Therefore, Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and took a step forward. Her delicate body blocked everyone's path. If you want to take the treasure, you'll have to get past me first. What a reckless woman. Zhao Wuliang sneered. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. Not bad. I like this personality. The other 2 experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall laughed. Elder, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Although we're no match for her in a one-on-one fight, the 2 of us can definitely take her down easily. All right, go ahead then. The child saint nodded and stood in the void with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be sizing up his prey. Zhao Wuliang also did not make a move. However, the 2 experts from the Dark Moon Divine Hall beside him walked out. They were also 2 top half-saints. Indeed, as the other party said, no one was a match for Yan Ruyu in a one-on-one fight. However, they were confident that they could do it together. The power of the 2 exploded in an instant. Water Dragon Prison. One of them waved the law of water and directly controlled the surrounding seawater to form a sea dragon. Like a cage, it completely enveloped Yan Ruyu. The other person's body turned pitch black. Like a shadow, he quickly charged over. Like a shadow. The 2 experts, one of whom was a water-type expert, had a boost of strength in the sea. Their strength was very terrifying. Yan Ruyu was instantly surrounded by an inescapable net. They wanted to completely suppress her. Beside them, there was also a shadow-level assassin. How dare 2 half-saints try to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves, she shouted and suddenly pushed out her jade-like hand. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater violently tumbled and formed 2 giant sharks. They opened their mouths and completely shattered the 8 water dragon pillars. Not only that, but the white shark also bit the shadow. Boom! The shadow exploded and formed thousands of illusions, directly piercing through the seawater. At the same time, the other person's face darkened. Damn it, you also have the law of water. Yes, not only do I have the law of water, but I'm more proficient in it than you. Yan Ruyu pressed her palm forward. Suddenly, the surrounding seawater changed. The water-type half-saint of the Dark Moon Divine Hall was instantly enveloped by a huge blue wave. The wave was extremely terrifying. It had mysterious Tao patterns on it. As it tumbled, it made him vomit blood. The law of shadow, however, in the sea, how can you compare to my doppelganger? Yen Ryu's beautiful eyes shone with a piercing light. Then she formed a seal. The law of water danced nonstop. The power in her body also rushed out, as if she had become the master of the sea. In the endless sea water, Yen Ryu's beautiful face appeared all over the place. The number was much more than the black shadows in the sky. Kill! With a shout, the countless beautiful faces opened their red lips. A terrifying sound wave swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sound wave contained an extremely terrifying killing intent, shattering the countless black shadows. The dark shadow half-saint was also forced back. He vomited blood, and his face was extremely pale. Damn it, a sound wave soul attack. His soul had been severely injured. Zhao, Wuliang, and the others were also shocked. The sound wave was too terrifying. Moreover, they were caught off guard and almost got hit. Fortunately, there was a child saint standing beside them. At the critical moment, he opened his saint domain and blocked the sound wave. Elder, this woman is too strange. Let's ask the elder to do it personally. Zhao Wuliang whispered from the side. If 2 half-saints couldn't take her down, it would be useless to send another one. He also didn't dare to act rashly. Therefore, he hoped that the child saint would act quickly. The child saint also narrowed his eyes. She has some skills. Good, I'll do it personally. He looked forward and said coldly, this seawater is too blue. I don't like it. I like red. As he spoke, the surrounding seawater tumbled and turned red, as if it was dripping blood. A monstrous blood aura rushed over. Yen Ryu instantly frowned. What a terrifying blood-colored aura. This person cultivated the blood fiend Tao. This was the law of blood. As expected, the surrounding blood was too terrifying. That aura could make an ordinary half-saint faint instantly. Surrender obediently. I don't want to hurt you. Otherwise, if I really attack, I'm afraid you'll suffer. My blood-drinking knife hasn't drunk the blood of a peerless beauty for a long time. Chapter 3350. The Blade of Law. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary blade of law. Yen Ryu's expression instantly became incomparably solemn. They could also condense a law weapon. However, there were 2 types of such weapons. One was condensed in an instant and dissipated between heaven and earth after the battle. The other was condensed in the body and used the body's power to nurture it over a long period of time. This kind of law weapon was almost the same as a true sacred artifact. In fact, if a powerful saint nurtured a law weapon for thousands of years, its power would probably be even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred artifact. Of course, law weapons still had their shortcomings. If you didn't continue to give it power, its power would become weaker and weaker. In the end, it would dissipate between heaven and earth. However, a sacred artifact was different. Once it was refined, its power wouldn't change and would even become stronger. Therefore, as long as one was a saint, they would dream of having their own sacred artifact. However, a sacred artifact? It was also extremely precious. After all, the materials used to refine a sacred artifact had to be very top-notch. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Tao patterns. The child saint in front of her clearly didn't have a true sacred artifact. Moreover, looking at the power of the law weapon, Yen Ryu guessed wrong. It wasn't 1,000 years old, but only 500 to 600 years old. However, it was only 500 to 600 years old, and it was already not something that those half-saints could resist. Yen Ryu also felt a great sense of danger. Sure enough, With a slash, the divine ability around her was split in half. She instantly moved away, and the afterimage was shattered. The robes on his body also began to flutter. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wuliang and the others all laughed. As expected, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be compared with a true saint. Moreover, it was now a 500-year law weapon. His speed was quite fast, but he could dodge a few more slashes from her. Just now, she had only casually attacked. The child saint seemed to be enjoying this fun and wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Yan Ruyu's face darkened. A mere 500-year law weapon dared to be arrogant in front of her. "Fine, I'll let you see my methods today," she shouted, and a green light rose from her body. A terrifying and monstrous power instantly exploded. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a behemoth awakening, causing Zhao Wuliang and the others to feel the blood in their bodies freeze, and they couldn't breathe. Damn it, what was that? Zhao Wuliang and the others went crazy. They didn't expect Yan Ruyu to have such a trump card. The child saint's expression changed as well. A blood-red light burst out of his eyes, turning into two blood-red vortexes as he stared at Yan Ruyu. It was as if it wanted to devour her. What a terrifying aura. Could it be a sacred artifact? There was actually a sacred artifact in her body. What a pleasant surprise. If I capture you, I might be able to obtain a true sacred artifact. The child saint was overjoyed. He no longer hesitated. With a wave of his arm, he grabbed the blood-imbibing saber and slashed down. The power of this saber strike was boundless. A half-saint simply couldn't block it. Yan Ryu shouted and pushed out her palm. At that moment, her body was completely enveloped by a cyan color. Even her eyebrows and head seemed to have turned cyan. The strange palm was also covered with green lines that looked like runes. The mysterious power gushed out in an instant. With a boom, a shocking sound rang out. The surrounding seawater was split apart, spreading for who knew how many tens of thousands of li. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The violent roar shook all directions. Inside the formation, Lin Xian and the others had already noticed it. Seeing this scene, their expressions changed, and they couldn't help but worry. But soon Lin Xian smiled and said, "Ruyu is fine. Let's hurry up and get the remaining three out." Ka, ka, ka. There was a shattering sound between heaven and earth, followed by a cry of surprise. How could it be? My blood-imbibing saber. How could it be broken? When the light that filled the sky disappeared, the child saint's face was full of horror. The blood-imbibing saber in his hand had been torn apart, leaving only the hilt in his hand. Zhao Wuliang and the others were dumbfounded. This was a 500-year-old saber of laws, but it was broken in the collision just now. How could it be? Could it be that the other party's palm was a sacred artifact? Damn it, what was that cyan light in the other party's body? Their scalps went numb. The child saint's face was also gloomy. How dare you destroy my 500-year-old weapon of laws? I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. He was truly furious. Killing intent spread out from his body as a monstrous sea of blood surrounded him. At this moment, the child saint was like an Azura. Just one look at him could make people faint. "Do you really think you are my match?" Yan Ruyu shouted. Two cyan runes appeared in her eyes. It was extremely strange. The cyan light on her body was even more terrifying. It was as if a cyan figure was attached to her body. Boom! Her palm slammed out. Cyan light flew out with an unparalleled aura, causing the entire world to shake. On the other side, the child saint also shouted furiously. Suppress! He used his sacred domain. As long as he could pull the other party into his sacred domain, he would be the ruler. No matter how strong the other party was, they could not do anything to him. The monstrous sea of blood turned into a small world and enveloped Yan Ruyu. Success. The child saint smiled. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. However, in the next moment, his smile disappeared from his face, because his sacred domain was pierced by the other party's palm. Guh. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was dazed. How could it be? His sacred domain was pierced by the other party. What kind of power was this? The other party was only a half-saint. Even if she had a sacred artifact in her hand, she could not use its full power. But why was there such power? He did not know, he could not understand. However, in the next moment, he was sent flying, many cracks appearing on his body. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Zhao Wuliang and the other four were dumbfounded. They could not help but tremble. The power of a half-saint, even the dark red divine dragon, and the others inside the formation could not help but be surprised when they saw this scene. Northern Demon looked as if he had seen a ghost. When did Yan Ruyu become so powerful? The dark red divine dragon said, I have long felt that there is a mysterious power in this girl's body that I can't figure out. Chapter 3351. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also took out the last 3 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Then they waved their hands and removed the formation. Outside, the screams stopped. The child saint's body had healed, but his expression was extremely ugly. Zhao Wuliang and the other 4 experts from the Dark Moon Temple were terrified as well. At this time, they saw the formation in front of them disappear, and then 3 figures walked out. When he saw one of the figures, Zhao Wuliang looked as if he had seen a ghost and almost knelt on the ground. Lin Wudi, it's him. He's really here. Zhao Wuliang was really scared. If he was full of confidence before and thought that they had a saint on their side, they could definitely kill the other party. But now he didn't dare to think so. Just Yan Ryu alone had the power to injure a saint. In addition, Lin Wudi, the North Demon, and a dragon's expert were beside him. This lineup was too strong. Even if they all attacked, they probably couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, they might have to face death. The elders all looked at the child saint in an instant. The child saint's face was cold. He stared at the 3 new figures and then stared at one of them. It was Lin Wudi. Hand over the treasures on your body, and I can spare your life. Ha ha, Lin Xian laughed. You're already beaten up like this, and you still dare to think about the treasures? You must be tired of living. Or have you been a saint for too long and don't know anything about the changes outside? Do you think you have the right to be arrogant in front of us? Lin Xian's words were full of disdain, which made the child saint furious. Damn it, damn it. A mere half-step saint dared to be arrogant in front of him? He was a saint above heaven and earth, above the half-step saint. Even a half-step saint would have to bow their head respectfully when they saw him. Who dared to be impudent in front of him? Even Zhao Wuliang had to be respectful to him, but this person in front of him dared to mock him. It was really intolerable. Die for me. The surrounding blood sea instantly changed. 2 blood-red vortexes, which looked like 2 gigantic canopies, slashed towards Lin Xian. If he could hit him, he would be able to cut Xiao Xian into 3 pieces. The dark red godly dragon sensed the blood-colored power. His body shook, and he quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. Pulling out the great destruction spear, the 9-yang divine body completely exploded. It swept across, forming a black torrent. In an instant, the 2 blood-red vortexes were sent flying. He laughed coldly. A saint was nothing more than this. Great spear of destruction. The boy saint's pupils constricted as he stared at the pitch-black weapon. Was this the great spear of destruction? It was indeed very strong. It was definitely a saint artifact. Furthermore, It was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Brat, the only reason you can block my divine ability is because of the great annihilation spear in your hand. Without this weapon, you are nothing in front of me. The child saint said coldly. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Is that so? I relied on my weapon. Then what did you rely on? I'm not even 100 years old, but what about you? You're at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, right? You've lived 2,000 to 3,000 years longer than me. Has your cultivation gone to waste? If you weren't a saint today, I would be able to destroy your soul with a single slap. Do you still have the right to be arrogant in front of me? Lin Xian was really disdainful. The child saint was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't expect that not only would he fail to act cool in front of the other party, but he would also be slapped in the face. Was the other party really less than 100 years old? If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. He had to kill such a peerless genius as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be his nightmare in the future. Attack together and kill him for me. Hearing the child saint's words, Zhao Wuliang and the others hesitated. Yan Ruyu and Lin Wudi both had the combat strength of a saint. Would they be able to defeat them? However, they didn't dare to resist. Otherwise, they would be killed immediately. Therefore, Wu Wu and the others could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Among them, Zhao Wuliang charged towards the North Demon. It seemed that he could only defeat the North Demon. As for Yan Ruyu and Lin Wudi, he didn't dare to fight them. Seeing where Zhao Wuliang went, Lin Xian sneered. Trash, you don't even have the courage to face me. What's the point of a trash like you still living in this world? The great spear of destruction carried a terrifying demonic aura and terrifying power. A dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. No. Elder, save me. Zhao Wuliang was scared, out of his wits. He used all his strength and struck out with a shocking attack. At the same time, he screamed crazily. He didn't expect that he still had to face Lin Wudi. Moreover, he realized that the other party's attack was too powerful. It made him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. In the next moment, a shocking collision sound rang out. Zhao Wuliang felt his hands shatter. Then it was his arms, and then his body. Everything collapsed into pieces. A black light pierced through his heart. Then there was a scream of pain. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. His soul instantly left his body, hugged a piece of jade, and fled into the distance. The direction he was running in was the direction of the child saint. He wanted to inform the saint to save his life. Courting death, the child saint was also furious. Although Zhao Wuliang had just joined the Dark Moon Temple, his talent was definitely not bad. Such a person could definitely become a saint in the future. But now, their genius couldn't even withstand a single attack from the other party. What was even more despicable was that he saw the other party holding the great spear of destruction and attacking again. Courting death, the child saint struck out with his palm. On his palm, there was a monstrous blood-colored nomological law that transformed into a divine chain of hell, wanting to send Zhao Wuliang into the 18th level of hell. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't hold back. The great dragon sword, soul surged into the great spear of destruction. With a single strike, it pierced through the blood-colored palm. Saint blood floated down, piercing through everything. This was the blood of a true saint. The energy contained in it was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon took out a blood-colored gourd and began to absorb the saint blood. In the future, these could be used as materials to create array formations or other things. Lin Xian forcefully pierced through the saint's palm and then arrived in front of Zhao Wuliang's soul. Zhao Wuliang was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Spare my life, spare me. I won't dare to go against you in the future. Spare you? Sure, I'll plant a slave mark on you and make you my slave from now on. Are you willing? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Zhao Wuliang was stunned. What? Become his slave? Never to be able to turn over? In that case, he might as well die. Since you're not willing, then die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden runes scattered from his eyes. A soul attack instantly caused Zhao Wuliang's soul to scream. From the looks of it, he had been hit by an eye technique and would probably be tortured for hundreds or thousands of years. Chapter 3352. Dead. In just a few breaths of time, the terrifying, peerless genius, Zhao Wuliang, was killed in body and soul. This scene dumbfounded the other four powerhouses of the Dark Moon Temple. Was this really a half-step saint on the same level as them? How could there be such a terrifying half-step saint in the world? Run! They screamed, crazily, and fled in all directions. At this time, who cared about the saint's orders? It was better to run for their lives first. If you want to escape, stay here. The dark red divine dragon sneered and rushed out. On the other side, the North Demon also made a move. Both of them were top half-step saints. It was definitely not a problem for the two of them to deal with four half-step saints. Therefore, Lin Xian did not care about the four of them anymore. Instead, he turned his head and stared at the child saint. Originally, the child saint was already very aggrieved to deal with Yan Ruyu. Now that he felt Lin Xian's gaze, his eyelids twitched. Damn it, what do you want to do? 2 against 1. You are also top geniuses. Don't you think it's too embarrassing to join forces to attack me? Are you worthy of your title as peerless geniuses? He roared crazily. He really couldn't win against 2 against 1. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. We are not worthy of our identity and title, but are you worthy of it? You are a dignified sage, Tuo Qiandi. When you attacked us previously, did you think of your own identity? Have you thought about your face? Why are you talking about your face and identity to us half-step saints now? We are 2 against 1. That's enough respect for you, right? No, damn it, you can't do it. I am an elder of the Dark Moon Temple. If you attack me, you will become an enemy of the Dark Moon Temple. You have to think carefully. The Dark Moon Temple? Yan Ruyu also laughed. It was said that it was founded by a saint king in ancient times. We will not kill you. We will give you a chance to live. Give us the inheritance of the saint king, and we will let you live. Hearing this, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The saint realm was also divided into 9 levels. In the first 5 levels, one's strength would become stronger and stronger. When one reached the 6th level, one would be conferred as a small saint. The 7th heaven was the Saint Venerable. The 8th heaven was the Sage King, and the 9th heaven was the Great Sage. The Great Sage could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the sage realm. Basically, he was already very close to becoming a great emperor. As long as he took another step, he would be able to break through and become a great emperor. As for the Sage King, it was the 8th level of the sage realm, an existence second only to the Great Sage. Who would have thought that the Dark Moon Temple was founded by a Sage King? However, after thinking about it for so many years, it was basically impossible for the Dark Moon Temple to have a Sage King. However, he definitely had the inheritance of the Sage King. Yan Ryu's words caused the child saint's expression to completely change. He hurriedly said, I'm only a first-layer saint. How could I have the chance to learn the Saint King's inheritance? I'm not qualified enough in the Dark Moon Divine Palace, and I can't get in touch with the core things. If the 2 of you let me go, I will definitely not be your enemy in the future. There was no inheritance of the Sage King. In other words, there's no point in keeping you alive. Since that's the case, why don't we just kill you? We won't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Lin Xian, held the great spear of destruction. On the other side, Yenryu's body was also surrounded by a green light. Damn it, these two juniors have gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The child saint roared like a madman. However, how could he be a match for the two of them? He might not even be able to defeat the two of them in a one-on-one fight, let alone being besieged by the two of them now. Therefore, after dozens of moves, the child saint's body was pierced and torn into pieces. His soul was holding a blood-red knife and was as fast as a shield. Stay here. Lin Xian waved the great spear of destruction and directly cut off the other party's path. The dragon roar on the great spear of destruction rumbled, and the soul kept rolling and turning dim. At this moment, Yenryu added another palm strike. With a boom, the other party's soul was completely shattered. A sage's body and soul were also afraid of being destroyed. Great, clean up the battlefield. The dark red divine dragon, and Yenryu also killed 4 half-sages. They used the blood gourd to collect the blood of the saints and refine it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took their storage rings. This was a great harvest. Not only did they obtain 11 10,000-year-old king herbs, but they also obtained a sage's storage ring and 5 half-sages storage rings. Come, let's quickly distribute the spoils. Lin Xian and the others waved their hands, enveloping the surrounding scene. Then they began to distribute the spoils. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. The North Demon and Yenryu also smiled. This time, they had really gained a lot. Lin Xian found some spiritual fruits in the sage's storage ring and gave them to Little White. Little White ate happily. Then he obtained some pills. These pills were all for the sages to cultivate. Lin Xian also distributed some to everyone. He didn't keep any to himself because he was about to be able to cultivate saint-level pills. It seemed that after he left the Void Ocean and became a sage, he would have to open the Great Void Divine Furnace again. At this moment, in another place in the Void Ocean, there was a huge battle. One of the men held a long spear, and his nerves were cold. However, blood was flowing from his body, and there were several terrifying cracks on his body. His body had nearly split into 2 halves. Lu Mu, you can't escape. You're not our match. Hurry up and kneel down and submit to us. Then we might let you live. As for the treasure, it's ours. You don't have the right to take it. Many people around him sneered. Among them were the Vermilion Bird Duke's people, the Dark Moon Temple strong cultivators, and even the strong cultivators from other families. Beside Lu Mu, there was a young woman. She was his junior sister. At this moment, she was also covered in blood. Her face was filled with despair. Lu Mu clenched the long spear in his hand and gritted his teeth. Long Zhaodian, are you really going to kill me? Among the few people in front, there was one standing there. It was Long Zhaotian. He sneered. So what if I'm going to kill you? To be honest, you're not my match in a one-on-one fight. Now, there are so many other experts. There were a total of 7 people here. It was already surprising that Lu Mu could last until now. Senior brother, don't worry about me. Hurry up and run. You're burning your life. It won't take you long. Hurry up and leave. The woman in green said quickly. She knew that Lu Mu could withstand the attacks of the 7 people. It wasn't because his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It was because he had used a secret technique. It was a technique that burned his life and blood in exchange for unparalleled power. Chapter 33:53. Junior sister, it's my fault. I shouldn't have let you follow me. Maybe I should join a big faction. Lu Mu sighed, his eyes filled with despair. The girl in green beside him shook her head. No, senior brother, Leave quickly. Don't worry about me. You're alive. You're a genius. You'll become a saint sooner or later. There's no need to sacrifice yourself for me. Lu Mu took a deep breath as a look of love appeared in his eyes. How could I abandon you? Junior sister. I know. This is really touching. Long Zhaotian sneered. Why don't you go to hell together and be a couple? Brother Long, that's not right. That girl is so beautiful. It's a pity to kill her. Why don't you give her to me? At this moment, someone from Vermilion Bird Palace laughed. The flames on his body turned into the shape of a golden crow. It was very scary. It seemed that he had the bloodline of the golden crow. If you like her, then I'll give her to you. Long Zhaotian laughed. Lu Mu's expression changed when he heard this. The girl in green beside him also had an extremely ugly expression. Damn it, you dare to touch my junior sister? My Lu family won't let you go. He clenched his teeth and shot out a green light into the sky. To be honest, these people were very powerful and had terrifying factions behind them. Lu Mu didn't want to drag his family into this, but now these people wanted to attack his junior sister. He had to do this. This signal was to summon the family's experts. Seeing the other party attack, the youth with the golden crow bloodline from Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. The flames on his body were like a sun, instantly enveloping the green light. Then it was engulfed and burned. Do you want to ask for help? You don't have a chance. Attack. Don't give this kid a chance to fight back. Long Zhaotian said coldly. The surrounding experts also walked over and sneered. Senior brother, run. The girl in green screamed. But Lu Mu roared again. His blood and chi burned. He was burning his life force. His combat power became stronger again. An intense battle broke out. Long Zhaotian sneered. Let's see how long you can last. They moved and surrounded the other party, not letting him break out. Finally, Long Zhaotian found a chance to use Dragon roaming the world. Lu Mu's attack. The others also went up and injured Lu Mu. Ha! Burning his bloodline power? Those people sneered. Lu Mu suddenly burst forth. The long spear in his hand drew out a stream of light. With the power of laws, it pierced into the void. Wong! He stabbed the man from the Golden Crow clan. The man was scared out of his wits and tried his best to dodge. In the end, the long spear brushed past his body, leaving a bloody mark. Courting death, Jin Wu Lai roared furiously. His palm turned into the phantom of a demonic beast and rushed out. The monstrous law of fire was waved and hit Lu Mu directly. Boom! A hole appeared in Lu Mu's chest and blood kept flowing out. Damn it, you actually dared to injure me. I'm going to play your junior sister to death in front of you. As he spoke, Golden Crow Lai waved his hand, and a powerful golden claw enveloped the girl in green. The towering flames ignited the aura of the woman in green. Many parts of her green robe were tattered. No, Lu Mu was in despair. The green-robed woman was also screaming like a madwoman. However, at this moment of crisis, a palm descended from the sky. In an instant, Jean Wuye was sent flying. Boom! He spat out blood and flew backward. Half of his face had fallen asleep. Who dares to meddle in my business? Jean Wuye roared crazily. The flames on his body exploded and circled in the air like a demonic beast. 7 people ganging up on 2 people. How shameless! A sneer was heard, followed by 4 figures descending from the sky. Who are you people? Jean Wuye roared furiously. However, his eyes lit up when he saw that the first person to descend was a woman in white. What a beautiful woman! He realized that the woman in white was much more beautiful than the green-robed woman from before. She could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. However, Long Zhaotian's expression changed. Yen Ryu, it's you? He looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. North Yao, there's another one, Lin Wudi. Heavens, Lin Wudi is here too. Damn it, let's go. Long Zhaotian turned around and fled without another word. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. The people from the Dark Moon Temple and the Vermilion Bird Palace were also stunned. Some of the family clans were also stunned. They all knew what kind of person Long Zhaotian was. He was a powerhouse in the Dragon Valley. Who could defeat him? Could it be that one of the people in front of them was a sage? They sensed carefully but did not find anyone with the aura of a sage. The people from Vermilion Bird Palace did not recognize Lin Xian either. After all, not everyone was there to watch the battle. They only knew of Lin Wudi's name, but had never seen him in person. Therefore, they sneered at that moment. Since there are still people who don't know what's good for them, they won't hold back. After being rescued, the green-robed woman looked at Yan Ruyu gratefully. Lu Mu was trembling with excitement. You're here. You're here. He naturally recognized Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian looked at him and frowned slightly. His aura was very weak. It seemed that he had fought with his life on the line. There was probably no way to save him. Lu Mu looked at Lin Xian and opened his mouth slightly. Lin Xian walked over. What do you want to say? He squatted down and asked. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die here. There are treasures below. You must protect my junior sister's safety. Lu Mu stretched out a hand and placed it in front of Lin Xian with a trembling hand. Then his aura became weaker and weaker. Finally, his gaze moved away from Lin Xian and looked at the green-robed woman with a smile. In the next moment, his aura was gone. No, senior brother. The green-robed woman screamed. Crazily, Lin Xian sighed and took the key from her hand. Then he stood up and nodded. Don't worry, I'll help you fulfill your last wish. I'll protect your junior sister well. I'll also help you kill these people. You can rest in peace. As he spoke, he turned around and looked forward. The green-robed woman hugged Lu Mu's corpse and cried bitterly. Yan Ruyu and the others frowned. Was there no way to save him? Lin Xian shook his head. He had burned his own life as the price to display his powerful strength. Fortunately, he had used up too much energy. There was no way to save him. Now he could only avenge him. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked forward. You still want to kill us? You still want to avenge Lu Mu? You really don't know what's good for you? The people of the Dark Moon Temple sneered. In addition, the people of the other families stared at Lin Xian. Kid, what did Lu Mu give you just now? Hand it over, and we'll spare your life. Jean Wulia laughed sinisterly. Cut the crap. Attack together and kill him. That white-robed woman is mine. Chapter 33:54. His fist turned into the shape of a golden crow. Despicable human, who do you think you are? How dare you use my golden crow's divine ability? Jinwu Lai was furious. He had the bloodline of the golden crow, so the phantoms on his body all carried the aura of the golden crow. How dare his opponent use the divine ability of the golden crow? He was courting death. The raging flames on his body covered the sky and covered the earth, surging forward. Die. He wanted to burn his opponent to death with his flames. Although he was a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace, he had the bloodline of the Golden Crow, so the flames on his body were extremely terrifying. He was confident that he would not lose to Yan Nantian in terms of fire attribute divine ability. However, his luck came to an end. He met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's 9-sun fist turned into a golden stream of light and rushed into the sea of flames. It bombarded all directions. The surrounding flames surged, and a hole was punched out. A golden fist came in front of Jin Wu Lai. How is this possible? Jin Wu Lai's expression changed. How could his opponent be so powerful? He wanted to escape, but his head was blown off by the punch. He wanted to escape with his soul. The 9-sun divine fire ignited his soul in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. In just an instant, his soul was extinguished. His headless body fell down, and blood flowed wildly. The surrounding experts were all stunned and swallowed their saliva. Is Jin Wulai dead? Was he killed by a punch? Who is this person? Jin Wulai's strength was not the strongest among them, but he was ranked in the top 3. But now he could not even block a punch from his opponent. Who the hell are you? The other experts asked in a trembling voice. I am Lin Wudi. All of you should die. What? Lin Wudi? You are Lin Wudi. The surrounding people were all stunned. Their faces were full of horror. The person in front of them was Lin Wudi. He was an existence that could suppress Yan Nantian. They finally knew why Long Zhaotian ran away at the first moment. It turned out that he had already recognized him. Damn it, don't you people of the Vermilion Bird Palace know him? The people of the Dark Moon Palace roared crazily. The faces of the people from the other clans also turned ugly. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were filled with regret. How could we know him? We didn't participate in that battle. We only knew his name. Why are you complaining? Run. They fled madly in all directions. This method of escape was the most effective because there was always someone who could escape. Trying to escape? Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the earth to tremble. Endless waves rolled and turned into sea dragons that rushed out. Lin Xian also knew the law of water, so his strength was equally terrifying in the sea. Boom, boom. How could these people be a match for Lin Xian? Therefore, in an instant, they were torn apart by the sea dragon, and even their souls were devoured. Screams of agony rang out, and then they all disappeared. Blood dyed the bottom of the sea red, spreading in all directions with the current. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Lu Mu's corpse. I've already killed your enemy for you. Long Zhaotian is still missing, but I won't let him go. As for your junior sister's safety, Before Lin Xian could finish, his pupils shrank. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. The woman in green hugged Lu Mu's corpse, her face full of tears. Suddenly, she pulled out a dagger that shone with a cold light and stabbed it towards her own heart. Poof! Blood spurted out, and the woman in green fell into Lu Mu's arms. Senior brother, I'll accompany you on the road to hell. You won't be lonely. No. How could it be like this? Yen Ryu hurriedly squatted down and tried to save her. However, the woman in green said, It's useless. The dagger is coated with poison. Anyone below the Saint Realm will die without a doubt. If you don't need it, save me. Damn. How could it be like this? The dark red dragon also let out a strange cry. Lin Xian frowned and took a deep breath. The law of wood surged out. At the same time, the power of the great dragon sword soul also surged into the woman in green's body, destroying all the poison. Miraculously, the woman in green's aura was declining, but it quickly recovered. How could it be? I'm not dead. The woman in green screamed. She found it hard to believe. She couldn't even die now. Lin Xian said, I promised you that I wouldn't let you die. Moreover, you shouldn't die. I think Lu Mu doesn't want you to die either. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and made the woman in green fall asleep temporarily. Then he sent her to the spirit boat. At the same time, he asked He Tu to take care of Lu Mu's corpse. Then he flipped his hand and took out the simple key. This was given to me by Lu Mu when he was alive. Moreover, he guarded this place to death. I think there should be a treasure nearby. Behind, I saw the entrance of the cave. The dark red dragon pointed behind them and said, All right, let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked forward. There was indeed a cave abode in front of them. After entering, they saw a bronze door. The bronze door was covered with Tao patterns and flickered with incomparable power. It was obvious that this was the cave abode of a saint. Moreover, it was very difficult to open it with external force. No wonder these people wanted to snatch the key. Lin Xian placed the key in his hand into the bronze door and turned it forcefully. Immediately, there was a cracking sound, and the bronze door slowly opened. "Let's go in. Everyone, be careful," Lin Xian said as layers of light appeared on his body. The others also activated their defenses. After entering, the bronze door closed again. Lin Xian and the others looked around. The cave abode was not complicated. There was only a large hall. In the middle, there was a skeleton sitting cross-legged. It was a colorful skeleton. There was no flesh and blood, but the skeleton was still sitting there cross-legged. It seemed to have died during cultivation. The dark red dragon went forward and observed carefully. Then it said it should have reached the end of its lifespan and died of natural causes. Hearing that, the others nodded. At that moment, the northern demon exclaimed, "Look, there's something on the wall." They looked towards the wall. Indeed, there were patterns painted on the wall. There were 4 walls, and each wall was painted with many patterns. Lin Xian and the others glanced at it and realized that it should be a kind of mystical ability martial art. Moreover, it was an extremely profound mystical ability martial art. The dark red dragon even said excitedly, "It might be a nomological mystical ability. Let's quickly find one to comprehend." Each of them stood on a wall and began to comprehend with all their might. Lin Xian came to the northern wall and looked at the Tao patterns carved on the wall. He gradually became shocked. At first, he could not see anything, but gradually, Lin Xian realized that the surrounding Tao patterns were all flowing. Then he seemed to see a boundless pitch-black sea, and a colossal creature charged out. It was a fish, a black fish. It was extremely terrifying, like a black demonic mountain. It rose into the air and began to transform. It grew golden wings and seemed to transform into a huge golden bird that soared into the 9 heavens. Chapter 33:55. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was stunned. Kun Peng was a divine beast of heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful and was not weaker than the dragons and Chilants. Could it be that this skeleton was a Kun Peng expert when it was alive? And what was carved on the wall was also a Kun Peng mystique? Lin Xian did not know. He could only activate his heavenly secret divine eyes. In front of him, the Kun Peng began to soar into the sky. Its speed was extremely fast. It was a movement technique. Lin Xian was shocked. He memorized the Kun Peng's image in his mind. He closed his eyes and carefully comprehended it. When he opened his eyes, the Kun Peng's image on the wall had disappeared. Even the nomological Tao patterns had disappeared. He was shocked. Yan Ruyu and the others' exclamations could be heard from the other 3 walls. It had disappeared. Obviously, the 3 of them had also comprehended the mystique on the wall. And it seemed that this mystique could only be comprehended by one person. After one person comprehended it, it had disappeared. "What did you guys comprehend?" the dark red dragon asked. Lin Xian said, "I saw a Kun Peng. It should be the Kun Peng movement technique." "Kun Peng," the dark red dragon screamed. The North Demon and Yen Ryu gasped. They were all related to the demon race. Naturally, they knew what the Kun Peng represented to the demon race. It was a powerful existence that was not inferior to dragons. Moreover, the Kun Peng was extremely rare now. There were far fewer dragons. However, no one doubted the strength of the Kun Peng. Therefore, when they heard that Lin Xian saw a Kun Peng, they were shocked. Was it not the Kuan Peng mystique that they saw? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that the sage here was a sage of the Kuan Peng race. Now, it seemed that it was not. The North Demon shook his head. I saw a wood elemental saber technique called the longevity saber. I saw a palm descending from the sky. It was like the palm of a god. When it struck out, it froze everything. It was the heaven double palm. Yen Ryu said. The dark red divine dragon said. What I saw was the heavenly dragon divine claw. It was just a human expert who used the dragon form. If I were to use it, my power would definitely be stronger than his. It seemed like the four of them saw different things. Also, it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or some other reason, but what they saw was very suitable for them. Looking at this power, it should be a law mystical ability. Even if it wasn't, it was close because it was really too difficult to comprehend. The dark red divine dragon screamed. The others nodded as well. They were ecstatic. For nomological mystical abilities? What an unexpected surprise. A law divine ability was much stronger than an ordinary divine ability. Since we obtained the nomological mystical abilities here, we should express our gratitude. After all, it was a divine ability cultivation method left behind by this senior. Lin Xian suggested. The four of them nodded. Then they came in front of the five-colored skeleton and bowed deeply. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the nomological mystical abilities to us. We will definitely bring them to greater heights. Crack! Suddenly, a sound rang out. A stone platform suddenly rose from the ground where Lin Xian or the five-colored skeleton crystal was. There were actually 4 crystals on it that flickered with incomparable light. These were divine crystals. Everyone was puzzled. They weren't surprised by the divine crystals. They had many in their hands. However, Yen Ryu exclaimed, these were law divine crystals. Look, there were many nomological Tao patterns carved on them. Indeed, they could tell at a glance that these weren't ordinary divine crystals. The Tao patterns contained on them were really too complicated. Although they couldn't compare to real Tao stones, they were much more precious than divine crystals. There were a total of 4 pieces, 1 for each of them. Everyone didn't stand on ceremony and took 1 each. They still wanted to investigate the surroundings to see if there were any other treasures. Suddenly, a violent rumble sounded from outside. The sky and earth shook, and the entire cave shook. However, it didn't shatter. The cave abode of a saint was actually so easy to shatter. But it was clear that someone had already arrived outside. Let's go out and take a look, Lin Xian said. The others also nodded. They used the key to open the bronze door. Then they walked out. When they walked out, they saw a few figures in front of them. Their auras were very powerful, and there was even the aura of a saint. At this moment, rumbling sounds came from the cave behind them. It completely sank to the bottom of the sea and disappeared. This scene surprised Lin Xian and the others. It seemed that this cave could only be entered once. When the people outside saw the people inside come out, they were ecstatic. But when they saw the cave sink to the bottom of the sea and disappear, they became anxious. Damn it. They came to the cave to obtain the treasures. But the cave was gone. What were they going to do? In an instant, countless eyes stared at Lin Xian. They had entered the cave. The treasures were with them. They had to catch them. Lin Woody, you can't escape. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you obtained. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, a figure in front laughed sinisterly. It's you. Lin Xian and the others were stunned. Then they laughed coldly. You ant. How dare you come back? The arrogant person in front was Long Xiaotian. He was followed by a few powerful people from the Dragon Valley. One of them was a real saint. The saint was an old man. He had a dragon's head and a human's body. He had a pair of dark golden wings on his back. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. The pressure between heaven and earth became very heavy. The Dragon Valley was originally the people of the dragons. The dragons were powerful and had a terrifying bloodline. They were originally stronger than other races of the same level. At this moment, the Saint of the Dragons was naturally stronger. Beside him, there were a few powerful people from the dragons. Each of them was very strong. At this moment, one of them said coldly, "Did you get the treasures in the cave?" "That's right, they got it." Lin Xian nodded without hiding anything. The powerful people from the Dragon Valley were ecstatic. "Great, since you got it, hurry up and hand it over. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death." Long Zhaotian jumped out again. This time, other than the Saint of the Dragons, there were a few clones of the saints. The saints of the dragons were not comparable to ordinary saints of the human race. So what if Lin Wuyi was strong? He would not be able to defeat them this time. Therefore, Long Zhaotian continued to be arrogant. "Kid, I know you are strong." You can defeat Yan Nantian and have the Great Destruction Spear. But the saints of the Dragon Valley are not ordinary saints. You can't resist at all. Hurry up and kneel down and hand over the treasures, the Great Destruction Spear, and the 2 great inheritances. If we are in a good mood, we can leave you with an intact corpse. If you dare to resist. Long Zhaotian was still arrogant. Suddenly, he was slapped away by a golden palm. Lin Xian made his move. The golden palm covered the sky. Even in the sea of void, it was very strong. Chapter 3356. Long Zhaotian screamed in agony. His face was shattered, and his body was covered in cracks. It was a terrifying sight. "Who do you think you are? Even if you call yourself a sage, do you think you can be so arrogant in front of me?" Lin Xian sneered. The people of Dragon Valley were stunned. How dare Long Zhaotian attack Long Zhaotian in front of them? Where did he get his confidence from? Just because he could defeat Yan Nantian? They had to admit that Yan Nantian's future was limitless after using the successor of the earth. But so what? No matter how strong Yan Nantian was, he was still a young man. They, on the other hand, had been cultivating for thousands of years. The blood of the dragons was strong. Even if Yan Nantian was here, they could still suppress him. Did he really dare to go against them? Long Zhaotian was stunned by the slap. His head was still smashed, and his body kept shaking. He could not heal his wounds immediately. The Dragon Valley Saint's face fell completely. This time, he had come to support Long Zhaotian. At the same time, he wanted to obtain the treasures in the cave. But now, someone dared to injure Long Zhaotian in front of him. This was a slap to his face, a slap to the Dragon Valley's face. "You're courting death." A Dragon Valley elite beside him was furious. "How dare you attack us in front of us? How arrogant!" Long Zhaotian regained his senses at this moment. He quickly regained his head and screamed like a madman. "Elder, kill him! You must kill him! Capture him and skin him alive. Use the fire of the dragons to burn his soul. Make him wish he was dead." His voice was filled with malice. The North Demon and the others gasped. On the other hand, Lin Xian laughed coldly and sent a slap out. "How dare you threaten me? Do you really think I won't kill you?" The slap tore Long Zhaotian's body into pieces. Blood and organs flowed all over the ground. It was a ghastly sight. "You're courting death." The Dragon Valley elites were enraged. A person shouted coldly and stretched out his hand. It was a black dragon expert. His pitch-black claws carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura. The slap shattered the void and formed a large black hole that swallowed Lin Xian. "I'm not afraid of you." In the face of his opponent's attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he raised his fist and directly pushed it forward. There was nothing fancy about this punch. Clearly, it was pure physical strength. Boom! Their fists collided in the air, producing a sky-shaking sound. Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fist did not have any abnormalities. As for the black dragon's claw, it trembled slightly and retreated. "Where are you going?" 9 sons opened his palm and grabbed forward again. This time, his palm was like a golden 5-fingered mountain. It quickly rushed over and grabbed the other party's black dragon claw. Then he used his strength to break it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Following that was a muffled groan. Lin Xian exerted some force in his palm and tore off the other party's arm. Pung pung pung! The black dragon from the Dragon Valley quickly retreated. His expression was extremely unsightly, and he was even trembling slightly as he held onto his wound. The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley were stunned. The one who attacked was not an ordinary person. It was a black dragon powerhouse who was sent down by a saint. His physique was so strong that he could even compete with a saint. But now he was injured in one move by the other party. Even his arm was torn off by the other party. How could the other party's physique be so strong? As expected of the 9 sons' divine body, his physique was indeed very strong. At this moment, the old saint from the Dragon Valley spoke. "However, no matter how strong you are only a half-saint. Can you really be compared to me?" The dark golden wings on his back trembled slightly. Immediately, countless cracks spread in all directions. Endless precepts transformed into divine chains that circled around the area. A terrifying sage's aura descended from the sky. Feeling this aura, the dark red dragon and the others frowned. Yan Ryu was also surprised. She and Lin Xian had killed a saint before. The aura of that child saint was too weak compared to the current dragons. "Be careful," Yan Ryu reminded him. Lin Xian nodded his head and looked at the other party with a cold smile. "A saint of the dragons? You are old. This era does not belong to you. So, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, if you piss yours truly off, yours truly will break your bones." Hearing this, Yan Ryu was speechless. Didn't she say to be careful? The other powerhouses from the Dragon Valley looked terrible as well. Damn it! How dare the other party talk to their saint in such a manner? How arrogant! "Elder, I'll go kill him." At this moment, another person spoke again. He was about to rush over. Lin Xian laughed coldly. A saint's clone was not enough. Get lost. This time, he lifted his foot and kicked forward. The sole of his foot seemed to have turned into a sharp heavenly blade, cleaving everything in its path. With a boom, the saint's clone was sent flying. "Enough! Go to hell!" Seeing this, the saint of the Dragon Valley was completely enraged. He slapped out with his palm. His palm was dark golden color, and the aura it gave off was enough to send chills down one's spine. The northern demon and the others retreated hurriedly. Lin Xian hollered out coldly as well. His fist flew out and turned into a Kuan prong. The golden fist spread its wings and clashed against the dark gold palm. Clang! The sound of an intense collision rang out as Lin Xian retreated. His arms were numb, but soon the energy within his body surged out, and his fighting strength soared once more. A saint, that was all there was to it. "Elder, this fella is really strange. You must give it your all." Long Zhaotian fought once more. "Noisy! Go to hell!" Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp glint. The great destruction spear flew out and pinned Long Zhaotian to the ground. With a burst of strength, Long Zhaotian's soul was torn apart. This time around, he was completely dead. "Old fogey, let me see what capabilities you have to be so arrogant in front of me." Lin Xian took out the great destruction spear as his aura climbed endlessly. At this moment, he was like a peerless king. With a stomp of his feet, the earth cracked, Kill. Lin Xian attacked fiercely. The great destruction spear charged forward with a piercing sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The saint of the Dragon Valley waved his dark gold dragon claw and turned into a sky full of dragon shadows to fight back. An earth-shattering collision rang out. But soon, the saint was enraged. He was courting death. Obviously, he did not gain any advantage in the collision just now. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. This scene stunned the remaining powerhouses of the Dragon Valley. Their elder and saint were at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party? It was hard to believe. Well, I only wanted to kill you with my physical strength, but it seems like you have some strength. Well, then you will die under my laws. Chapter 3357. As soon as the flame appeared, Yan Ruyu and the others trembled, revealing a look of horror. The fire of law. The other party had comprehended the law of fire, and it was not an ordinary flame. It was a very strange flame. Great, the elder is serious. That kid is dead. The Dragon Valley powerhouse sneered and retreated to watch the battle. Lin Xian also frowned. Dark golden flame? The law of fire, the other party's flame aura, made him a little shocked. Buzz. The Dragon Valley sage made his move. The dark golden flame turned into streams of light like two dragon swords and rushed over. Lin Xian sneered, his body swayed, and disappeared strangely. When he reappeared, he was already beside the old man. The spear of destruction pierced the dark golden wings. What a fast speed! The Dragon Valley powerhouse exclaimed, and even the Dragon Valley sage was surprised. The speed almost made him unable to react. This guy's speed is so fast. The dark red dragon was also surprised. He had been with Lin Xian for a long time, so he naturally knew of Lin Xian's strength, but he did not expect the speed to shock him. Yan Ryu said, it should be the law supernatural abilities that he said he comprehended on the four walls just now. It should be the Kuan Peng movement technique. The speed of the Kuan Peng body technique was simply too fast. Even the sages were shocked. Boom. The spear of destruction struck the dark golden wings forcefully. The dark golden wings kept shaking, and the flames on them drifted out. What a strong physique. Lin Xian was surprised. If it was an ordinary half-step sage, the spear would have pierced through, but the dark golden wings were unharmed. Lin Xian was surprised, and the dragon's powerhouse was even more shocked. He was a sage, and a half-step sage could not even get close to him, let alone attack him. But now the young man in front of him had broken all the rules and crashed into the dark golden wings. Although his wings weren't broken, the huge force caused his blood to boil. Courting death, he fought back like a madman, and the two of them fought fiercely. The dark golden light and the black torrent kept colliding. Every strike was earth-shattering. The other half-saints of the dragons all retreated far away. Yan Ruyu and the others also retreated to the side. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, Lin Xian's body was covered in a layer of strange, flowing light. His feet flickered, and his speed increased to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, 108,000 attacks were unleashed, all of them converging on a single point, causing an earth-shattering collision. The Dragon Valley Saint was sent flying, and a crack appeared on his wing. Then, with a cracking sound, a piece of his wing fell off. Blood instantly sprayed out, and the dark golden flames evaporated the surrounding seawater. Ah, you dare to hurt me? Damn it! The Dragon Valley elder roared like a madman. He pretended to be crazy, and his eyes were red. The experts of the Dragon Valley were also stunned. Was their elder injured? What did they see? A half-step saint had injured a saint? Was this a dream? You want to kill me? You're not qualified. Lin Xian was incomparably strong. What's so great about a saint? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Boom. The great dragon sword spirit roared again and merged with the great destruction spear. His combat strength rose to the extreme, and with a strike, the black torrent was like a peerless sword light, splitting the entire world. Boom. The Dragon Valley Elder was also sent flying. He screamed, and the fire precept on his body was monstrous. A dark golden saint domain rushed out and enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Ryu, go and finish off the others." Yan Ryu and the others looked at the other experts of the Dragon Valley. Hee, this is a good opportunity to test my heavenly dragon divine claw. The dark red divine dragon walked out and looked at the experts of the Dragon Valley with a cold smile. The people of the Dragon Valley frowned. "Ants, you dare to attack us?" Dragon blood surged in their bodies, but the dark red divine dragon was not afraid. With a dragon roar, the half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were stunned. Damn it, the other party's bloodline seemed to be much stronger than theirs. Fine. Then I'll test my longevity saber. The North Demon also activated the myriad demon body. He was not afraid of the dragon's bloodline at all. Yan Ruyu's white hands were like the palms of a celestial emperor. The surrounding seawater was instantly frozen. Sky frost palm. Boom, boom, boom. A half-step saint of the Dragon Valley was instantly frozen. His body was shattered into pieces along with the ice. Although he was not killed, he was severely injured in an instant. He frantically retreated. Damn it, what's wrong with this woman? How can she be so strong? The other three half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were also sent flying by the dark red divine dragon and the North Demon. The dragon claw in the sky was too terrifying. It was like the heavenly dragon claw. On the other side, the green saber light was like an indestructible longevity saber. After it was sent out, its aura was continuous. In an instant, the four half-step saints of the Dragon Valley were beaten until they screamed in pain. Damn it. How can it be like this? The saint of the dragon bone roared crazily. He could not understand why these half-step saints were so strong. Yes, it's that cave. They must have found a peerless treasure in the cave. These cultivation techniques are very strange. They are like laws and superpowers. Capture these people. I must capture them. Do not let any of them go. The eyes of the Dragon Valley's saint turned red. Boom. Dark golden flames danced on his body. His body kept expanding until he turned into a dark golden dragon. When he spread his wings, they covered the sky and the sun. He was extremely powerful. Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out endless dark golden flames. They turned into a golden storm that swept in all directions. The terrifying law of fire spread out. In an instant, the entire space collapsed. It could not withstand this power at all. Lin Xian executed the Kuan Peng movement technique and dodged the golden flames in the sky. He shuttled back and forth continuously. Buzz. Suddenly his body trembled. A dark golden sky above him pressed down. It was the old man's eyes. The old man's eyes were like two dark golden suns. They firmly locked onto him and imprisoned him. The Saint Domain instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Damn it, kid, melt for me. The dark golden flames were very terrifying. The old man's law and realm were also very frightening. Therefore, under the Saint Domain, everything was turned to ashes. It was not a problem for him to kill a saint of the first heaven, let alone the old man. Lin Xian was enveloped by the dark golden Saint Domain. The raging flames burned him. As expected, many cracks appeared on his body. It had to be said that the power of the old man's law was too strong. Even among saints of the first heaven, it was extremely powerful. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, hundreds of fist shadows enveloped him and hit his body, making thunderous sounds. Lin Xian kept retreating as the blood and qi in his body churned. However, the strength of the 9-yang divine body allowed him to forcefully block such a terrifying divine fist. Roar! The great dragon sword soul roared and let out an extremely terrifying dragon roar. It shook the desolate dragon fist a little. The people in the distance were stunned. What was going on? A dragon's roar? Was it from the Dragon Valley sage? It didn't seem like it. They didn't hear this from the Dragon Valley sage before. Could it be that there were experts from the Dragon Valley? 2 experts from the Dragon Valley fighting against the enemy? No. Could it be that the Dragon Valley sage's opponent was also a dragon? These people were all stunned. Desolate dragon fist? Well, I'll let you see what I'm capable of. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered. He stepped on the ground and waved the great spear of destruction in his hand crazily. The great dragon sword soul roared nonstop. The surrounding seawater of the void ocean was stirred up by him. The seawater within tens of millions of miles gathered toward him. It formed the essence of water in his hand. Chapter 33:59. The surrounding seawater was vast and mighty, along with Lin Xian's movements. The essence of the sea quickly condensed and formed one blue dragon after another. The area in front seemed to have become the birthplace of the dragons. The dragons appeared out of thin air, and their terrifying roars resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Damn it, what are they giving birth to? The people in the distance were all stunned. They had heard 2 dragon roars before, but now they heard thousands of dragons roaring. It was as if many dragons had appeared at the bottom of the sea. What was going on? Could it be that all the powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had moved out? They were too shocked. Although they were curious, no one dared to step forward. They all retreated. When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Dragon Valley sage sneered. The 10,000 dragons portrait? What a joke! That was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. No one knew which world it existed in. However, the person in front of him definitely did not have it. But soon, he was stunned because he found that the countless blue dragons in front of him were quickly condensing into a picture. The aura emitted by the pattern was too terrifying, causing his body to tremble slightly. His heart was beating violently as if it had been struck by thunder. How was this possible? The Dragon Valley sage was about to go crazy. The 10,000 dragons portrait, the other party had really condensed it. Although he had never seen the Emperor weapon of the dragons, when he saw the scene in front of him at this moment, he did not doubt that this was the real 10,000 dragons portrait. But how was this possible? Could it be that the other party really had the 10,000 dragons portrait? No. Soon, the Dragon Valley sage came back to his senses, and his eyes shone with an extremely cold light. It definitely could not be an ultimate weapon. How terrifying was an ultimate weapon that was the weapon of a great emperor? Once the Supreme Emperor's aura was released, even a First Heaven sage would not be able to control it. He would definitely be pressed to the ground. But now, although the aura in front of him was incomparably terrifying, it did not make him kneel on the ground. This meant that this was not an ultimate weapon, but something that the other party had evolved with some kind of divine ability. However, the scene was too real, and he could not react in time. This kid must have seen the real 10,000 dragons illustration. I must capture him and force him to tell me where the 10,000 dragons illustration is. He was too shocked. That was the ultimate weapon of the dragons. He had to find it. Desolate dragon fist. Dragon shakes the 9 heavens. It was the same for the Dragon Valley Saint, who used his most powerful fist technique. The aura on his body kept exploding. 9 huge dragon shadows coiled around his body, and all the dragon heads gathered in his fist. Die for me! A terrifying fist blasted out. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Xian also pushed out the 10,000 dragons picture. Boom, boom. Although it was just an evolved diagram, Lin Xian had seen the real 10,000 dragon diagram before. Coupled with the great dragon sword soul, it was unparalleled. Therefore, this attack was definitely beyond the imagination of a saint. When the 10,000 dragons picture attacked, the desolate dragon fist was immediately crushed by it. The dragon head continuously roared and unleashed supreme laws, wanting to pierce through. However, they could not do it at all. The blue dragon seemed to carry the power of the entire sea of void. In an instant, it suppressed the desolate dragon fist. The 9 dragon heads were also completely sealed. The blue 10,000 dragons illustration was still pushing towards the saint of the Dragon Valley. How was this possible? How could it be so powerful? The saint of the Dragon Valley was stunned. His dragon shocks the 9 heavens was shattered in an instant. He retreated crazily, but the 10,000 dragons illustration suddenly burst out with endless light, completely enveloping him. In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. Thousands of dragon roars exploded at the same time. The entire bottom of the sea sank into darkness. No one dared to approach. Yen Ryu unleashed the green light on her body to the extreme. It seemed to have turned into a green lotus that completely enveloped them. They were like small boats in the raging storm, constantly tumbling about. However, the cyan light was extremely powerful. It actually managed to forcibly block the attack. This made the dark red divine dragon and the North Beast secretly heave a sigh of relief. It took a long time for the raging energy between heaven and earth to gradually dissipate. The figure of the Dragon Valley Saint appeared. His armor was shattered, and many parts of his body were pierced. Blood flowed out. Dark golden blood dyed the surrounding seawater red. How was this possible? The saint's entire body was in pain, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. That attack just now was too powerful. If he had not activated his bloodline at the last moment, he would have been killed by now, wouldn't he? He was not dead. The physique of the Dragon Clan was indeed strong. Lin Xian said coldly. He was very surprised that this attack did not kill the saint. But so what? The saint was already at the end of his rope. He could easily kill him next. Therefore, he held the great spear of destruction and walked forward with a cold expression. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed between heaven and earth like thunder. The Dragon Valley Saint's expression became more and more unpleasant. Was he going to die at the hands of this junior today? He was unwilling to accept this. However, at this moment, a clear clapping sound drifted over. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the successor of the 9 sons, the successor of the Dragon Valley. You can beat a first heaven saint into such a sorry state. This is really an eye-opener. As soon as this voice came out, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and frowned. The Dragon Valley Saint was also shocked. Was there someone else? Great. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. There was indeed someone hiding here. I didn't expect you to appear at this time. Lin Xian looked into the distance. He had long felt uneasy, as if someone was watching him. However, he did not dare to split himself too much in the battle with the Dragon Valley Saint, so he could not fully investigate. Oh, you actually knew of my existence in advance? Humph, kid, Since you know I'm here, why don't you hurry up and kneel down and hand over all your treasures? A figure jumped out of the endless seawater. It was a middle-aged man wearing blue armor and carrying a blue spear on his back. The laws on his body danced, releasing a powerful force. A saint, another saint. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the aura on this person was familiar. Could it be one of the 3 clones of the saints that he had killed earlier? It seemed that the other party's main body was here. You must be one of the 3 clones, right? How dare you come here? Haven't I killed enough of your clones? Since you dare to come, you can stay here. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he said arrogantly, "Kid, you are very arrogant. I know that geniuses are arrogant. It's normal for you to have such an attitude, but you are too confident. You actually dared to kill my clone. Later, I will definitely torture you to death." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.